You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Got your drinks poured. Doesn't have to be alcoholic, you know. It could just be regular, but you know, it could be whatever. But thank you guys for, of course, clicking in. We got lots to talk about. Oh my God, that Peacemaker episode! Holy shit! When it comes to that, that's going to be a topic of conversation. There will be spoilers because nobody ain't holding back when it comes to them spoilers in that episode. Jesus. That's why I was after the football game last night. I was like, I better watch Peace. Well, the football episode got a delay. So during the delay, I watched Peacemaker because I was like, oh, I better not look online. Even though I kind of guessed what was going to be happening. I was like, oh, I'm sure that certain someone was going to be showing up. But cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Hit that like, thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Do all the things. You want to become a member to support the channel, do that. We got the Patreon as well. So cheers, guys. Got my little vodka sody pop right there. Not sody pop, but sody, you know. All right. How we doing? Okay. Who do we got here, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I got the Giants winning 8-1 right now, so feeling good. I turned off the football game. I don't know if anybody was watching the football game on YouTube that was in Brazil. I don't know. I wasn't feeling the vibe. I don't know about you guys. You're like Mr. Beast and a bunch of YouTube. I don't know. I wasn't feeling the vibe. So I turned it to the Giants game, and of course, the Giants winning 8-1 right now against the Cardinals. So feeling pretty good. All right, let's see. Clone Avengers, Superman showing up a Peacemaker. I mean, most likely. I mean, it's you know. I mean, obviously, yes. I used the selfie that David Cornsweet took when he was on the Peacemaker set. You know, because I mean, it's no guarantee, but I mean, I think we can pretty much guarantee it because I mean, they were filming Superman and Peacemaker on the same lot at the same time, so it made sense that there were some crossings. I mean, everybody. I mean, Peacemaker actors were posting selfies with David Cornsweet in the cast of Superman. So, but you know, it was just kind of funny that got posted today. So, what's going on, Ryan? Good to see you, bud. All right, good to see you. You watched. Got to see Caught Stealing. They did Zoe so wrong. Austin Butler's stunts and acting was off the charts. Okay. Oh, interesting. They did her so wrong. So what, does she get killed in like the first act? Don't say anything. No spoilers. I haven't seen it yet. I do want to see it. Just didn't catch it in theaters because I saw Toxic Avenger instead, which I enjoyed, but you know, probably would have enjoyed this movie a little bit more. Gilmer, what's happening? Imagine turning down a Steven Spielberg Call of Duty film. Yeah, I saw that. I read that. Because now they're doing like a series or something, right? Or are they doing a movie? I can't remember. I'm not really a big Call of Duty kind of guy, so I'm not even sure what they're doing. Is it a movie or a series? But apparently, yeah, at one point, Steven Spielberg wanted to do it. That's where we're at now, guys. That's where we're at. I mean, unless you're Christopher Nolan or Quentin Tarantino, I mean, I tell you what, even Steven Spielberg can't get things greenlit. Remember he was going to do the Blackhawks thing for DC films at one point? I mean, I saw people passing around that when that was announced like 3 or 4 years ago. Pretty crazy. Have fun visiting the parentals, man. Have a good time. Taladia Plays. What's happening, my friend? Good to see ya. First to see it, happy Friday. My question was on the Peacemaker podcast yesterday. Gunn said next week we'll learn where White Dragon got the quantum unfolding chamber from. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. We got Monique right here. Happiest Fridays. Hope you brought the winning power. I know, right? I should really buy a ticket. Nobody's won that thing yet, right? It's like at $1 billion right now or something. That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, damn. When that, you always imagine, what would you do if you won the lottery? I mean, I would give a big, huge chunk away to my friends and family, and then I would invest a big chunk to get, like, you know, make sure that it's all secure. I wouldn't go crazy. I'm not one of those people that needs to buy a bunch of cars and houses and shit. I would not do that. I'd probably buy property, you know, get some assets. That's about it. I would still do this. I would definitely still be doing YouTube. You know, it'd be great. I'd invest into the fucking channel to grow it even more. That'd be great. He kind of does look like CGI in the poster. We'll say that. He does. He doesn't look CGI in the movie, though, at least. So, there is that. Braden, what's happening? Dave, which of the 3 DCU projects coming out next year are you most excited for? It's difficult. I mean, they're all. I'm excited for all 3, but I'm so intrigued by Lanterns. So very intrigued by Lanterns. So I would say Lanterns would be number 1. Everything's close. Everything's close. Lanterns number 1, Clayface number 2, and then number 3 is Supergirl. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, that's just the order I have right now. Hey, Arlington Goodwing. Good to see you. Who would you want to play Brainiac? I don't know. I've always thought Benedict Cumberbatch would be perfect, but don't think that's going to happen. So I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. For sure. Arkham Knight 99, what's happening? Currently watching you and playing Fallout 4 1,000th time. There you go. Hey, I'm good background noise, guys. Just put me on in the background. It's all you need, you know? Just have me on, you know, volume down a little bit, just a little noise in the background. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, Mr. Balga, he's back from his trip from Mexico. Yeah, Mr. Balga was not part of the panel last week because he was in Mexico. Got a little bit of a bug, those Mexican bugs, man, I tell you. I could say that. I'm half Mexican. Anyways, so he's going to be joining later. Anyone notice seeing the perfect dimension that Peacemaker is in is missing certain... You're getting ahead of me, Chris. Relax. Hold on. You're getting ahead of me. But yeah, there is going to be a twist. And yeah, people are already spotting that twist. Hey, Jason McKenzie with the $20 super chat. Thank you, good sir. Ahoy, ahoy. Thank you for the support of the channel. Much appreciated. Always appreciate support of the channel. And, right now, of course, I'm pulling up all the chats. But, during the panel, if you guys do a super chat, we definitely will answer any questions that you have. There's a super chat because, I always want to appreciate you guys helping support the channel. So if you have a question during any discussions, I will pull it up for that. So, hey, Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, Dave, I just rewatched Shane Black, The Predator. It definitely is a mixed bag. I understand what he was doing with mixing it up with the humor and going into a mixology of The Predator, but it gets, I think there was some studio fuckery in that too. But I mean, just having the basic premise of, oh, it's just a small town and a kid finds it. It was too, I don't know. It just didn't work. And I like Shane Black. There's so many things that I like from him and his writings and everything. I mean, my God. Hey, Amanda, what's happening? There's Amanda, my real life friend. How's it going, Amanda? Aren't you in California, or is that tomorrow? That's when you're going to go see that concert. Not the concert you want to see. Oh, just forget about it. Sorry, inside joke. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about right now. Antonio Baker, what's happening, sir? Good to see you. Hi. What's going on? We got Jade right here. You have arrived. I never felt Rick Flag was dead for some reason. I had this crazy dream that he was brought back to life by Waller, but I have no problem with what they're doing with this. Yeah, I'm going to get into it for sure. God, that thing is up to fucking 1.8 billion. I should probably buy a ticket tomorrow. You never know. You definitely never know, man. Mr. Dell, always great to see you out there, man. Good to see you. What's happening? How's your night going? Hopefully going pretty good. Dave, you know what? I wouldn't hate that. I remember somebody's brought that up to my attention too, about Dave Bautista. That's actually not bad. Life Fantasticity for, yeah. Ooh, Matt Smith. Not bad. Not bad. I like Matt Smith because he does, because if we're not going to have Cumberbatch, Matt Smith could be, he's up there. He doesn't have the voice as Cumberbatch, but I'm just saying I would not hate that at all. Okay, that's getting too close to whatchamacallit in Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't think that's going to be the case. So, hey, we got Lena right here. Everyone look at it. It's me, the guys. Well, good to see you. We're all looking at you. Nice profile picture. All right. Oh, now you are. See, I don't know. Again, I have a stalker troller guy, so who knows if this is actually, again, sometimes I don't know if like there's people that are real. So I'm just now I'm starting to think that maybe this is, Arlington Goodwing. That doesn't even sound that, I don't know. Could be that. Going good. Hope likewise. Oh yeah, I'm enjoying my Friday. Work was a pain in the ass, but got it done. Weekend's here. I don't have really anything to do but watch football and whatever this weekend. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I got my drink, got everything. Hunter Iggy, what's happening? Have you seen the Sydney Sweeney rumors? Nah. There's always rumors of her showing up in the MCU or the DCU. Who knows? Who knows? She is a hot commodity, obviously, and I love the fact that she's promoting her biopic movie with that when she plays that fighter. And is it still Venice Film Festival that's happening? It's like 2 weeks, right? So they actually said like, oh yeah, we're not answering any questions, not any questions about the whole genes thing, the whole controversy thing. She's like, I'm not talking about genes. I'm talking about this movie. So. Okay, I'm a 75-year-old woman in an... Okay. All right. Well, sure. I'm looking at the profile picture. I'm like, that doesn't look 75 to me, but could be an old picture. Sorry. Yeah. Anyways, no, Sydney Sweeney is currently in Toronto. Oh, yeah. The Toronto Film Festival. That's what's... The film festivals just kind of overlap each other, and I get confused. I definitely get confused when it comes to all that. So, all right. Yeah. So, anyways, hit that like, thumbs up, guys. You have fans. I know. Apparently, I just that seems a little odd. Seems a little odd to me. Like I said, it's hard to believe things, especially when I know I have like a little stalker troller guy that's been out there. So I don't know. I don't mean to, if I'm, Arlington Goodwing, but I'm complimenting you. I'm saying you don't look 75 in your profile picture at all. I would have guessed like 55. So anyways, all right, guys. Well, cheers. Hey, we got traveling for events. I don't know what this is. Hello, fellow content creator. That sounds like a bot. All right, then. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Uh-oh. What's going on with the game? It's okay. It's still 8-1, but somebody got hit by a pitch. Looked pretty bad. I don't even know what's going on with that football game. Don't even know what's going on with the football game, but hello. No, not a bot. Something a bot would say. Anyways, it's just, who knows nowadays? It's just you got to just figure it out. We got plenty to talk about. We'll get the panel in here after I, talk as I do at the beginning of the Vox stream. Got plenty to talk about. I wanted to bring up certain things. So first off, let's just get it out of the way. Let's talk about the Conjuring Last Rites. Conjuring Last Rites. It was funny because when I did my first reaction, I couldn't remember what number it was. I'm like, how many of these have they done? But I forgot about the spinoffs. That's the thing. I totally was like, oh wait, how many of these? I couldn't remember how many spinoffs and how many actually Conjuring movies there were. And then I remember I was like, there's been 3 Annabelle spinoffs. The best one was the prequel that David F. Sandberg did. And then they did The Nun. Did they do a sequel to The Nun? And then I think they did another one, which I did not watch, which was like, took place in, I think, Latin America, and it was like a different kind of demon. So there's been a ton. I didn't see that one. I don't believe I saw that one, unless I did watch it at home. I don't know. Anyways, I mean, this universe, it's crazy how many movies there actually have been, but I was like, oh, this was the 4th Conjuring. And of course, this is where they were wrapping up the movie completely. And honestly, like I said, like I haven't really changed to what I said in my first reaction. The opening scene is killer. Like, you watch that, I mean, holy shit, it's intense, and it's like, whoa, because it takes place in the past, and it's pretty damn good. But then in between, you kind of just get this kind of sloggy kind of, oh, now we got the daughter is now, and now we where's this daughter been? And now the daughter's around. Obviously the daughter was never part of the other stories, but now we got the daughter who's all grown up. It's in the 80s, in the mid 80s now. She's got this new boyfriend, but of course she has the new senses. And then since they're retired now, they don't want her, her mom goes, hey, this is how, you got to put it away. Don't have the senses. But of course, naturally something's happening. There's a connect. And then there's this whole other family that is, of course, having a haunting, and that's all happening. And it kind of just takes a while till the Warrens finally get to that house. I mean, it's like over an hour, and you just go, when are they going to fucking get to the house? It just gets to that point of, when are they getting to the house? And a lot of people complain about that. I've seen even the people who like the movie are going, yeah, the whole like mid part, it's like pretty much act 2. A good chunk of act 2 is just basically going, it's just family drama, family, and and the boyfriend and all this kind of stuff. And then we got this family that is going through this shit, and it's like, okay, when are the Warrens going to finally get there? And then they finally get there, and then it starts getting better. And then like the last 20 minutes are very intense. The last like 20 minutes are very intense, 15, 20 minutes, very intense and pretty damn good. And then it does a nice little send-off. I mean, to the point where you might even get choked up. You actually might get choked up about the send-off, because, we got to remind everybody that this is actually real people. The Warrens are real people, which is always very freaky when you go, holy shit, that's right. Forget that this is supposedly all based on true stories. Which is pretty freaky, but I'm like, but it's a good little send off. Like they do a really good send off where I thought like, oh, that's a good way to wrap this whole thing up in a bow. But I mean, yeah, the last 20 minutes are just very intense. Like the first scene is very intense, and the last 20 minutes very intense. But like in the middle, it's just you kind of go, But hey, what could you do? They had to establish certain things when it came to the story and everything. So. Anyways, there we go. That's it when it comes to The Conjuring Last Rites. If you like the other movies, watch this movie. And, apparently it's probably going to do pretty decent at the box office. It did well with the Thursday night showings, because horror is just kicking ass. And this franchise has been like a darling as well. So I'm sure this is not going to be the last movie we're going to see in this franchise. There's probably going to be some other things too, but hey. What could he do? All right. So let's talk about Peacemaker Season 2, Episode 3. Okay. Now, this, I feel, and like I said, there's going to be spoilers. I mean, it's in the title, it's in everything. There's no way you're going to avoid the spoiler that is Rick Flag Jr. coming back. So, I mean, as much as I go oh yeah, let's not talk about spoilers. It's hard not to talk about spoilers. I mean, I think that's what's going to be happening with these Peacemaker episodes is we're just going to have to talk about spoilers. There's nothing we could do about it. But you have to, you have to make sure that you're not going to see this stuff. I mean, what can you actually do, right? So, Peacemaker, So obviously this episode has him going into that alternate dimension and just kind of like going, fuck where I'm from. Let's go to this dimension. And I will say, this was the best episode of season 2 so far. Out of the 3, it's only been 3, but I was like, oh yeah, this one really did good. I mean, good on Jennifer Holland, because now we get a Harcourt that's not so much a see you next Tuesday. I mean, let's face it, she's nice in this dimension, and you could see why, why good old Chris wants to go into this dimension. So, but yeah, so it's like, okay, so he gets into the dimension and everything. So, and then of course, yeah, like what Mr. Balgo was saying was basically, I mean, you could already see the twist, because if you're, I didn't even really catch it at first until I saw people pointing it out online, is, oh, wait a minute. I mean, if you look closely in this dimension, if you look at everybody, all the characters, and it's like, oh, sneaky, James Gunn. And this is what's going to be controversial. It's going to be controversial when it comes to Peacemaker, because it's already controversial, but of course, this is going to piss off the side of that covers pop culture and media that are, more the conservative side. It's going to piss off them. It's going to piss off conservatives when they find this out too, because essentially what's happening in this dimension is there is just nothing but white people. So it's probably going to be like a white supremacist type of dimension. And, it's going to be controversial, but at the same time, it's going to build up Peacemaker, because I didn't even catch it. And I was like, oh shit. Yeah. There's like nothing but pale faces in this dimension. Uh-oh. So yeah, that's what's going to be probably the plot twist. Oh yeah, great dimension, but then he's going to realize, oh shit, there's just a bunch of whiteys around here, and that's because of who knows why. So yeah, it's going to be like, oh yeah, it's going to be very interesting. But this episode was pretty good. I mean, there was like a fucking, man, there was a shot in this episode when Harcourt and Peacemaker, or Chris, he wasn't in his costume, were sitting on a bench, and some dude lands in front of them and then blows up, and they just get launched back. Oh my God, that shot came out of nowhere, and it just was like, holy shit. I mean, talk about a beautiful fucking crafted shot, because the way it was shot, and it wasn't slow motion or anything, it was just boom. And I'm like, holy crap. I mean, it looks like John Cena and Jennifer Holland did. I mean, they had to have done something where they got, I mean, it was pretty crazy. So you got to love that. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. And then of course, in this dimension, good old Rick Flag Jr. is back, and Joel Kinnaman returns as Rick Flag Jr. And then of course, the way that the episode, I mean, the way that every episode ends, you kind of go like, all right, looking forward to the next one. What's going to happen with the next one? Because you're kind of wondering what's going on. Okay, so you got where the dimension that he's originally from. Then you got this one. It's like, so what's going to happen? Like, very curious of what's going to be happening, especially when you see Chris interact with Rick Flag Jr. and everything. So when it comes to Rick Flag Jr., all right, so there's going to be a couple things that I want to talk about right here. So Rick Flag Jr. returns, and I already knew when I watched the episode, I went, oh man, I can already hear the cries about this. So they're going to say the disrespect James Gunn did to Rick Flag Jr., blah, 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 pound the keyboard, blah, you knew that was coming. And sure enough, it's almost, I mean, you could just call it now when it comes to certain individuals. Sadly, in the Snyder fandom, the diehards that just can't help themselves, that can't help being predictable. You just knew that was going to happen. And sure enough, a lot of like the disrespect and all the stuff like that. The biggest thing was, I couldn't believe it. I started laughing. You guys know I'm not a fan of when these guys go, my Superman, my Batman, or not my Superman, not my Batman, not my Wonder Woman. When people put my in front of like one of the heroes, I literally saw tweets that said, my Rick Flag. And I went, whoa, oh my God. What? You're actually putting my in front of Rick Flag? All right, come on. You guys are like 47. Why are you putting my in front of fictional characters? Were you that kid? Were you that kid that went mine, 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 mine? Were you that annoying kid that was like mine, mine, mine? Did your parents just coddle you like so much? Stop it. Stop putting my in front of it. It's not yours. It's not anybody's but DC's. And that's another thing too. It's like a lot of things that I was seeing too. People were mad because, okay, so there's this whole argument about, because in the episode, when you, of course, see, when you see Rick Flag and Harcourt, they, of course, were a thing right at the beginning. They were, right before they go to, I forgot what that place is called when they go to in the Suicide Squad before he, ends up getting killed. Yeah, I think kind of people really were going like, oh yeah, there's no way that there's no, Harcourt was with Rick Flag Jr., of course, and sure enough, we see this. So, but then of course he brings up June. He brings up June and says, oh yeah, when it comes to June, I don't know how to kind of break all that off because she's a sorcerer. She's a sorceress, so she could just tear a hole in the fucking world. So he's in a very difficult spot of I want to break it off with her, but I can't because if she gets upset, she could destroy the whole world. And so a lot of people are going, oh my God, David Ayer, Suicide Squad, it's canon. And I'm going, yeah, but is it really? Is it canon? Is it really canon? And that's the thing, is everybody keeps on talking about canon. Not Nick Cannon, but canon. Not talking about Nick Cannon. He's on his 17th child? Anyways. But yeah, we're always talking about canon. What's canon? And I'm just kind of going, I don't think it's canon. It doesn't necessarily mean canon. Although in the recent Peacemaker podcast, Joel Kinnaman was on there, and then he did bring up David Ayer's, Suicide Squad. He talked about David Ayer's Suicide Squad. It's okay, so it's he's kind of hey, there is some things that are alluding to that, but at the same time, in the comic books, Rick Flag Jr. and June were Enchantress, not Sorceress. Did I say Sorceress? Jesus Christ, Enchantress. Was the fact that it's okay, yeah, they were. I don't know why I called her Sorceress, but she's she is a sorceress. She's just, Anyways, brain fart. Anyway, so that's always been a thing. So I'm okay, cool. But I'm oh yeah, but that could still exist in a different world, which is totally fine. But then, of course, like I said, when you see some people that are, and I knew they were going to get upset with it, but because the disrespect. Look at him, he's taking David Ayer's characters, and I'm it's not David Ayer's characters. Just when it came to the whole DCEU to DCU continuity, retcon thing. Oh, he's destroying Zack Snyder's characters. It's not Zack Snyder's characters. It's not James Gunn's characters. They are playing in the toy box of DC. James Gunn is now playing in the toy box of DC, just like Zack did, just like David Ayer did. Okay, he's not. They didn't create the characters. Get out of the world that you have created for yourself. I think that some of these guys actually think that they created those characters. I do. I'm what? When I'm seeing some of this, I'm do you actually think that they created those characters? They didn't. They just created versions of the characters. And now James Gunn is still utilizing certain versions, like the actors at least, because why not? But it's holy crap. And I knew it too, because obviously he acts like a little bit of a goober in the episode, and I'm going, oh yeah, people are gonna hate that. But I was Jesus Christ. I'm no, and come on, guys. I mean, it's that's why I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. It's there's 80 plus years, almost 90 years of DC content you could just talk about. Why keep complaining and talking about this? And it's and then they're making it seem oh yeah, David Ayer created the Suicide Squad. Zack Snyder created the Justice League. It's no, that's not what happened. I'm sorry. They created versions of it. And, now James Gunn handles the toy box. I don't know. It's pretty insane to see that. And I'm wow. I mean, when I saw my Rick Flag, and I went, we're really putting my in front of Rick Flag? I did not think I would see that day. But here we are. But it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out with the dimensions. And then, of course, with Rick Flag Sr., very curious. So, yeah, Peacemaker continues to have me very intrigued indeed. So, yeah, that was just like, made me very intrigued. That's for damn sure. So, yeah. But we'll see what happens. But the other thing I wanted to talk about too, and it's so funny because again, I mean, it's kind of in the same thing as well. Man of Tomorrow, the Man of Tomorrow, and then there's so many things. Obviously, we have Man of Tomorrow that got announced this week, which of course everybody was losing their minds about. We're gonna see a Superman and Lex Luthor team up. We're gonna see the exosuit. We're gonna see probably taking on a big threat, something probably like Brainiac. I'm hoping Parasite's gonna be part of it too. That'd be pretty sweet. So obviously, Man of Tomorrow is a big thing too. But of course, naturally, the same guys who think that, again, that Zack Snyder and David Ayer created those characters are now saying that Man of Tomorrow was stolen. I just Man of Tomorrow. That title has been around for a long time. It's very much been associated with Superman. There was like sources that said that maybe if Zack was going to do a true sequel to Man of Steel, that maybe he would have named it Man of Tomorrow, which is, that makes sense. If you're not going to do, like, you're not have Superman in the title, Man of Steel was perfect because just like, how like Christopher Nolan did The Dark Knight, it was like, don't just call it Batman, call it The Dark Knight, which, worked out. Obviously, the first one was Batman Begins. So then, of course, you have Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises. So if you're going to do a Superman movie, let's call him the nickname. Let's call him Man of Steel, which totally worked. But then, of course, I've been seeing that too. Like, Man of Tomorrow, he's stealing that. I'm like, good God. I'm like, again, I mean, they're just grasping at straws now, man. Just grasping at straws. And I don't mind making fun of these guys. It's just fun. It's funny. I just laugh now. Because, I mean, they've already embarrassed the fandom. They've already embarrassed themselves. You just let them go. So I'll just, I'm gladly just to make fun of that whole thing, because, James Gunn just keeps stealing from David Ayer and Zack Snyder, even though he hasn't done any of that. It's hilarious. It's just hilarious. But the Man of Tomorrow, so that's going to be it. And then, of course, there was people freaking out again because James Gunn essentially responded to somebody on Threads that was asking, okay, because James Gunn did something that was like, okay, for social media, why not? And naturally, of course, people take it way too seriously. But he went before, on Thursday when Peacemaker, the episode 3 was going to premiere, he posted on Twitter, he said, hey, watch the Man of Tomorrow prequel tonight and blah, blah, blah. And people were like, whoa, what? Man of Tomorrow prequel? Whoa. Well, wait a minute. What? And I was like, relax. He's just tweeting. He's just doing a social media thing, because Man of Tomorrow was announced. Anything before Man of Tomorrow is technically a prequel. Relax. And then, of course, somebody asked, like, okay, so is it directly setting up stuff for Man of Tomorrow? And he went and he said, yes, there's things that directly set up Man of Tomorrow that are in Peacemaker. And then, of course, naturally, people start freaking out because then they start bringing back that whole thing of, see, he wants kids. He wants kids to watch Peacemaker. That whole thing, which we've talked about, where it's like, oh, yeah, he wants kids to watch Peacemaker. It's like, no. I mean, like, it's like, it doesn't take a genius to figure out exactly the marketing right here. I mean, I think kudos to James Gunn and DC Studios to keep the conversation going on social media. And guess who's on social media all the time? Adults. Because your kids should not be on Twitter. That's for damn sure. Right? Your kids should not be on Twitter. Definitely should not be on Twitter. Not till they're, at least 15, 16. You probably need a license to get on Twitter with the madness that happens on that goddamn app. So it's just appeasing to adults. Okay? But there's no commercials, no anything that is trying to market Peacemaker to kids. what's going to happen is, yes, there is going to probably be some tie-ins. I would not be surprised. I mean, obviously, yeah, I think we could expect Superman to show up in Peacemaker. And we could definitely expect that Lex Luthor is going to show up in Peacemaker. And we know that Lex Luthor is probably going to be more of a lead in Man of Tomorrow, which is why James Gunn doesn't want to put Superman in it and just call it Man of Tomorrow, even though I think they still will put Superman in the title because of reasons. You know, he said that. I'm like going, are you sure about that, bud? You might want to put Superman in there anyways. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, there's things that are going to lead into it. Cool. So, but that doesn't mean, okay, that doesn't mean your kids have to watch the orgy scene in episode 1. Hopefully you don't show them that. Okay? Please don't. Because that has nothing to do with anything. I'm sure there's going to be something that's going to connect. And sure, like, and then when it comes to Man of Tomorrow, we might see those scenes in Man of Tomorrow. Or those scenes might get released online where you could show that to the kids before you go see Man of Tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Don't worry now. That could happen. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But I'm just saying, when it comes to the internet and when it comes to marketing, it's mainly adults. It's mainly adults because I really hope your kids are not on Twitter because Twitter is crazy. I go to my For You page, God knows what I'm going to see. So hopefully that's not the case. So anyways, that's what I was like going to like kind of rant off and gripe about because I'm like, yeah. But Man of Tomorrow, yeah, it's going to be, you know what? I mean, as soon as I will say this, like as soon as it was announced, I don't know, for some reason I got really hyped because, well, the biggest thing is like we're going to be getting a Batman movie and a Superman movie in 2027 from 2 different directors and 2 different worlds, not connected. And I'm just kind of going like, holy shit. It just hyped me up. You know, these are 2 of my all-time favorite DC characters. And we're getting a movie from each one of them in the same year, within months of each other. It is not a shared universe thing. Yeah, I mean, cool. We'll eventually get Batman and Superman together again. But I just love the fact that we're getting, and I don't know, it just got me excited. It got me excited. As a DC fan, it just got me excited. I'm like, oh, wow, crazy. And then again, I don't know how many times I have to emphasize this, but I'm going to keep emphasizing this. You know, for you know, James Gunn people, you know, the James Gunn haters or the people who don't really like James Gunn, guess what? Next year, you don't have no DC content is written and directed by James Gunn. It's just produced. You have 4 if you're counting Lego Batman game. But I'm just talking about the, you know, obviously the content. You're not going to get anything from James Gunn from those 3 projects. So I'm like, that's why I'm so curious of how people react to those. I'm already seeing people shit on Clayface though, obviously, because, you know, it's James Gunn, still James Gunn, you know, production. So, yeah. So it's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see next year. But then the year after, I'm kind of wondering what else is going to be coming out in 2027 as well. You know, but the fact that we're getting a Batman and Superman movie, I mean, that DC has a chance, even though it's going to be going up against Secret Wars and Beyond the Spider-Verse. DC has a chance. DC has a chance to take 2027, to take the victory in 2027. I mean, no matter what, we all win, right? That's the way I always look at it. I mean, yeah, we could pin, you know, Marvel and DC against each other, but I mean, I don't know. I just, as a fan of shit, we all win. We all win. I mean, when it came to this year, I didn't really like Brave New World at all. I like Thunderbolts. I like Fantastic Four, and you know, when it came to Superman, I mean, I like Superman more than the other ones, but yeah. So it's no matter what. I just love movies. Movies are fun. Come on, movies are great. Movies are fun. Anyways, It's going to be interesting, though. But yeah, 2027. I mean, not just superhero movies. I mean, there's so many franchise type movies that are just going to be, that are just going to be going. It's going to be going crazy. 2027 is just going to be one of those years, man. One of those years. Hold on a sec. Let me send out some invites. Start getting the panel in here. But yeah, like I said, but that's the thing. Even me, I'm looking forward to seeing what the DCU projects. Because again, we got 3 DCU projects that are 100% James Gunn, essentially. Now we're gonna have 3 DCU projects that aren't 100% James Gunn, and I'm like going, oh, okay. I'm very curious. How is this all gonna play out? So very much looking forward to it, and I'm very much interested to see the reaction as well. So yeah, but Peacemaker is like I said, episode 3 really got me intrigued on where this whole thing's gonna go and how it's all gonna get resolved. And I don't know, it just seems like it's gonna be absolutely insane. Because man, this one, I mean, it had Chris Peacemaker, offing these guys, and it was pretty badass. It was pretty good. And then I keep, and then of course everybody's falling in love with Sasha Bordeaux, right? Saul Rodriguez, she just, move over Harcourt. Yeah, all the movies. Yeah, you're right, Phil. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's gonna be absolutely insane. All right, let's see. What are you guys talking about here? If you guys have any questions or whatever, imagine the comments when DC. Oh yeah, that's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad, especially if Brandon Sklenar gets cast. People are just gonna be like, written by Twitter. It's all because of Twitter. That's what they did with. I mean, yeah, I love those people that are like, yeah, this whole thing's written by Twitter. It's written by Twitter. So you'll get a lot of that. By their logic, we can also say that Christopher Nolan, David S. Goyer, and Zack Snyder stole Bryan Singer's Superman Man of Steel title for his follow-up. I know, right? It's just, like I said, just grasping at straws now. That's what it is. It's just grasping at straws. And it's like, it's like, if it's not for you, it's not for you. I mean, that's the thing. Find something that's for you. I don't know how many of these guys told me that nobody's going to be talking about Superman after 2 weeks. After Fantastic Four comes out, nobody's going to be talking about Superman. Well, guess what happened? Nobody's talking about Fantastic Four. And people are still talking about Superman. Especially these guys. Way more than me. Soon they will be saying that James Gunn's what's funny too is I love using Zack Snyder's The Blueprint as a joke. I love that. Some of these guys, they take it seriously. I love the meme that Zack Snyder's The Blueprint. I'll look at that, and I love it when people get pissed off at me, Zack Snyder haters will be in my mentions, saying oh yeah, fuck no he didn't. I'm like, it's a joke, it's a meme. But I love it when I piss off the Zack Snyder haters with that joke. But these guys, oh man, they take fucking seriously. Oh yeah, he is the blueprint of everything. Man. I remember one time a while ago, I had, I think it was when Captain Marvel came out, and Captain Marvel had a scene where she was where her and somebody else were standing. And when they do that shot where they zero in on the fist being clenched, that kind of shot. And somebody was like, oh yeah, Captain Marvel just ripped it off of Man of Steel because Zack used that in Man of Steel in the Smallville scene. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This shot has been used so many times. And it was literally used in The Matrix. I'm like, stop it. Stop it. It's obsessive behavior. You're so obsessed with an individual. It's like that it's like, wait, you just created everything. Just the thing that Zack Snyder really created was, you look at it, anything when it came to 300, There have been so many people that have been trying to emulate what Zack did with 300, and Zack was 100% the blueprint on a lot of that shit. When you see slow motion stuff, especially that shot of Leonidas like fucking people up and the camera is like moving in and out, 100%, that is no meme, no whatever. That is blueprint shit right there. He's done some other things too, but I mean, what Zack did was like he made an art out of slow motion. And what's so funny is Man of Steel has no slow motion in it. Really has no slow motion, which is crazy. Which I love that because he got out of his comfort zone and still made a fucking masterpiece that is Man of Steel. I'm surprised that Mott is actually being made. Oh, Man of Tomorrow. I was like, Mott? You made this fast. WB is pumping solid amount of money into DC Studios and Batman Part 2 or bigger Man of Tomorrow or bigger DC films. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, some people were, one of the claims that some of the chuckleheads out there were saying that, oh yeah, they announced Man of Tomorrow, they announced the sequel before the first movie's out of theaters. It's because they're panicking. And then of course they had a reality check because literally a month or 40 days after Man of Steel came out in theaters, it was still in theaters. And we got that awesome San Diego Comic-Con panel that showed that Batman vs. Superman was going to be the next one. I mean, it was like literally announced that Batman vs. Superman was announced like 30 to 40 days. I don't know. I think it was like in between that. And it was just like reality check, guys, like that they announced Batman vs. Superman while Man of Steel was still in theaters. It's like crazy. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, see, there we go. Oh, dearie me. I do. Come on. Oh, dearie me. Again, this is supposed to be a 75-year-old in a hospital bed. What are we doing here? I miss the golden days when the internet didn't exist. Everything was so simple back then. Kids today will never know. I will agree with that, but oh, dearie me. I can't. My 8-year-old cousin went into a strip. I know. See, that's the thing. I mean, kids nowadays, but like I said, it's the parent. Yeah, parents got to do their thing. Parents. I mean, I can't even imagine what being a parent's like. I mean, when I was a kid, I mean, I was sneaking into my mom's room that had a cable box, and I was trying to find something on HBO or Cinemax that night. You know, is Mama Film Junkie out there in the chat? You know, that's what you do. That was back then. That was the only thing that we had. You know, only thing that, I remember, I don't know. I mean, anybody in my generation, or even like before that, or even maybe a little bit after that, everybody has everybody has their story of finding a random porno magazine, either just lying there or in the woods. There's always some reason. Everybody has a story of finding a random magazine somewhere. Oh, I remember walking home from school. We found one. Me and my best friend Sean, we found a magazine. And oh no, we didn't find a magazine. That wasn't. Well, there was another time we found a magazine, but there was one time where this one dude was walking in front of us. He started ripping out pages from a magazine, just ripping out pages and throwing them out onto the sidewalk. And we were like, "Holy crap!" Everybody just has like one of those kind of stories in like our generation. And then, of course, finding Playboys, all this stuff, it's all, so, it's just, everybody has that. But nowadays, it's like, geez, it is absolutely insane. Bro, they talk about Superman 2025 and James Gunn more than people. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what's so funny. They're keeping the conversation going. And I think DC Studios and James Gunn knows this. I think they do. I mean, I think they kind of know this. So that's why, I think that Jimmy Gunn kind of talks a lot. Sometimes I'm like, stop talking, James Gunn, stop talking. But I think sometimes he does it just because he knows, like, his haters will pass it around, and then his, the people who love him too. I don't know. It's interesting. Soon they'll be saying the Gunn stole Nightmare Timeline. Yeah. Oh, they've already said that. Not really, man. Tomorrow, more like man of 2.5 years from now. Expect delays and rewrites. No, I mean, again, no. There won't be it won't be delayed because before Supergirl comes out, it'll already be filming. And but what if Supergirl doesn't bomb? Then what? Super Omicron? I mean, that's the thing. There's not going to be. He already said he's rewriting it right now. He finished the script and now he's doing rewrites now. And then it's going to go in production when Supergirl is going to be coming out. So again, the information is out there. Get rid of the bias and just be smart about this. This is what I ask. Just be smart about this. Just be smart. Just be smart about it. There's the information's literally at your fingertips. It's right here. It's right here. Everything's there for you. I mean, I thought these things were supposed to make us smarter. They're just making us dumber. Dave, do you think Zack Snyder can be a director of the... I mean, if I were to pick Zack Snyder as a director for the DCU, I think he would nail the Authority for sure. But he's not gonna join the DCU. He's got a lot of shit he's making right now, so that's good. Peacemaker would be dope to me and my friends when I mean, that's the thing. But I mean, again, it's like you could access it. Meanwhile, where's Shang-Chi 2? Fucking A, right? Who knows when probably it's not gonna be for a while. Where are my glasses? Yeah, not gonna be a while for that, so. Man, I think I got some bots in here, man. Anyways. Oh my stars, Dave. There's no way. I'm just saying, this is funny. Okay. Enough of that. Let's get rid of that. All right. Let's start bringing some peeps in here. Oh, he wasn't here last week, but he's here this week. Chris, what's happening? I still have to find your drop. I still got to find it. I'll get it. I'll find it. I'm just thinking, I'm like, where is a Chris drop? I don't know.
I return at the turn of the tide.
Yeah, you do. My God. How was your trip, man?
It was good. It was relaxing, nice couples trip with a couple of our friends celebrating a 40th birthday. So
I say, whoa.
yeah. So it was. It's been a while since we've done a couples trip like that, and there's a lot of good people watching. Let's just say that we are the couple that are the responsible ones, and they're not necessarily in our group, but other people who come down to these resorts. Like, I get it. You want to relive the college days at that point, but then a lot of sloppiness happens.
See, that's the thing. Yeah. Even, I mean, I'm 41 and I see that too, where I'm like, all right, the days of just going buck wild and trying to get blackout drunk. No, not anymore. Yeah. Not anymore. I mean, I like to get, my buzz on and everything, but I don't want to get to that point. And then, I've been with those people that still like to do that. And then all of a sudden now you're babysitting, and you're kind of just like, yeah, whoa, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Some people just, they want to relive those. And it's like, why do you want to relive that? I don't get that. Just have like a good time, drink throughout subtly, get a nice buzz, relax and whatever.
Hey. I don't know. I enjoy the good company and the great food, and when it's an all-inclusive place, I mean, you've already paid for it, so it just feels like it's just nice to walk away from the table and say, hey, I don't have to do anything else. When I'm done, I'm walking away.
And then especially if you're going to get you're going to get sloppy and blackout drunk, don't you want to remember that? You want to remember.
Other people will remember it for you, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, there's just times where I just go, we're having fun here, and you're not going to remember this. You're not going to remember this. And I don't get it. But that's good. But of course, you got like a little bit of a bug, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if it was from the plane or anything like that. I started feeling it like on Tuesday and Wednesday, and my other co-host from Marvel Alliance also caught a bug, and he wasn't on the trip. We were completely separate at that point, but we were just like, yeah, we need to recover. So we didn't even do a show last night. So, but it was good because I'm saying about like 85% after taking an early night, resting when I got home from work today. So I'm on the mend. So thankfully it didn't totally take me out.
That's good, man. Well, it's good. Yeah, we missed you last week. And but yeah, like I said, this week with everything that came about, holy crap, pretty interesting week. And of course, we got Phil joining right now too. I got to find a drop for you too, Phil.
Look at that.
Oh, just pull the one from wow, Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, Sean's mother's dating a guy named Phil.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. He is.
Sorry, Phil. Blah. And then we all went to and then I had a pint. Blah, blah, blah.
That's right. It's true. And check your mic. You're coming in a little hot again.
Again.
All right. Yeah, it's a little hot. Just
the beard's coming in good, man.
Yeah.
I don't like my beard. I need to shave it.
Okay, it's awful. And why do you even bother?
Why did you bother? It's a better question. Why did you bother commenting on it in the first place? I don't like compliments. You know that.
All right. You sound good now.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's
yeah. So, but good to see you, Phil. How are things?
Things are things.
Things are things.
Things are things. Things are looking up. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Things are definitely looking up as for my current situation. I'll put it that way. Definitely.
Yeah. For sure. And we got William joining from.
What's up?
What's going on, man?
Hey, William.
How are you guys doing this week?
Pretty good.
Hanging.
Yeah. We got Chris coming back from his trip. Got a little bug from it, but he's doing good now. You know, we're all just chilling, hanging out, talking about nonsense. You know how it is.
Yeah, and there's been nonsense. I was actually watching some of that nonsense, and I apparently was supposed to be a bigger deal to me than it was until our post show. And then I'm like, oh, okay.
What do you mean?
Everybody let up. Oh my God, something big is happening during this episode. You're gonna talk about it, and I had to have it pointed out to me by the co-host last night. That's how fucking meaningless that was to me. But hey,
the Rick Flag stuff. It was meaningless.
Well, in the way it was led up to, I mean, I kept people tagging me like, "There's gonna be something happening in Peacemaker 2 that's gonna change." I'm like, what? Okay. The Rick Flag thing, him being there, that was in, but the whole referencing, but he said June, he said,
I know, that was stupid.
What
he said that thing that's been in the comic books.
Because I was like, I thought somebody was screwing with me because our chat, that's what they do, they're fucking trolls and they screw with us. So I thought somebody was screwing with me, but I saw it in real time. I just didn't care like that. I mean, I'm like, but
yeah, he's
canon now. It's like, well,
I know. So I literally saw people like, well, technically, Batflick is now canon. I'm like, shut up.
No,
stop it.
No, that's not a thing. Stop trying to stop. It's like Fetch. Stop trying to make that a thing. It's not. I mean,
it's whatever he wants. Whatever he says is canon at this point. That's canon. It's really that simple.
You know what is canon for Batman in the DCU? He rounds up criminals and he puts them in either Belle Reve or he puts them in Arkham or he puts them in Blackgate.
What? He stole that. He stole that from somebody.
I mean,
no, yeah, you're right.
and James Gunn, I said in our group chat that when he's coming out and saying that basically anything that's only like film, television, or film or on motion pictures is the only thing canon. So even that novelization that came out for Superman, not canon. So
Yeah.
he basically, I said in a group chat that hey, shots fired against Star Wars.
It is kind of funny though, isn't that like a common thing though? It hasn't been some of those like those graphic novels that come out or whatever those they anytime they do something either with like any of the other properties or any other movies, it's never really been true canon. Like or anything.
Yeah, they do it with Star Trek too.
Yeah,
because most directors and producers don't want to be boxed in. That's why the whole Star Wars expanded universe thing, they fucked that away. Because before then, you had years and years and years of stuff built up until J.J. Abrams took over and basically put all that in a different type of situation. You had Dark Lords of the Sith. You had the Knights of the Old Republic. You had a lot of the stuff that they should have actually been making movies about. You had a lot of that stuff from Timmy Zahn. All of that was even the original Admiral Thrawn stuff. All of that stuff got mixed around and messed around because of the new movies. And to be honest with you, now that I've seen those movies, I would have liked for them to do, some of the stuff that took place 4,000 years before, because they're terrified to go outside of the Skywalker backyard, and that's what really turns me off about Star Wars for the most part. It's like it's always going to lead back. It's like the security blanket for these guys. It's like, oh, we got to have Skywalker. This guy. Star Wars is about Skywalker, and that's like saying Star Trek is about Captain Kirk or Picard. When there's Cisco, there's Janeway, there's all kinds of the universe. When it comes to Star.
Oh, we lost him. Yeah, he froze up for a minute there. I saw that, but I was going to let him keep going. But yeah, we lost his connection. No, but he's right. I mean, obviously Star Wars has like a whole, geez.
Well, that's going to be put to the test, with these next two movies, right? Like Starfighter comes out in 2027. It's another movie coming out in 2027.
Yeah.
People excited. But Mandalorian and Grogu comes out next May. I'd imagine we're probably going to start seeing something for that soon.
Yeah.
Publicly.
They've wrapped on that, and they just started Starfighter. It's going to be very interesting, like you said, just because it's an interesting dynamic we're having where the supposed audiences are saying, we don't like new IP, bring out the stuff we're used to, but this was the worst year for movie theaters since 2019. And what did we have? We had a lot of established IP come out, and only a select few really rose up. But what really has been resonating this year, particularly, has been the horror IP, and those basically is all new IP from there, which is interesting. And look at next year's lineup for the next year's lineup for theaters, and it's mostly again established IP. So will the audiences come back?
What's really ironic about horror still just being a consistent cornerstone post-pandemic? The irony of what you just said of horror being a highlight of 2025. Blumhouse has fucking bombed everything this year.
That is kind of crazy, right? They bombed. They bombed Megan 2.0. Yep. That was such a and it was funny because
they had three other movies that came out this year too, and they were all
but Jason Blumhouse he talked about how I think he mentioned like we thought that because see, this is the thing. It's like, and this is what's funny. It's like, okay, you got too big for your britches here, because obviously they were always killing it. And then, when Megan came out, it was a January release and it killed. And then like people were like, oh yeah, sweet. So they thought, oh yeah, well, we could do anything. He basically said, oh, we thought we could do anything with her. We could turn her into a superhero, and we could, put her up against the summer blockbuster. And he got a reality check. They got a reality check. It's like, no, you can't. You should have just did something a little bit more subtle. It's not like you couldn't make her a good guy, but the way that they did it, and totally making it a Terminator situation.
Terminator fall movie.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, so it's like, but they got too confident, and the fucking thing bombed like no other. I had no intention on. I'll probably eventually watch it, but I'm going, why? And then I saw the trailer and went, cool. I guess, but I don't know. Like I thought, oh yeah, you could have did it, but just the way that the trailer played out, I went, oh no, you guys went too far with this, way too far. But what other movies bombed?
I don't remember what else from Blumhouse. I just know that they had 3 other films come out this year that just
didn't really do much.
Conjuring comes out, just came out, so that's
that
them.
Oh yeah, is that them? I thought.
No. That's still the Warner Brothers and
yeah. So you had Wolfman in January.
Yep.
You had
which I liked.
Woman in the Yard.
That didn't do that. I didn't know anybody who saw that movie.
Talk about that now.
Drop happened in April.
Ooh,
you already mentioned
I wanted
Megan.
to see that movie. I wanted to see that movie.
Yeah. I heard Drop was good, but it didn't do well.
Yeah. Insidious, and at 6-1. Okay. Now, what has the potential is Black Phone coming out in October.
Yeah, Black Phone 2.
Yeah.
And then you got Five Nights at Freddy. We'll see if that picks up again.
Wait. Black Phone I knew was Blumhouse. Five Nights at Freddy's is a Blumhouse production.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
That's
Jason
wild.
Blum. Yeah,
Those two just might save Blumhouse this
that's
year.
what I'm saying.
That's
They save the best for last potentially, but they could also again sequels. You know, it's a 50-50 shot with sequels sometimes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but for Five Nights at Freddy, that thing has such a cult following.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
Such
and
a
also, when has Scott Derrickson ever made a bad movie?
True. Also, Black Phone. I mean, the first Black Phone was fantastic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this one looks fucking diabolical, you know?
Yeah.
When it comes to like the fact that seems like Ethan Hawke's character is kind of almost like a Freddy type of character now, like a more like, oh, he's not fully dead. He's in like the spiritual world and still, you know, and he's going to wreak his revenge on that kid who took him down, you know, and his sister and stuff. So, wow, I cannot believe the Chiefs actually lost to the Chargers. Wow. Anyway, sorry. I put on the football game because I was like, what? It's still on? Anyways, yeah, football's back, everybody. And the Chiefs lost their first game to the Chargers.
Wow.
That is crazy, man.
Very sad.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, that's all our football talk right now. But yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't even think about like that. And then, yeah, and you know, A24 is still have their A24 hasn't gotten too big for their britches. You know,
They've had some kind of back and forth. They haven't really hit. You know, they haven't had a like in the last couple of months. They haven't this year. They really haven't had a. I don't remember one that really
the
picked
last
up.
A24 film I watched was Y2K in December.
Ew, my bestie in it.
Yes. Your bestie.
Yeah. Rachel Zegler.
Yeah. Miss West Side Story, or should I say Snow White? I don't know.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking at their list right now. Well, I take it back. Highest to lowest. I've got that on my queue to watch. Hopefully this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's the Denzel one. Yeah.
You know what I really want to go see next
I heard
week?
it's really good. What's up?
You know what I really want to go see next week?
The Long Walk.
The Long Walk.
Fuck yeah, dude.
On a treadmill?
Oh yeah.
No. No, I probably could do it, but I don't feel like doing it. No, I feel like sitting down and enjoying the shit out of that movie. No.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be. I mean, because like my dad's been like asking, "What's next movie?" Because I'm like, I don't know, Dad. Do you want to see the Toxic? I talked about this already. I think he's gonna want to watch that one because I remember when the trailer came out, he was like, "Oh, that's Luke Skywalker."
Yeah.
So, you know, that whole thing. He's like, yeah, it's a Stephen King movie. Stephen King, based off a Stephen King story.
Back when so the funny thing about this book is like this was one of the first things he ever wrote under his pseudonym, Richard Bachman. And it was one of the first things he wrote before Carrie was published.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So what will probably be the big one that everyone's talking about, and we've talked about kind of already in the last few weeks, the Smashing Machines. A24 is probably big thing coming out this year in October. So
but see, that's the thing. It's like we mustn't forget like the difference between Blumhouse and A24 is A24 does just everything. Blumhouse does horror. So yeah, I mean that's the thing is Blumhouse has their niche. And A24 is just, well, we're just like to do small indie type, you know, artsy stuff. And it's not always going to hit, but then they have fucking winners. You know, they've had some good winners. And I think the Smashing Machine. And, you know, I mean, yeah, that was actually one of the things I did want to like talk with you guys too is, I mean, I talked about it on Monday. When you know, obviously the Venice Film Festival happened last weekend, and they they showed it, and then they showed you know, and then Dwayne Johnson shows up on the red carpet, and he's noticeably like he's looking thin, like he's looking thinner than he does. I mean, he still looks great, but he's looking thin, and it's just so funny to see that reaction. I mean, I've watched videos because I follow like some people, some fitness type people on on YouTube. And I wanted to, let's see what they have to say. And it's like, I mean, let's face it. He's back in June. He was on that podcast with that doctor. And he said that, he got like a scan of his heart and there was something, and there's probably more than he's probably going to admit. And then it's like, I mean, it's the worst kept secret in Hollywood. We know that he was on the juice. He was on a little bit of that juice. I'm not saying he was like going crazy, but he was on the juice. He's come from wrestling. Same with Dave Bautista. But it's just so funny when you see the reaction. People are like, is he sick? Has he got cancer? It's like, no. It's like, he's 53 now. Dave Bautista's 55. They can't keep on, they can't keep on doing that. So that's like,
yeah,
it's and it's the perfect time for that. And this is why it's probably another good reason why Dwayne Johnson didn't get the DC Studios job, because now he doesn't have to be Black Adam, where he has to remain in that Black Adam shape. Mm-hmm. So now he can actually take roles seriously, and he is. I mean, obviously, this role, he was still big in the role because he had to be, but now he's got that Martin Scorsese movie he's going to be doing next. He doesn't need to be freaking huge for that. He doesn't need to be, and even Dave Bautista said, I don't need to be the big guy anymore. I want to take my role seriously. I don't want to be just like the guy who's standing like and just huge. I want to like be like a serious actor. And I'm like,
it's a shame too, because like thinking about it now, like you got a point. Like he could, even if he had that DC Studios job, then he would have had to maintain that physique. And then that you just run the risk of like some kind of health problem. Yeah. You run the risk of some kind of health problem. And then thinking about it now, it's like, well, damn, yeah, maybe you should have taken a Black Adam franchise 20, 30 years ago when you could have actually sustained it.
Yeah.
But, well, even then, you listen to what Bautista pivoted earlier than Rock has. And,
That's true.
I was thinking, I wasn't the only one thinking at this point, because I'd said it a few years ago. I said, how would Rock do Dwayne Johnson doing a drama? And a bunch of us were saying, like, I think it's kind of too late for him to make that pivot, because he's done so many and hasn't attempted to do much at all at that. He's kind of just become the meme of himself. It'd be hard to kind of see him in anything else. Well, if the smashing we've seen, if the reviews and the early critics talk about it, is it this good, then, this was the perfect part for him, that kind of channeling what he did in WWE and putting it towards that, good for him, but it was getting, in my opinion, it was getting a little close that he might have aged out of ever making that pivot. But I think Dave Bautista made the pivot exactly when he needed to, and really, and I love hearing that I got an acting coach. I got like he took it seriously because he wanted to be taken seriously.
Yeah, and I like what Dwayne Johnson said during like one of those like press interview things, where he said, like, yeah, I started thinking, wow, why am I doing this for the box office? Am I living my dream or somebody else's dream?
Yeah.
And I think he finally realized, I mean, yeah, he got big, but at the same time, I mean, it was always, I've said it for so long, and other people have said it too, where it's like, he got huge because he, like when it comes to box office, got huge because he got put into franchises that already existed. Wasn't exactly like he didn't start new franchises. I mean, Skyscraper, that's like one of the only movies that during that time when he was blowing up, Skyscraper came out and it didn't do well. And it was like, oh yeah, because you were in Fast and Furious, you were in in Jumanji, you were like kind of just, those were just like really blew you up. You were in like Hercules. That didn't really even do that well too, though. That was back. That was like that was like 10 years ago. That didn't really do that well, even though it wasn't a bad movie. But there was just, he was very much huge because of that, and then he was trying to get into Marvel. There was always talks that, oh yeah, he's trying to get a Marvel role, and then of course Black Adam was always on the table and everything. So, and I think the Black Adam thing really gave him a wake up call, to be honest.
And backlash.
I think it was like the swan song and wake up call. He kind of wanted and needed to just kind of get back into check.
Yeah.
Because I mean, look at his career. I mean, like, to your point, like he was notorious for Jumanji, for Fast and Furious, and of course, like partly because of the movies and his role in those movies, but also because of the outside drama with like Vin Diesel.
Yeah, that too.
He's just kind of he's just an overall guy. Comes from wrestling, obviously, but he's really just made like kind of a trademark for himself, and he's lived up to it in many different ways. And I feel like once the action comedy gist of it kind of ran its course, in a post-COVID world, people look at movies like that and they go, look at Jungle Cruise.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Jungle Cruise, right? Like look at that. Look at last few Fast movies. Look at superhero movies. Like it's just very telling. And I feel like everyone and their mom who's been a fan of Dwayne Johnson, regardless of like any other outside, transgressions or reported things about him, like people have always said, like, yeah, he'd make a great Black Adam. And that goes back to 2007, way back when he initially wanted. Yeah. And it's like, well, fuck, maybe he should have done it back then instead of trying to be a part of it now, when he was trying to like just get himself a franchise, when it seemed like, they were really up for grabs and people were just trying to push shit out there to make the next fucking Endgame or something,
Yeah, but yeah, I know. And it was funny too, because I love like 2000s Dwayne Johnson movies. There's good shit in there. Walking Tall,
Walking Tall was good.
Gridiron Gang,
Yard.
The Rundown, yeah,
the Rundown with Sean William Scott,
yeah. I mean, like the 2000s like Dwayne Johnson action movies, they're fucking fantastic. And then he just tried to be like let's be the franchise man. And somebody brought up Rampage. They tried to do that whole thing. I mean, and then of course he went to like, let's do a disaster flick, which is San Andreas, which they're entertaining, but it got grander and grander and grander, and it was like but then Gilmer just even said like, Pain and Gain, do not sleep on that fucking movie.
That's underrated. That's very underrated.
And he does fantastic in that movie. He's good in that. He's not the star, obviously, but he's a good supporting character in that movie. And I mean, and that's like Michael Bay's like total like, what? This is a Michael Bay movie? It's like,
okay,
that movie.
I just had like a every so often you see like a fan cast for like projects that happen now. Like for example, you see like Avengers done in the 80s and it's all these 80s actors.
Yeah.
I just had like the mid 2000s what if.
Oh, like a new Expendables. Yeah.
Not really, no, but like think of what if it's a Shazam Black Adam movie and it's Patrick Warburton as Shazam and Dwayne Johnson as Black Adam.
Oh my God, Patrick Warburton
would be the fucking prime.
What are we doing here, Black Adam? What are we? Yeah, you're doing something. I love that guy. Yeah,
but he's acting like a kid.
Yes,
that's.
Oh, I see.
Who's the big bald guy? Oh my God, you are large.
Yes. What are we? Look at this guy.
Are you gonna punch me? Because I'll punch you.
I'll punch you back.
God, that man. Yep, that sounds so much better than what we got now. But
yeah. But Pain and Gain, if anybody has not seen that, do yourself a favor. That movie is insane and it's great. It's still, I mean, you can tell it's a Michael Bay film still, but it's not explosions and craziness. I mean, it's based on a true story, which is crazy. But it was one of those like, whoa, yeah, that is a Michael Bay movie, and so he was in that. He was in the sequel to Get Shorty called, I forgot what it was called. Remember Get Shorty with John Travolta? They made a sequel.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was called, but he was in that movie as a supporting character. He had like kind of like a fro thing going on. I forgot what that movie's called.
Be Cool.
Be Cool. That's what it was. Wasn't bad. Wasn't a bad movie. Obviously not as good as Get Shorty, but it was decent. But I mean, like it's just kind of been crazy watching his career. I mean, he burst onto the big screen as the Scorpion King in some of the worst CGI you'll ever see in your life. Yeah. But then he got a movie which was a Scorpion King, which was not good. But hey. No. His first franchise movie. But good on, I mean, that's the thing is like what I've been loving seeing. I mean, besides all the drama of like what happened, and it was like, guys, yeah, he's 53. He found something. Maybe there's something in his heart or something like that. It's like you can't keep on taking the juice. He's been probably taking shit for God knows how long.
20, 30 years.
Yeah, you can't keep on taking it. You got to dial it back. I'm sure he's still taking some testosterone. Obviously, he's probably taken some things, but he's totally got it down to a minimum. And then, yeah, I mean, it sucks because now he probably dropped about 30, 40 pounds of muscle. But at the same time, it's like he still looks good. Yeah, he's thinner, but he still looks fucking better than most other 53-year-olds.
Meanwhile, you got Christian Bale dressing up like Al Davis, looking damn near just like him for that movie with him and Nick Cage's.
Dude, even Nick Cage is looking.
Yeah, Nick Cage is getting that pure John Madden.
Yeah, they look just like them. I text my dad. I was like, dude, Nicolas Cage looks like John Madden. He's like, Nicolas Cage can be fucking John Madden. I said, yeah. Christian Bale's gonna be Al Davis. My dad's a Raiders fan. He's like, shut the fuck up.
Raiders.
Oh yeah, dude. I was like, yeah, man.
When I showed my brother that, he's all, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah.
I can't wait for that first trailer. That first trailer is gonna be wild.
Yep.
That's gonna be something. That's gonna be like something out of Any Given Sunday.
I hope so, because
this is like one of the funniest ad-lib films that you could ever think of happening. It's like, what if Christian Bale and Nicolas Cage were in an NFL biopic? Dude. And they played Richard Madden and Al Davis.
Dude, I mean, it was like I remember hearing like, oh yeah, Nicolas Cage is gonna play John Madden. It was like, what? And then it was like, yeah, it's happening. I'm like, all right, cool. And then you didn't hear about it for a while, and then all of a sudden you hear about it again, and then you start seeing images, and then you go, oh yeah, by the way, Christian Bale is playing Al Davis. And then they show an image of both of them, and I was like, Jesus Christ, like this thing is happening. But it's like it's like one of those movies where it's like, is this a real thing, or are we all just dreaming? Because I think like earlier this week I saw another image of Nicolas Cage as John Madden, another one. It was like a full shot, and it was like, holy shit. I mean, I think it's a full-on fat suit. I don't think he actually put on all that weight. But I mean, it's like, but it was like, holy shit, look at him. And I'm going, yeah, when the fuck is this movie coming out? Like, we've been hearing about this movie for like 3 years, it feels like. Ever since like the pandemic, I feel like I've been hearing this movie. And I'm just like waiting for it, because this movie's going to have, I mean, it's got to be coming out during award season. This is award darling right here.
Oh, for sure.
It's total Oscar bait.
Yeah, total Oscar bait. There's no way that they're going to release it in early 2026 or summer. It's got to be fall of 2026 if it's not coming out this year. I don't know. Is it in the can? I don't hear about this movie. What's
the title of it called?
I don't know. We don't know the title.
Shit, it's
movie. Yeah, just look up Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking.
It's
called Madden. It's just called Madden.
Just called Madden. That makes sense.
Wow,
yeah.
That's
Madden.
Smart because of the games. Yeah,
it's in the game apparently, according to what people say.
It's in the game.
Let's see. Trying to see if principal photography has already begun. Yeah, they don't have a release date yet. So
well, they're still shooting it then.
That's the thing. It's like this movie is like, and it's supposed to be David O. Russell, right?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and which, you know, of course, he's kind of got a little bit of a bad rep.
Yeah.
According to Wikipedia, in May 2025, some of our actors and crew members on the set of the film allegedly walked off after Russell used a racial slur.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of controversy. I mean, this movie, okay, so I didn't hear about that. Wow. Jesus Christ.
Sourced from, let's see.
He's also had some couple of misconduct allegations as well.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, Christian Bale and Amy Adams, they're just like, look, David is David. That is the job. And it's like, okay, sure.
That's not a thing. No, wrong.
I'm just saying, like, put yourself in like an actor director perspective. Like they're probably thinking in terms of just like, we should probably just like get this done. And unfortunately, that's just the nature of that fucking business. You know, that's.
Well, didn't Amy Adams also say that she like he made her cry on the set?
So yeah.
Yeah, instead of whatchamacallit.
I mean, he did physically assault Chris Nolan at a party, putting him in a headlock in 2003.
Right. See, I mean, what? He's a douche, but you know, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you always hear about that kind of stuff, and it's like, yeah, it sucks, but then you got to like, you know, separate the artist from the artist. But sometimes it's like hard to do that because it's like, I'm not going to rush out.
You're a jerk.
Roman Polanski.
Well, you know, Bryan Singer's going to work with John Voight. I don't know. Fuck, that's gonna work out, but
it's John Voight,
dude.
but
just the nature of that dichotomy is just baffling to me. It's just like, all right,
I saw that too. Where like, oh yeah, he's making his comeback. He's gonna make a movie. It's gonna star John Voight. I'm like, all right, that sounds about right. But I was like, when it came to Bryan Singer, but at the same time, I can't help but be like, yeah, X-Men movies, yeah, and Usual Suspects, yeah, you know. I can still appreciate those movies, but I could still be like, yeah, but fuck that guy, you know, kind of thing, you know. That's the way you gotta like kind of look at it sometimes, where you go, oh yeah, but it sucks when you go, Usual Suspects. That's always been one of my favorite movies, and then you find out like, shit, the director is a piece of
he's a piece of work, you know.
Yeah, and then I'm like, okay, but and then of course the star of that movie, you know, Kevin Spacey's in that movie, and I'm like, that's a double whammy. But I'm like, but that movie's so good. I'm like, fuck, you know, it's like one of those things where you go, damn it, you know. But yeah, it's what can he do? I mean, that's the thing. But I mean, I don't want to see any future stuff. I'm like, yeah, when Kevin Spacey's trying to make a comeback too, and it's like he might as well be in the Bryan Singer movie. I wouldn't.
Dude, I just saw Johnny Depp's Dior commercial.
Oh God, I hate those commercials. I hate any of those commercials that have like. I've seen ones from Natalie Portman when they're selling cologne or perfume. I'm like, what are you doing? Why do you need to do this? Like, I mean, I get it; they get paid a shit ton for it, but I'm like, but it's just so weird. It's so I don't get it. Yeah, I've seen those Johnny Depp ones too. Those were recorded a long time ago. His face is a lot fatter now. Anyways, welcome back, William.
Yeah, I had some internet issues. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, you froze up while you were in the middle of your spiel.
Yeah, well, I was telling you that when they fucked up the expanded universe and they really made
with the books and shit. No, yeah, but you made a good point too. Or like Star Wars has that problem, but at least like when it comes to these, we're like, oh yeah, that's not canon. That's just some stories and whatever, which is it's pretty cool. But we moved on to we were talking about the Nicolas Cage John Madden movie. Yeah, which we're kind of wondering when the hell that thing's going to be coming out, because we've been hearing about it for it seems like the whole decade or the whole 2020s is like feels like we've been hearing about this movie, and we've seen some images. We know that Christian Bale is playing Al Davis, and it's going, okay, so when the hell is this movie coming out?
Well, isn't everybody? Is the Odyssey done? Because all of Hollywood was in the Odyssey, so you probably had to free up some damn people,
right? Oh yeah,
and people who weren't free are in this movie.
Yeah, and Tom Holland said that was the best script he ever read. So I mean, I can see that. I mean, obviously, it's a Christopher Nolan movie. What are we talking
camera
about?
Person, the caterers, everybody's working on that damn movie. Huh?
Seems like it, right? And they wrapped that one, right? That's in the can, right?
When's it supposed to come out?
Next,
I think so.
July.
Tickets are on sale. Get them now.
I know, right?
70mm,
which is very interesting when people were buying those and then reselling them for like hundreds of dollars on eBay and everything. That was ridiculous.
I'll just buy a Powerball ticket.
Yeah, I might have to go buy one tomorrow. That thing's at $1.8 billion.
Oh, make my own movie.
Jesus Christ! We could restore the Snyderverse. I'm sorry.
Oh, a low blow. There it was. No, but apparently
you took that low hanging fruit and took a big bite and threw it back at the audience.
I totally did.
The Odyssey did wrap August 8th.
Yeah.
25. Okay, cool. Anyway,
a year from now.
Well, yeah, that's gonna. Yeah, but I mean, what's gonna be good about that is Tom Holland is finally gonna shine outside of Spider-Man, because he hasn't really. He shined. He shined in that movie. What was that movie with the tidal wave with Ewan McGregor? He was a kid. He was like a full-on kid in that. I forgot what that was called, but he was really good in that. I forgot what that was. It was that based on that true story about that family that went to that resort, and then of course when the tidal wave happened, God, I forgot what that was called, but he was really good in that. He shined when he was like more of the child, but he hasn't really shined in his. I thought Uncharted was The Impossible. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good movie. I mean, he's got the chops. He just hasn't really had anything outside of Spider-Man in his more adult years.
Have you seen The Devil All the Time with him and Robert Pattinson?
I have not. Was that good?
So he actually puts on a pretty solid, like, Southern redneck-ish accent.
Yeah.
He does a pretty solid job, and it's not like, you know, I don't know. I haven't seen Cherry, so I can't really speak to that. I wasn't really digging. I mean, Uncharted's fine. Like, I'm not. I like the games, but I'm not like their biggest fans. But I can understand why people look at those movies and go, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah.
But I think he's a good kid, good young man. He's not a kid anymore. We've literally watched this guy grow up as Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't think he's a necessarily bad actor.
He's not a bad actor, and I think that's what we're gonna see in the Odyssey. Yeah. We're gonna see because he's the star. I mean, he's one of the. I mean, obviously, Matt Damon is the star, but you know,
I would recommend Devil All the Time because
the only thing I saw from that was because everybody would always use the Robert Pattinson like gif of delusion, you know, and he's like a priest or a pastor or whatever the fuck
he is. Yes, and he does some fuck things. I'll say that.
Oh yeah,
like,
I'm sure
he's a bastard character. Like they are given some real meaty shit to chew on in that. It's a Netflix movie too. Like it came out and it was really.
I'll have to watch it. I meant to watch it. I meant to watch it when it came out, but
so let me put it to you this way: did Cherry have any other big names in it, or was it just Tom Holland being the central focus? And it's just kind of like
I don't remember. I just heard there was like a weird butthole scene, but that's about it.
Yeah. But this might help because it's elevated by the fact that like he's got Robert Pattinson and a couple other people in it to kind of shepherd.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I know. And then of course, I mean, Tom Holland's gonna have a hell of a fucking 2026. Yeah. Jesus Christ, is he gonna have a hell of a 2026? You know, with Spider-Man, and then I mean, it's and they're so close to each other too. I mean, it's gonna be Tom Holland. It's in within 2 weeks, huh?
2 weeks, yeah. Fuck. July 17th, July 31st, literally 2 weeks away.
Right. That's gonna be crazy.
Next year is the summer of Tom Holland.
That is so crazy, man. Yeah, he's gonna have himself a hell of a year.
That's good. He's got to pay for that wedding, right?
Did he?
She's about to be in Dune 3. They're both about to just walk away from, you know, Dune 3 and Spider-Man 4 and just be like, oh, we'll be fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just get married and take a couple years off.
She's got another season of Euphoria.
You know? That show's icky.
God, I can't
that's correct. You're not wrong.
When you watch it, it's like it's not a bad show or anything. It's just like it takes you to a place where you really don't want to go.
I remember
especially that one girl.
The show is of a certain archetype, and if you're not a fan of that archetype, you probably won't like it much.
No, correct. You both are exactly right because I can't. When I started watching it after the first season, that was not a show you can binge. I literally have to watch one episode and have to wait a week to get back to that point.
Oh, I binged it.
I've seen clips.
God bless you.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh, man.
And it's funny too because. I mean, I get it. All the actors are in their 20s, but these are all supposed to be high school students, right?
Well, from what I understand,
after the high school I went.
From what I understand, they're moving the narrative along.
Well, yeah, they have to. They can't because it's been so long. Now they have to be now. But that was one of the things I went kind of. Well, wait a minute. I mean, I get the actors are all in their 20s. But this is like about high school students, and this is all sex, drugs, and fucking, you know, whatever the hell.
I mean, like I said, it's of an archetype. It's like, you know, it's like Degrassi. It's like I guess your anything CW slightly, or even some of your more adult oriented HBO stuff. But seriously, like when I watched Euphoria, I was like, oh, this is just your more modern Degrassi with a little more heavy emphasis on, you know, cursing and drugs and things of that nature. Whereas Degrassi was a little bit more like, I don't know if respects or television. You can get away with what you could get away with was very limited as opposed to streaming. Euphoria, you literally just showed cock and balls, like all of that, exemplary speaking. But like when it comes to Degrassi, again, network television, you had to be kind of subtle about it. Like they deliberately did not show you any student inhaling any kind of marijuana joint. They deliberately never showed you any student like when Paige was sexually assaulted. in one episode. They never actually showed you those two physically do it. The physical
Euphoria is going to show it.
Bingo, right? Like Euphoria is like, I hold my beer, literally, because we're fucking Euphoria and we're on HBO. We can get away with whatever.
There's so much drugs on that show, and then the one where the guy, the dealer was thought one of them wrong. I mean, it's just like, wow, dude.
Well, that's the other
quality,
thing,
but I gotta go.
That's the other thing too about Euphoria season 3 is like one of their main cast passed away. Like,
oh yeah, that one guy.
Angus. Fuck, I forget his name, but I think it was. I don't know if it was OD, but I think he passed away from like something, and it kind of like
he did OD on something.
Was it OD? Okay, so
yeah, I think he found out that he did because he was so young.
An episode of that show.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, man. I mean, oof, when you hear.
Well, the thing is like, do you guys care if I spoil it?
No, I don't care. I'm
done with the show, so yeah, I'm not going back.
The season 2 finale, if I'm not mistaken, ends with that character and his little brother getting raided on by like the DEA or the local police or something, and like he gets hauled off to the police. The character, the actor who died, his character gets hauled off to police. His brother tries to go out like a gangster, he gets fucking shot.
Oh.
So the thing is, since like the dude's going to jail, obviously, like now the actor has passed away, it's not exactly the hardest thing to write, but it's since the character was so memorable and so loved, because a lot of people did in fact love that character from that show, it's going to be a thing where like you kind of have to handle it a little bit more delicately. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it. But I also think like between that and the strikes and, you know, Zendaya and her career and all of that, and Sydney Sweeney too, like all of these people who are associated with the show, even Jacob Elordi, like they're getting big and they just can't commit
that
to
Frankenstein movie is going to be a big for him.
And then he's got that the Wuthering Heights.
Wuthering Heights.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's also probably going to be, I mean, I assume, because I know that's based off of something, I don't know exactly what, but it's Margot Robbie and him. It's coming out on Valentine's Day. The
Wuthering Heights, is that the one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that trailer looked pretty I will say, but I don't know if I'll see it. Who knows? But I mean, it's Margot Robbie, so I probably will. But yeah, I'm like, yeah. So he's getting, they're all kind of launching. So yeah, you're right. But I mean, like from what I gather, because my brother's watched it, and I even asked, I was like, Zendaya, she's kind of like the more like she's like the central character, but she's not involved. She's involved with the stories, but she's not. You don't see her.
She's your POV character, sort of.
Yeah, and she's Rue. You're not going to see her engaging in things, you know. I'm like, and then he's like, no, she doesn't really, but she's like you said, the POV character, and she has a sister too, which is that one actress who looks just like her too. And I'm like,
it's Stormbreed, I think, who played.
That's her name is.
Yeah. It's Bloodsport's daughter from the Suicide Squad. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And she was in that one movie that did not work. From what's her name, DuVernay, and Anya. What is her name? DuVernay. She had that one movie that was based, that Disney movie that bombed bad.
Wrinkle in Time.
Yeah.
Yes. Was it that? Yeah. I remember watching that movie and going, "Wow, there's something here, but this ain't it." I was like, I remember sitting in that movie going, "Wow," and she's supposed to be handling New Gods. This was like before that movie came out. It was announced that she was going to do New Gods, I think. Yep. And I remember just going, "Please, no, I don't know about this, because this movie, there's like I see there could be something here, but this is not." I mean, I was like, "This movie sucks." Like, yeah. Well,
I wonder if Tom King's going to try and revive anything New Gods-ish outside of that Mr. Miracle show. Like, I wonder if there's going to be anything other New Gods related. DC Studios.
I wonder who's going to be Darkseid, or unless he just waits 10 years to use him. But I wonder if, because like I said, Darkseid he's unique because the fourth world exists outside of all the multiverse. I'm wondering.
That's what's going to be interesting.
He's really worried.
Yeah, because I've always kind of thought, like, why not just use a Vandal Savage, especially when you already said that, oh yeah, the metahumans have been around for 400 years, whatever the hell. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, I mean, you could already set the base for Vandal Savage for him being whatever, I guess, you know, and some other people were saying that too, but I'm like, yeah, maybe you could, I don't know. I mean, Darkseid, I mean, eventually you're going to have have something. But there's so many other characters. I mean, we still haven't had a cinematic Brainiac, so it's like you have Man of Tomorrow. There's no way you don't. And then Phil and I were talking about this. Hopefully, Parasite can be a villain in that movie too, because you can't just have one big villain. You're going to have a couple. And I think Parasite would be a good not centralized villain, but a side villain that could really do some cool shit. I really think that Parasite and Brainiac are the top villains that I want to see in Man of Tomorrow, for sure. And I mean, if they're going to use Man of Tomorrow, and they're going to be, I mean, obviously, the story. I mean, the book is obviously. I mean, I don't know how many times have they used that title, Man of Tomorrow? Has there been just like numerous times?
The animated
in a movie, never.
The animated movie.
An animated movie, but
not live action.
Yeah, not live action. But I'm talking about books.
Comic books. Yeah, there was actually a miniseries. Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it's probably like, isn't it like an episode title of Superman the Animated Series?
Probably.
And it was the actual title of a book as well.
Yes, yeah. Jim Lee and God, I forget who wrote the fucking book.
Dan Jurgen.
Whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow?
They've used that. They've used that title
one
many
but
times.
Then there's also just Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah, but they have they've had actual.
It's what you use when you've already used Man of Steel, because Man of Tomorrow just doesn't stick.
Who wants to take bets that title is going to change before it actually comes out?
Yeah, that title's not. It's not going to be Man of Tomorrow. I would take that.
Right, put Superman in front of it, right? At least.
Oh,
Superman,
probably.
Yeah.
I know when he said no, they're not going to have Superman in front of it.
How about they just call it Superman? You got to put the pause in there.
Yeah, put that slash.
How about instead of all this needless meandering of, oh well, I'm not really working on a Superman sequel, blah 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 blah. Just fucking say you're working on another fucking Superman movie, dude. Jesus Christ.
I'm running away from this one because it's 2027. We just spent the last 18 months driving Superman into the ground, head first into the granite, and hearing some of the dumbest shit and some of the dumbest conversations. I don't know if my soul can do another 2 years, which is why I'm glad that there's other stuff in between.
Dude, I'm just saying, like James Gunn goes out of his way to just say some really dumb, confusing shit sometimes. And it's just like, dude, you could have just said you're working on another fucking Superman movie. Because that artwork and even the title, right? But he's also like, well, it's not really directly. It's a story and it's got Superman in it. It's like, dude, you literally just said your movie is called fucking Man of Tomorrow, and you showed artwork of fucking Superman and Lex Luthor.
All that went through my head was this thing from the Blanc movies where he goes, it's so dumb. It's like, it's so dumb. It's really, no, it's just dumb. Just say what you're doing.
Glass Onion, yeah.
Well, it's going to be entirely different DCU by the time we even get to that. You have projects in between that will change the shape of it. Because right now, Superman is on people's brain because it just came out. And that's a problem. When you're trying to, this is going to be a much more diverse universe than what we've had now. That's why I don't mind him doing different age groups, different tones, different things like that, because there's more doors for people to get in. So I really kind of wish he hadn't announced the Superman, because I'm tired of talking about that version of Superman. And I'm not tired of talking about the DCU, but I'm ready to move on to Lanterns. I'm ready to move on to Paradise Lost, ready to move on to Clayface, those things that he has, so that I can get a better view of what this is all about. And it changes the conversation for the better, because we really fucked each other the last 2 years with this Superman talk, really, to be honest with you. I used to look at some people's timelines and how this conversation went. Now it's time to get into some things that haven't been driven into the ground. You know what I mean? Yeah, we haven't talked about Lanterns yet because they haven't given us anything but that one picture to talk about.
Yeah, but the way I'm looking at it is like, okay, the Superman conversation, it's gonna die down. I think this is, as soon as this whole wave dies down, and then we get into 2026, I think there's going to be Superman talk, because obviously when they start filming, there's going to be some things there too. But at the same time, I'm going, okay, once we get that first Lanterns trailer and we start getting images, that's going to be talked about a lot. And then of course, a lot of people were talking about Clayface this week. Obviously anything that's going to be grander. I mean, obviously, when we start talking about Batman, that's going to take over everything too. I mean, no matter what, the big ballers are going to be talked about more than the smaller ones for sure. But I think there's going to be, like, as soon as we get that first Lanterns trailer, that's going to hopefully like take over the conversation, just like Clayface kind of took over the conversation. With all the set photos and videos that were happening, which was really cool. It was like, oh yeah, cool. Like, look at what people are going, oh my God, look at what this is going to be. It was cool. And then of course, when they announced Man of Tomorrow, then it went back to Superman, sure. But at the same time, yeah, well,
we should be getting Lanterns episodes here because they said beginning of 2026. That gives you, we're pretty much at the end of 2025. We're in September. We got 3 more months of that.
Yeah, but it's like we have a whole quarter. I'm sure we're going to get a trailer. I'm expecting we're going to probably get a trailer.
New York Comic Con?
Yeah, that or CCXP.
Yeah, or that.
CCXP, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a much better cut because here's the thing though. There's only been the one Green Lantern thing. That was forgettable, but you don't have 85 years or 50 years of interpretations of Green Lantern or Clayface or some of that. So the conversation tone is going to be a lot different because you don't have people doing the comparisons and all that. You basically have, because there's never been a Green Lantern core television show or live action.
I don't know if they're going to be able to promote a New York Comic Con because I guess that would kind of depend on Aaron Pierre's schedule. I mean, he's filming that Starfighter film for Lucasfilm now.
Yeah, pretty crazy. That cast got stacked, man. Amy Adams going to be
private jets flying around the world.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, does Warner Brothers want to shell the money out to do that? Will they?
We'll see. But we got somebody else coming in.
Ray!
Hey, what's happening, Ray?
Hello, sir.
Hey.
Ray's got nothing to say. He's
wow, dude, he comes in with the Musa moment. I was like,
hello, gentlemen. Where do you want me to begin? Where do you want me to start?
At the end. Start there and work your way back.
Because if you think my blood pressure hasn't gone up just a tad in the last 5 minutes of you guys talking, you've got another thing coming. Let's see. Where do we begin? So let's see. First of all, William, Superman has been jerked around for decades, and Superman fans have been jerked around for decades. So we can lighten the fuck up with respect to how much we're talking about Superman because he deserves it. One of the big things that James Gunn said the other day, because somebody asked him, because with the whole DC logo thing, with the Superman logo at the beginning, the DC Studios, and I even saw somebody did an animation where they did the Peacemaker logo, and we're thinking, hey, why don't you do a different one for each show for each property? And he literally called Superman their MGM lion.
Yeah,
and
that's what he said. Yeah.
You know what? As a Batman fan that has eaten incredibly well, like my whole life, about fucking time. Because Superman has not been treated properly whatsoever by Warner Brothers in the last 47 years. Because there's no way that we should only be on the 4th cinematic actor for Superman in 2025. There's no way that there should have been a 19-year gap between Quest for Peace and Superman Returns, and then another 7-year gap between Returns and Man of Steel, and then another 12-year gap in terms of solo movies between Man of Steel and this Superman movie that just released. So you know what? Superman is front and center in this universe, and it's about fucking time.
That's great, but like I said, the conversation that doesn't dictate the tone and tenor of the conversations. Unfortunately,
no,
that doesn't raise the level of the conversation unless we're on this screen.
But we as fans do, and we're the ones fucking it up because we're the ones having the pissing contest. We're the ones, doing the whole, well, it's this. No, it's this. We're the ones that need to be smarter and better about the conversation. James Gunn is doing his fucking job as a marketer, and his job is to rebrand Superman for the general audience, which he has successfully done to this point. And at the height, or just when the hype for this summer of Superman was winding down, that's when he tells you, okay, here comes the second one. And I don't mind the title. It's one of those cases where, okay, could he change it? I mean, are we just assuming that he's going to change it because he changed Superman Legacy? I would just figure that he would have put
put Superman in front of it just for general audience sake. But I mean, I know I had people go like, yeah, well, Man of Tomorrow's been part of the Superman title. I'm like, yeah, I get that. But I mean, you know, and they even said like, well, let's like with Man of Steel. But I'm like, yeah, but you hear Man of Steel, people know what Man of Steel is. Man of Tomorrow, they might not know what the hell that is. Like just general audience sake. I don't know. We'll see. I still think there might. I don't know. I hope it doesn't say like Man of Tomorrow, a Superman saga. I hope they don't do something like that, something corny like that. But I mean, if he sticks with it, could be, because I know some people are like, well, I think, you know, it sounds like Lex is going to be pretty front and center in this one. And that's why he doesn't want to call it Superman, and that's why he's been kind of saying, it's not like a Superman sequel per se. It sounds like Lex Luthor, like what he's hinting at is Lex Luthor is actually going to be he's the lead, and Superman's kind of the supporting.
Even you think of Lex Luthor as always tried to his goal is to become thought of until Superman arrived in Metropolis as the Man of Tomorrow, you know, who is going to be the true Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's a great segue into this, because Phil, how you doing?
I'm great, man.
Awesome.
Well, so, you know, other real world things aside, I'm fine.
No, I seriously, you got to do what you got to do.
For sure, yeah, totally.
No doubt. I don't have any issues with him, you know, I guess meandering or whatever. Because here's the thing, it is abundantly. I have to remind myself that James Gunn is a creative first and foremost, and creatives don't necessarily like semicolons. So that's why I don't know that we'll see Superman Man of Tomorrow, right? He may just stick with Man of Tomorrow. And if he's saying that it's not a direct Superman sequel, what he means is it's not Superman 2. Because he probably also doesn't like numbers, like Superman 2 or Superman 3 or Iron Man 2 or Iron Man 3 or Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Like, probably as far as volumes, he thought it was clever to just put volume in front of it, and that made it different. And as a writer, I can understand that. But if he's pushing back on the idea that it's a direct Superman sequel, there's a reason for it, because he doesn't want it to be seen as a direct Superman sequel, whether it is or not. And technically, I mean, yes, it'll be like the next Superman film, but he's also thinking of this different approach to the DCU. And by the time we see that movie, we will have had Lanterns, we will have had Supergirl, we will have had Clayface, and you know, whatever else, and I don't know what else might happen in between now and July 9th of 2027, but he's trying not to look at it as linear as his last job, because his last job was extremely linear and put numbers in every fucking title except the ones where it mattered, and he doesn't want to do that. And that's what I think. That's what I think his approach is. He does not want to be seen as Kevin Feige, and I don't blame him, because he shouldn't be Kevin Feige. He shouldn't be MCU 2. This should not be MCU 2.0. I think that's why he takes that tact with what it is actually going to be.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I was like, but I see where he's coming from, and you know, at the same time, I feel like if it's marketed correctly, I mean, there's a good chance, you know, if we get through this weird, you know, the fact that, you know, the superhero fatigue, which is, you know, people talk about, but it's so weird, because I watched a video like last weekend. This guy he's an unbiased guy, and he covers box office like crazy. And when it comes to like the whole box office debate, I mean, he broke it down, like the whole Man of Steel and Superman box office.
I know who you're talking about.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I got sent that video by 2 different listeners. Yeah, I
dude, it was so like, it was, you know, and I was like, I just want to just show everybody this, because I mean, first off, I was like, thank you for, you know, because I always brought up the thing. I'm like, hey, if you're going to inflate the box office return, you got to inflate the production budget. And nobody would do that when they were making the arguments. I'm like, yeah, if you do that, that means Man of Steel cost $312 million to make. And so then that goes against the numbers and stuff like that. You got to incorporate that just a little bit. I mean, it's not like it, but I mean, he broke it down. Then he brought up something too, where I was like, oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Because like, if you're going to do inflation, you can't just do inflation with America's economy. You got to do the economy of each company.
Correct.
And that doesn't, and that changes things too. And he actually kind of did it. And then it's like when he said pretty much they both did almost the same, but Man of Steel a little better, but it was like pretty much.
I think that was the best angle he took with the whole thing. His intent was not to prove one or the other. No. His intent was to prove that neither were flops.
Yes,
which is true.
That's what neither I love. They're both successes, and they both were not that far off from what they made. And it was just kind of funny. Like, I know when I keep seeing people I mentioned saying, $600 million plus movie was a flop. I'm going, I don't even know in what world that actually exists, but okay.
They give their kidneys for that today.
But when he's the same thing about Fantastic Four, it's a $500 million flop. Shut the fuck up!
It's the highest grossing
from the safety of our computers.
The highest grossing Fantastic Four movie to date. Get the fuck out of here! Come on, serious.
I love that movie. I might popcorn. Hey, but one thing I did slightly disagree with him, and other people when they say you can't talk about adjusting for inflation without the production budget. It depends on what question you're asking, because the production budget doesn't have anything to do with the demand and the desire for tickets and units sold. So I understand what he was saying, and other people brought that up, but it depends on what question you're asking. What if you're trying to answer the question, what had higher demand? I guess you would not. Production budget wouldn't matter. That's not something that an outward fan buying a ticket is going to really care about.
Yeah.
So you really that calculation. Everything else he put was like that's like textbook perfect, but it all depends on what question you're asking. If you're asking what was a more profitable and what did better business overall, but a lot of the conversation was over what was more desirable, which was still a stupid question to begin with.
Yes,
but,
thank you for saying that. Because
but that's what you kind of have to add and subtract. That's part of that conversation, and it has nothing to do with James Gunn's Superman or sensible Superman fans, but it's just like. It was like a tangle fuck of a conversation, and it was about all the wrong things instead about just going to the movies and just having some fun with it and just getting away for a couple hours. But that's never going to happen again, I guess. But
and that's the thing about like he's trying to answer a stupid question, a question that should not be asked because it's a bad faith question. People are not using the numbers to actually learn something. They're using the numbers to justify their own narrative, whatever it is. Whether they hate Zack Snyder, whether they hate James Gunn, that can't be the crux of your art. That's a stupid argument. It's not even an argument. It's just you being a pissant, basically, if that's where you're centered on. So I applaud him for trying to answer the question as intelligently as he possibly could, but it's a dumbass question. It's a stupid question that nobody should be asking because there's no. What do you get out of it?
I haven't heard the term pissant in so long. I was just making that.
Grandpa used to say it all the time.
Yep, I'm showing my age. Sorry.
No, it's okay. But I was like, wow, I haven't heard that.
Let's throw another term. Jackwagon. There's another good one.
There we go. That's a safer one. Yes.
Ray's favorite, Charmin Soft.
Oh yes, I love that one. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, that's a good one.
You're welcome. Yeah,
but it's a perfect term to describe these people. They are Charmin Soft because they can't possibly live in a world where another Superman movie that isn't their favorite is highly lauded or regarded or successful, and they have to take pot shots at it.
And the thing is like the fucked up thing is like if you as a fan of Zack Snyder watched BVS and saw Batman and Superman interact for the first time, and you look back at Kevin Conroy, you look back at Christopher Reeve, you look back at any other version of Batman you're familiar with, if you're a diehard true fan of these characters and you just saw them meet on screen for the first time, you're probably really happy. But if you are some sad, soulless, dumb son of a bitch on the internet who cannot get over the fact that Michael Keaton maybe didn't meet Christopher Reeve, or whatever favorite version of these characters didn't fucking meet, and you have to lambast, or you have a fucking hate boner for Zack Snyder, what the fuck ever your reasoning is.
Yeah.
It's just like those kind of people are fucking miserable, and they were all over Twitter, and they think they're being slick coming to threads, and it's like, no.
They are not at all.
No.
They stick out like a sore thumb, and it's so painfully obvious. It's the same regurgitated bullshit for the last 9 years.
For sure.
Yeah.
Edgelord this, and Homelander that. That just whatever. Boy, ridiculous.
No, it's yeah. I don't know. The whole. I mean, I'll engage every now and again when I feel frisky, which I'm like, all right, I should pull back now. But then I try not to as much as possible. But then sometimes I'm like, well, okay, this is the argument now. Like, obviously, when Man of Tomorrow came out, they were like saying like, oh, James Gunn. The first thing I saw was, oh, James Gunn, like the slate has been changed multiple times. I'm like, slates. I'm like, okay, there's a slate, but it wasn't like a slate like it was announced like when Feige does it on Hall H or D23, when they have a literal slate and they have dates. And it's like, no, it was a small press screening. Yeah, he announced it at the opening, like his announcement video, where it's just like, oh yeah, we want to do this, we want to do that. And I'm like, yeah, you wonder what's all going to stick. But the only thing that really has been kind of canceled, but who knows if it's fully canceled, is the Authority. Everything else is still in development. There was just no date that was attached to it.
Even if you put a date to it, even if it's Kevin Feige or no matter who, shit changes.
Yeah.
All right. You if something comes up better or the situation changes to the point where you can get more of an advantage out of a certain situation, then you adjust. I mean, don't paint yourself into a corner and fans should understand that these are all rolling things. Sometimes things may happen in the progression of all this that may warrant a change. Heaven forbid you want him to stick with a bad idea or stick with something that's out of place when things change just because he put it on a whiteboard somewhere. Nah, if the change needs to be made, make the change.
But again, we seem to forget that a lot of we're the rational type. You've got the irrationals who thinks everything's like Burger King. They think they can have it their way, and when it's not, we get to act like the child who got the wrong toy in I know I'm changing restaurants now, and the Happy Meal, and then throws a fit in the middle of the store because they.
But they'll be there when it comes out, though. All those.
I know that. I'm just saying what we get.
Like. They will be right there when that movie comes out.
Yeah.
All the Marvel heads that were going to go see Doomsday and Secret Wars on the original date. Guess how many of them won't be there when it releases on the date? They're going to be right there. And then like I said, it sucks that certain things get delayed and changed, but at least they don't get canceled in certain situations. If certain things get canceled and integrated into other things, then if that's the best for the project, then that's the best for the project.
Yeah, and again. The only reason that they're nitpicking about a slate or anything being announced is again they're trying to serve their bad faith argument. They're trying to prove their own emotionally Charmin soft point.
Gotcha. The gotcha culture.
Even when Marvel Studios first formed, like Kevin, I remember reading in passing, like very early on, like Kevin Feige mentioned, like the idea was to do, Ant-Man, Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America, and Thor, like all of the big names that they had that weren't Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, whatever. And they managed to get 4 of those 5, and they saved Ant-Man for the end of Phase 2. And the thing is like Ant-Man was a product of that very thing that William and Ray talked about. Is fucking delays, production, what the fuck ever. Like Edgar Wright being tied up with other things. Like it is a very product of that thing. And even moving forward to Phase 3, remember the Inhumans movies that were supposed to happen? I do.
Yep.
Yeah, it got turned into a fucking TV show. And look at all the countless shit that's shifted from Marvel now, from Phase 4 onward. Yeah. Look at how many things came out with Warner Brothers and just throwing shit at a wall of whatever happened and didn't happen.
Black Panther was not an original part of Phase 3.
Nope.
He was shoehorned. He was shoehorned in, which is part of why that third act is the way that it is visually, unfortunately. But that was a thing that was added in later, and it turned out to be one of their biggest hits as far as the franchise.
Even with the Crayola fight at the end between Killmonger and Black Panther.
That's what I'm saying.
I still love that movie.
Right. That's the only, and I'm very forgiving of VFX. It's not that it ruins the movie for me, but it's one of those where it's like that is what keeps it from being, like in my MCU ranking, like I struggled with this. I said, okay, because I feel very similarly about Black Panther the same way I do Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. In many ways, they're very similar films for a number of reasons. And I'm like, okay, which one is better? And the only reason that I have Shang-Chi 4th and Black Panther 5th is because Shang-Chi has a better third act. Oh, yeah. Visually speaking, That's a better third act.
I do
no,
think
no rubbery stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Wakanda Forever does have a lot better polished CGI, but I think they also they kind of needed to with what they were introducing.
Yes, no, I agree. I completely agree with that. And yeah, and there you have it. Like that. Now that was a product of too much time because they got delayed by the pandemic. They got delayed by Letitia Wright's back injury, and they were trying to they pivoted to a Plan B script after Chadwick Boseman died.
Which was well,
you mean writing on the fly, that is the worst situation any movie can be in. Period. By far.
Other than the Thor movies, Wakanda Forever is one of the movies that I just don't watch anymore.
The thing is just like the funny thing about Wakanda Forever is like what they had to do, the fact that they had to pivot is something formulaic inherently about how Marvel makes their movies and how they literally make their movies on the fly. And it's just like, well, now you're literally put to the same creative test that Lucasfilm was put in a couple years ago with Carrie Fisher.
They didn't have to pivot though. They didn't. They made a decision to pivot. They made a bad decision to pivot.
No,
they did not have to pivot.
That's subjective. That's entirely.
It's very subjective, and the reason I disagree that it's a bad decision, William, is because the people that keep telling me it's a bad decision are not considering the psyche of everybody that never had a chance to mourn Chadwick Boseman's death.
Okay, mourn him.
That's
delay the movie. Delay the movie.
No, the movie is mourning him. Seriously, whether you like
that's
it or
not
not.
what the movie's for. That's what funerals are for.
Well, that's what it did, and it made over $800 million. So
that's fine. That's fine, but it doesn't mean narratively that was the right decision. There are 1,000 different ways you can mourn someone.
You don't have to like it. You don't.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought that was a poor decision.
But that's okay. But then by that logic, that's kind of like implying that Christopher Nolan should have made a third Batman movie with a different Joker.
It is actually.
Here's what you're doing now, and we did a show. We did a whole hour about this. It was a bad decision, in my opinion. Here's amongst the million reasons it was. First of all, you killed the work. The movie is about Black Panther. Chadwick Boseman, as great as he was, everything in that movie, from the caterer to Letitia, everyone is an asset to tell the story. The story comes first. Black Panther will be around, Lord willing, let's knock on wood, that we're all here in our 90s to see a third or fourth person playing Black Panther. The story comes first. Once you start diverting from your story, you are there. The job is to tell a story. Much respect to Chadwick Boseman. It was like being punched in the balls when he passed away. It still hurts. It still hurts. And if you needed more time to mourn, I understand. But you are changing your fictional story for something that is not part of the story. I don't go to a movie to mourn. I don't go to a movie if the story you were going to tell prior to him passing, if you needed people time to heal, mourn, that's fine. Your job, because like I said, I've had people pass in all workforces I've ever been in. Eventually, we have to come back to work. And you are there, your job, your chief thing amongst what you are selling is the story. Now, if you want to do a documentary about Chadwick, I will watch the hell out of that. But the Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman played the Black Panther. He is not the Black Panther. And you corrupted your story. I understand where it came from. I don't hate people who have that opinion because it came from the right place. They're not soulless individuals. But when you see that movie, and it hurt the movie, when Namor rose, he needed T'Challa there to rise with him in that movie. It hurt the movie. So, yeah, I can understand why other people. I can understand it. I just think they made a bad decision.
No, I know what you're saying too, because I kind of like felt similar to that because even like Chadwick Boseman's brother was like, yeah, they should have just recast. Like he even said they should have.
His widow too.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, Chadwick would have wanted him to recast, and everything.
And we only got like, people of color. How many people we got at that high a level of movie in that stratosphere? I can count them on one hand.
So all right. Thank you for bringing this up because I've had to deal with this as well. So here's the thing. Like, great. His widow feels that way. Great. His brother feels that way. That's awesome. They're not making the movie. And it's not their story. It's Ryan Coogler's story. It's that cast and crew's story. And like it or not, the way that Chadwick Boseman and Black Panther was marketed to the MCU audience wasn't as him playing Black Panther. It was as him being Black Panther. And let's not kid ourselves. If we're going to talk about the business of this, please don't tell me you think that they're not going to go back to the well with Black Panther at some point, because
I think they would, but they should have done it now.
No, but here's the
thing. It's not their story. It's Marvel's story.
And it's easy for fans to say that, because from a fan perspective, you're looking at it from what you want to see as a fan of the source material and as a fan of Black Panther. You're a lot of times when we judge these things, we look at them from fan eyes. And of course, why wouldn't we? Because we are fans. From the general audience perspective and from the casuals and the normies perspective, they spent 2 hours and 41 minutes mourning Chadwick Boseman, because it wasn't just that he died, William. It was that he died at a time when the world was in chaos. All of us were fucking at home, stuck as a result of the COVID. I was at home. I'm working from home, and I work at a news station, and I had just clocked out, technically for the night. I'm working from my living room, sending promos and doing the logs and all that stuff, right? And I found out about it through work, because my work email happened to still be up and I saw the headline. That's how I fucking found out about it. And everybody else that found out about it, that's where they were. They weren't, where were you? They were in their house. They were in their homes, stuck in limbo, not knowing what the rest of the year was going to bring, or when that movie was even going to exist, let alone exist at all. It was such a unique scenario in terms of somebody passing, even more unique than Carrie Fisher, because even in Carrie Fisher's case, that wasn't like, we weren't stuck. We weren't in the middle of a crazy world shifting situation like COVID-19 did a number on everybody mentally, physically, spiritually, whatnot. And add the whole thing with Letitia Wright's back injury and all the other issues, that cast and crew was hurting in so many different ways, and you can't just ignore them. They're the ones putting the movie together. So Feige made the call and said, you know what, Ryan, you guys do what you do. And again, from a business standpoint, it didn't fail. It did not fail. Whether you liked it or not, and you don't have to, because it's all subjective, it didn't fail. In fact, it's one of the last, 2022, I've brought this up before. 2022 is the last massively successful year that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has had, because all three of their movies that year made no less than $760 million. And that one made over $859 million. And that was the fans going into it, understanding what it was, or not the fans, but the general audience understanding what it was, knowing the circumstances surrounding. And it wasn't, the COVID-19 thing aside, it was also the circumstances of his death. The fact that he had cancer, hid it, didn't say shit, didn't complain. People had questions about whether or not he was wasting away, whether or not he was having health issues. This was such a unique situation that, quite honestly, I personally, I have no issues with how they dealt with it, and I'm not worried that all of a sudden Black Panther is just, we're not going to see another version of it.
No, we'll see another version, but this got a bad. I thought it's got a. Oh, go ahead. Go.
I don't think Kevin Feige could look at this situation and then turn the clock back to 2008 and have, sleep easy recasting someone else like he did with Edward Norton, Mark Ruffalo. Like this is not at all in the same ballpark. And I wholeheartedly agree with everything Ray just said, because
but you're in the business of telling stories. At what point you're in the business of telling a fictional story,
and they
does this not set a precedent? Because people die. I mean, I know that people die, and they die unfortunately, and they die in places and in occupations and stuff. What precedent? I understand where you guys are, so I'm not disagreeing as far as like just move on without But at the end of the day, the job is to tell a fictional story. Do you set a precedent of reacting to all the time to the world around you? I would have rather them delayed that movie than put out what they put out. That movie's a tough watch for me because, like I said, we've all been to funerals.
But you also
funeral to mourn a person.
But you also understand from a business standpoint why, because of COVID-19, because of what that did to the movie industry, why delaying it further was a bigger problem.
I can live with all that. It was so unfortunate to see that movie. And that's, like I said, it's one of the outside of the Thor movies, which I have no use for.
and
I just don't watch.
The question I have now is like, when it comes to the third one, what are they going to do with the third one?
Well, they just need to use Secret Wars to basically they'll bring in another one, they'll remerge the universe, and then he will always have been there.
Actually think that Black Panther 3 is one of the two possible films that could be taking place in between Doomsday and Secret Wars.
Okay.
How so?
Okay, so it depends on when the sacred timeline is restored, though, because the whole point of this is to bring together one timeline. So I would assume that whenever that happens,
I don't know, because isn't there a recent run where they have Wakanda in space? Like, I feel like you could do some variation of that, or like Wakanda in a different dimension, something to that, like where they fight a nihilist. Like I don't know, like it just
I'm
seems
talking about like a permanent T'Challa, like the one going forward.
I'm talking about the next Black Panther movie and what Marvel Studios may or may not do with it. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm going to bet that it's after.
I don't know, I'm only basing this off of like who is in Doomsday and Secret Wars, which the Black Panther cast and crew is, and Ryan Coogler is at the moment free agent, but we don't know. He has said like him and Marvel have a timeline for Black Panther 3. There's an undated Marvel movie for in between Secret Wars and Doomsday. I think it's in May of 2027, something like that. I don't know, but Ryan Coogler has also said he's writing Black Panther 3. I think it's either that or it might be Doctor Strange, but I'm kind of really leaning more toward Black Panther 3. I feel like
between those two, I would lean more toward Black Panther 3.
Yeah. I feel like if you're going to tell a story of something in between, Doomsday and Secret Wars, that would probably be your best bet, would be a third Black Panther.
See, I'm thinking Doctor Strange because of the nature of the story, the nature of what we're going through with Secret Wars, and where they left off with him in the whole multiverse. I think he's a key component that you kind of have to put there in that spot. That's just me throwing stuff.
So let me ask you this question, because when you think of these films with respect to the story, are you judging it based on the source material reference, or are you judging it based on what the MCU has built over the
I'm basing it on their rules. I'm basing it on their precedent.
Okay, because that's an important distinction, because I had I forget who it is. Jamie Drewley. You remember the Holy Batcast guys?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So one of the Jamie Drewley, I remember he was one of the sticklers that did not like the fact that death wasn't involved in Infinity War.
Do you have an idea how much stuff that guy did not like?
He didn't like a lot of things, didn't he?
You're not wrong on that, Phil. He and I had an argument about R-rated comic book movies one time.
Oh God!
Wow! I need a link to that.
But no, it wasn't. It was on Twitter. So, that is an important distinction, because especially in the MCU's case, at this point, 17 and a half years in, we should be following their rules. And any speculation that we have should be based on what they have provided us in their universe and not the source material. So people that are, and I know this, people are probably already thinking about Doomsday and Secret Wars based on what they know from the comics, and that is the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, because there's some major changes already.
Yeah. Well, number one, just on a surface level, like the Russos have outright said, I don't remember which one it was specifically, but one of them said, like, yeah, we're yanking from the 84 story and the Hickman story. So they're already not just going one for one either. They're going to do from both. And I thankfully to Chris, I have a lot of the Hickman stuff anyway, and I need to move on reading all that stuff. But I'm slowly making my way through Batman White Knight. But they're going to do
we're here, right?
Huh? Yeah.
The one you bought when you're here? Yeah.
Yeah. But no, just based on like, and even just looking in the past, they put a traditional, introduced character in between Infinity War and Endgame, and then they had a new character. It's not quite the same situation here because, well, things have changed. Things have changed drastically. And I could easily see them being like, what could be a possible easy win for us in the summer in 27 before Secret Wars? What would be a nice ideal lead into Secret Wars? And I feel like Black Panther 3 could serve that, because Black Panther initially led into Infinity War.
Right. Right. Even it led to Infinity
I'm
War.
just tripping out on the whole thing of 27. The fact I'm like, wow.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to survive 25.
I know, no, just the fact that we're just, I always forget, like, oh yeah, we're going into 27. It's like 27. We're in the roaring 20s right now. What the fuck?
We're almost. You round it up after next year when 2030. I'm gonna bet a quarter. Literally just a quarter. It's Doctor Strange, just because, like I said, that premise.
The other one I have in mind.
Saw him through.
I can think it'd be.
So that well, and I mean, in fairness to that possibility, 2022, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness made $955 million at the beginning of the year, and then Black Panther: Wakanda Forever made $859 million at the end of the year. So either one of them could be a guaranteed hit for the third film. Truthfully,
I just think one fits story. What they're doing, one just fits more naturally than the other. Unless you're good because of the multidimensional stuff, but
it's so weird. It's so weird because when that was like again, like what you were saying, right? Like that was such a weird. It was a weird year, but yet that was like I mean, after that, it was like it's so weird because that year with both of those movies, because some people it just seems like those movies aren't talked about as much, I don't know what it is about those two movies. Like it's like they're talked about but not talked about. Like there's just like something special about both of those movies in different ways, entirely, of course. But I don't know. It's such a weird thing because I've seen people that just go, like I said, that movie just didn't do it for me. Both of them, those movies didn't do it for me. And I'm like, for me, I was like, Black Panther had Wakanda Forever had some like the middle of that movie, and even the beginning when they do the funeral thing. It's like it does hit you in the feels and stuff. But then the way that movie ends, I think the final act of Black Panther Wakanda Forever was not good in my opinion. But when I look at Doctor Strange: The Multiverse of Madness, I'm going fucking give me some Raimi shit. But then people just go and then it's just been so long of like, okay, when are we gonna get a follow up to these? And it just seems like it's taken so long. I mean, Doctor Strange is different because Ryan Coogler, like Black Panther, is Ryan Coogler's baby, right, and we know that he's going to be doing the third one. We don't know if Sam Raimi is going to return. We've had two different directors when it comes to Doctor Strange. It could be a whole different director. We don't know if Sam Raimi is going to come back. We know Coogler is, so it does seem like that's the more logical one to be in that spot. Because we already know that Coogler is going to return and is working on it. So that's
also, I just real quick. I also just feel like if you're going to have sets for Wakanda available during Doomsday, it'd be pretty practical to film a movie.
That's a good point.
Wakanda in between them.
That's a very valid point. Production has to take into account for that. But I think, Dave, that like, it's interesting. I think it's a couple of things with respect to 2022. First of all, in fairness to William, a lot of what he's saying is a big part of why Wakanda Forever isn't talked about. Because I know Ben agrees with him on this. Ben hates Wakanda Forever. He said that before, and I've talked to other people, and I've heard this from Black people before. At my coworkers that have expressed the same concern that William just said 15, 20 minutes ago about it. But the way that it was worded to me was they can recast Batman, they can recast Spider-Man, and have however many other actors. Why can't they do it for the one black superhero? And I'm like, okay, I understand your point, but this is a very unique situation, which is why I don't think it's going to set a precedent, William, just tying that off. But with respect to Multiverse of Madness, the weird thing about Multiverse of Madness, and mind you, the other weird thing about this year is that Thor: Love and Thunder gets sandwiched in between the both of those. That's why 2022 is like, do we really want to talk about that year? Yeah. Do we really want to talk about Infinity Cones? Do we really want to talk about the Russell Crowe's mailing in of
that awesome that accent? My God,
less said the better.
Exactly.
Less said the better.
Right, exactly. So, but with Multiverse of Madness, the weird thing is like, I was excited for it because there were two things that people. First of all, a lot of the younger generation doesn't necessarily dig Raimi's style, which is what I love about the movie, because I'm a Sam Raimi disciple. I love his films, and it that is a Sam Raimi. MCU film. Like that was a case where
totally.
Sam Raimi told Kevin Feige to jump and Feige said how high. That is exactly what that movie is, right? So I loved that, but not a lot of the younger audience did. And then the other problem, and this is totally a fan construct, too much expectations were placed on cameos in that movie that didn't happen based off of No Way Home.
True.
You're right.
Remember Tom Cruise is going to be Iron Man variant.
Oh yeah,
and
superior Iron Man. Oh,
right. There were so many expectations placed.
Deadpool.
Right, exactly. And so when those didn't happen, that plus, and this is a smaller third thing that I don't agree with, but it is what it is. There are still fans out there that do not like how Wanda's character was evolved in that film because they looked at her as the protagonist of WandaVision instead of what WandaVision actually is, which is her villain origin story. And she went straight villain in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
And they don't like that for whatever reason. And it's like, I don't know why you don't, because it was badass, but it's...
Well, I think the complaints with Wanda, it's not even just about if you didn't see WandaVision, you didn't see the arc getting there. It was just, as I can understand them when they're saying, a lot of them weren't expecting just drop and go that quick. You know, a villain turn. I don't know if it was just, I think it was the quickness of her turn that upset people that hoped it was going to be, because again, Wanda in the comics has always towed the line at different points. You know,
until House of M.
Yeah.
That is a fair point though, Chris, because all of us saw WandaVision before seeing Multiverse of Madness. Mm-hmm. If you didn't, and the last time you saw her was Endgame, that is going to be a quick turn.
Yeah, I mean,
because you're not going to get the whole thing with the kids and the family and Vision and all that at all.
So. But they didn't really do the best job of like, hey, this is why.
They didn't recap it at all. Raimi was not interested in recapping that.
I love her line that she said. I thought it was one of the best lines in that movie, where she said, you break time at that point, and you're all looked at as heroes. I'm trying to basically, have a family and have a life, and I'm thought as the bad guy. Yeah, I'm thought villain. Isn't that fair? That doesn't seem fair.
Right.
It's a good line. It's a good line. Yeah.
It is a good line. They put it in the trailer. That's how good it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's what to Ray's point, it was like, when you watch, if you didn't watch WandaVision, you had no idea. But at the same time, it's like Raimi was not interested in like, we don't need to have homework. We can do it through dialogue. And that was like his way of doing it, which is a really good line. And for us, we're like, fuck yeah, doing that. But but I could see why people were like, wait, last time I saw her, she was like a hero. Why is she a villain kind of thing right now? So that was probably jarring. And then some other things were jarring too. And again, people were hoping for, oh man, how many, even though there were good cameos, literally fucking Patrick Stewart came back as Xavier.
Makes you wonder, was that the thing that Scott Derrickson walked away from? Was that the decision? Was that the thing? Like, was he not on board with Scarlet Witch being the antagonist? Because I know he wanted to do Nightmare. Like that was his deal.
I think it was that, Phil, but I also think even more so it was because he wanted R rating.
Probably.
He wanted it darker, and he didn't want the cameo porn too. So
right, probably got tired of not having as much control now than he did maybe for the first one. You know,
watch him come back and do the third one, but it's R rated. That'd be funny.
Dude, that would be hilarious if they pivoted like that.
That'd be
I would give Feige a lot of credit for having the stones to do an R-rated comic book film in this landscape.
He's all, your move, James Gunn. You're going to do
especially in between Doomsday and Secret Wars.
Yeah, that'd be some brass. That'd be some brass balls.
I mean that's the thing. Is like when it comes to when it comes to the MCU. I still remember opening night and watching Infinity War. My theater was going, what? Like when everybody started fucking ashing off. Dude, the people were like going, what? Like the theater was freaking out.
Dave,
they were in tears over Spider-Man.
I went like, holy shit, they had the balls to do this? They fucking did this.
Dave, that is one of my favorite moments ever in a movie theater.
Me too.
Was hearing everyone scream bloody murder once the credits started rolling.
Okay, so when
I'm just sitting there like, and then comic.
when Bucky died, I shit you not, like a full row in front of me of ladies just audibly sobbed for like 2 minutes.
Oh,
like when Bucky faded, they were like, ah! And everyone was just like, shut up,
dude. I mean, it was so funny. It was almost like everybody was just looking at each other like, what is happening? This is not supposed to happen. Like, what? I mean, it was such a, I mean, that's why I think Infinity War is just like, I mean, it's one of the best of the MCU because
Top
because
5.
that shock value. And then I remember that weekend, I was like, I took my dad to go see it and I didn't tell him anything, of course.
you know what's
And then
funny?
when all of a sudden that started happening, he started looking at me going, what? Like, what? He was starting to go like, what the hell? Like, I'm like, keep watching. I'm like,
You know what's really funny is like in the Infinity Gauntlet book, that happens in like issue 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So it's literally the halfway point
yeah.
of when it happens, and it's like that's literally the perfect cliffhanger for the movie is like watching everyone just get fucking right.
Well,
I had little kids when Tom Holland died; they were sobbing.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, that was the most heartfelt.
I want to go, Mr. Stark.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I
Well,
mean that one hit the hardest.
I have to get that's when one of those I have to give Feige and the Russos like a ton of credit because it wasn't just like them doing it; it was the selection of who went.
Yeah,
They hit the ones that would hit the hardest at that point in the cliffhanger.
Oh yeah, when T'Challa
for sure.
did it, I mean, there was a guy behind me who was like, "What?" Like,
We just got him.
Right when he's like, get up, get up, General, and he takes her hand and he just disintegrates right in her hand as she's still lying on the ground.
And Nick Fury is the best one. Nick Fury is the best one.
Groot, and he fades away, and it was
Dude,
like,
not just Groot, the majority of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right?
Yeah.
No,
And that's-
Spider-Man. Yeah.
And I
that
just
whole
love
thing
that sequence when, you know, in Endgame when Tony comes back and the first thing he says is, I lost the kid. And that's all he can't when he thinks about like where, if he's going to do this, he's worried about his family, but he looks back at the picture of him and Peter and he says, I have to get him back.
Yeah.
He's my responsibility.
The first hour of Avengers Endgame is the second. We all love the third act. We all love portals. Yes, awesome. The first hour,
It's awful. It's
all right. Okay.
Hot take.
Nothing too big.
Somebody clip that. We all love portals. I get that.
Yes, but the first hour of that film is, I think, probably thematically and character wise and storytelling wise, is probably the strongest of that movie by far. That second hour is where it gets really, really, really wonky at points.
Well,
I'm okay with the wonkiness. It's okay.
No, it's still enjoyable.
Yeah.
I like the time travel stuff because, you know, it reminded me of Back to the Future Part 2, you know, where it's like, hey, let's go back into this
But
movie.
they said Back to the Future is wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but so was their theory. Their time
care.
period
Oh
is
yeah.
so
They didn't have a theory.
Why don't we just go back in time and find baby Thanos and just, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody ever asked, where's Thor doing without his hammer for all that time? Did I miss that? Because he snatches that Thor's hammer and then takes it back. What does that Thor do all the way up to the point?
Well, that's the thing.
I wasn't
those
afraid.
questions.
When you take it out, it's almost as if it never left. That's the
Right.
logic you have to apply.
Right.
It's like the debate of how many DeLoreans do we have out there in the trilogy.
But here's the thing, though. Everything that they did was bullshit. And even the ancient ones said it was bullshit. So they actually exposed their bullshit in the movie because
And
everything
she still gave him the fucking stuff.
When the Flash movie has a better time travel explanation than Avengers Endgame,
Oh,
spaghetti.
that.
In my opinion, it was a better explanation of time travel.
I think you're going to see that explanation again in the future.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
William, we've already technically seen that. We've not in Marvel. Second season of Strange New Worlds.
I'm gonna be brutally
Oh,
honest.
I
I think hands
Oh,
down.
with I know what you're talking about.
With
Admiral. You're talking about the Mercy, the one where.
with Khan.
Oh yeah, but you also saw it again with when you had Admiral Pike. because remember he came,
Yes,
he was
yes,
changing that
that's
list.
true.
Which
Yes,
I
that is true.
love that episode.
The quality of dude, that episode is phenomenal. Oh my goodness! But no, just the idea of future events being changed, or like the past being changed, like and not being the same past that it was, I forget exactly how he said it, but just it was a different case where like it's now a different future. It's a different, like everything being changed, like the beginning point and the end point being changed. Like the spaghetti explanation is why the whole con thing doesn't happen the same way that we thought it did in the prime timeline now.
See, I don't know.
It just happened somewhere else. I still think that with that explanation that Michael Keaton gave Barry in the Flash in that movie is going to tie to Peacemaker. And people can laugh at me all they want. I get laughed at all day. Don't care. Because in Peacemaker season 1, he goes into that interdimensional closet and it's just the guy's uniforms. This year he goes into it and now there's doorways to everywhere.
Yeah.
So I think that Barry's trying to get George Clooney. He's trying to replace George Clooney.
I don't know about all that.
Do it.
I'll just say,
man, if George Clooney shows up in Peacemaker, that'd be fucking insane.
We were fucking around the other night saying it should be like everybody that can put on a suit and say that he's Bruce Wayne, fucking Zack Snyder, everybody, and Barry just keeps going back, and it's like what's the dude from Jay and Silent Bob? Both of those guys are Bruce Wayne. Just make a comedy out of it. So every time Barry keeps trying to get the right Bruce Wayne, some other celebrity is coming out of the limo. And just keep fucking around with it.
So which Treehouse of Horror is that? Homer with the toaster?
Hey, I love that one. That's one of my favorites. Yeah.
That one is so good.
Touch anything, I'll touch whatever I feel like.
The thing is like Rick and Morty. They've done shit like that too. I mean,
true.
It's so funny because Rick and Morty has done some crazy shit when it comes to multiverse, and I mean,
time travel.
One of their best episodes was like the multiverse story, where you literally like. Just the way that they told the story and showed the story when things get fucked up, they actually literally just like you see the different multiverses as it's happening, and like it just like keeps branching off, and it gets. I mean, the way that they like did their shit. I mean, of course, that's a comedy cartoon, adult cartoon. It's different, but I mean, at the same time, I'm going, Jesus Christ, how the fuck did they come up with that? How did they come up with some of the concepts? And I mean, I'm guessing they're just. Handful of fucking shrooms and let's have
a lot of time and money. A lot of time and money.
To the shrooms, huh?
No, I think the best explanation of time travel is in Terminator 0. That to me is like
what's
one of the
Terminator
best.
Zero?
Terminator 0 is it's the animated series on Netflix. It's a 10-episode series, and it takes place in Japan during the 1997 Judgment Day.
Okay.
It's one of the best Terminator things we've gotten in years.
It's better than the movies. The movies that came out post.
Well, Salvation and Genesis,
it's better than Genesis and Dark Fate for sure.
Yeah. It might not be better than Salvation.
Okay.
Oh no, it's better than Salvation. Definitely.
Yeah, it is, because McGee fucked that up.
Well, okay, so I still haven't seen Genesis, and Phil, I do still want to see it. I know you said I don't need to. I still want to see Genesis just to.
You got to complete it.
You have to.
You don't have to watch Dark Fate.
No, I saw Dark Fate in theaters. I actually like Dark Fate.
Oh, okay.
I like Dark Fate. But no, but Salvation is the one that I keep like asking people about, because aside from the fact that I love that it's a pre-sequel. Sure. I love that about I love that it's a film that technically takes place in the future, but is before the first film. Like I thoroughly enjoy that aspect of it. But the whole McGee thing, yes, I would still watch it over Rise of Machines.
Oh yeah,
making a heartbeat.
See, the thing is Rise of Machines has a really great ending, though.
It does.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. Rise of the Machines had a great excellent ending. I do.
Well, it explains the time travel by their rules, not just time travel. It explains the Terminator time travel rules, because after Dyson dies, then it's all over with. The only person that should be left sitting in a warehouse is Sarah Connor, because everything else, there's no reason to send Kyle Reese back. There's no reason for the Terminator to be back. The only thing that is existing is her.
But that's the great part about the Rise of the Machines ending, and the part of it that I really do like about that ending is when John talks about how Sarah died and she waited, like she was dying and she waited until August 29th passed before she could die
Yeah.
because she had to know that date wasn't going to happen. And then it turned out it didn't matter because Judgment Day was inevitable.
Because it just moved it up. They were never supposed to find the microprocessor.
You only postponed it.
Postponed it, and then what I like about Rise of Machines too is like, oh yeah, it's the TX wasn't just going for John Connor, it was going for his fucking his
resistance. Yep.
Yeah, the whole resistance. It wasn't just him. And then of course when she found the blood and and then licked it, which is it's just the way that, and then all of a sudden it was like main target, and she was like, rah, and she almost, it was just, that was such a funny thing. I thought it was cool because it was like, oh yeah, it's the main target, but it was just funny because she had to lick the bandage.
The robot the robot had to have a moment.
Right.
Yeah.
It looked like she enjoyed that. And like, oh, it's the main target, so I'm going to make a face. I'm like, would a robot make that face? Come on, guys.
That robot dropped some drugs at that moment. That's
to put a pin on it. Basically, like Terminator Zero.
Loken, I think her name was.
Terminator
Zero. Yeah.
Terminator Zero.
Episode of Boy Meets World. That's the reason why I know her name. She was in an episode of Boy Meets World. Anyways. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when it comes to Terminator Zero, this is established from, again, the 1997 August 29th date of Judgment Day, but the explanation that is given for time travel is terrifying. Is terrifying, and it's also like very... in a way, it validates every other fucking Terminator movie that has ever been made in the fucking coolest yet most nonchalant way imaginable. Basically, what one of the main characters is told is like, when you travel to the past, that is now your future. What happens then is
gone.
Gone. Yes, you have now created an alternate branch of what has initially transpired, since you've gone back in time to 1997 and you were intending to change these events of Judgment Day. Now, the future that you live in now is not going to happen.
Yeah, well, that's theory C. There's like 4 basic theories of time travel. I think that's theory C, the alternate timeline.
Some such, but the way that it's depicted is it's just like, oh, okay, so this literally just justifies any other way that you could go with the Terminator franchise, considering how much of a fail start every other subsequent installment has been since Salvation.
Sure, you can go in. Basically, they can go in any direction without consequences.
Pretty much,
yeah. And it was cool that they did that, but it broke away from the original theory of the linear time, the cause and effect.
It also just kind of shows you, like, the technopocalypse on the other side of the world too, in Japan. Like, how does Japan counter that? Does Japan have an artificial intelligence to counter Skynet?
Right.
Yeah, and then the whole decision he has to make, because there's only one episode where it's not that much action. It's just him deciding on whether he needs to merge with, all this, and it's like.
And then there's some also time travel, timey-wimey stuff that happens throughout the series, and then by the last episode, you're like, there it is.
Yeah. Interesting. And then the computer. The thing about this Skynet is Skynet should be able to figure out all these variables and say, you know what, maybe we just won't send.
Yeah.
So Phil, what you're saying is first I should rewatch Dark Fate, and then I should watch Genesis, and then watch Terminator Zero.
If you want to.
Just go to Terminator Zero, man.
I'm a proponent of, I like 1 and 2 the most because those are James Cameron's top tier films he's ever made, period, bar none. I like 3. I think it's fine. I think Salvation is underrated, but it's not also
worthy. It's worthy.
It's fine. Like it's a fun time. And then I also like the Sarah Connor Chronicles too. I think that's a great show.
That show should have got one more season at least. Fuck Fox for that.
And I hope Zero gets a second season, because man, that finale.
Okay, so I agree. I think most of us agree about the first 2, but come on, which one's better between the first 2? What's the best one?
Oh, that's a tough one because it's 2 different eras. You're talking about the 90s versus 1984.
It's very much the same.
Choice.
To me, it's the same difference between the first Alien film and Aliens. Even though Cameron didn't direct the first Alien film, it's still like the first.
One's a horror, one's a war movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because the first Terminator movie is a horror movie. Yeah. It is a horror movie.
It's very similar to Alien.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so, definitely.
It's more contained. There's action in it, but at the same time, it's got the more scare factor in it, especially that final act when he comes crawling out of that debris and he just, it's like, and then the second one is just full on, just
balls
action.
to the wall action.
You know, what's funny is like that image of the Terminator kind of clunking around in the fire. It's like, okay, that right there, that's the shot that probably James Cameron had in his mind when he had that fucking bad dream that formed this whole thing to begin with. Probably. That right there was probably something similar to it. Because that man knows how to compose a shot and just make it feel real and visceral and fucking terrifying. And
it's also one of those, like, I how many people have watched the Terminator series in like release order? Because I saw 2 first. So you saw the first. You saw the first.
I saw Terminator in the movie.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I saw Terminator 2 before I saw the first one.
When I was 6 years old, my babysitter showed me and my brother Terminator when I was 6.
Wow.
I was 10. Saw it on the first day.
Wow.
Yeah. Terminator.
Okay.
Terminator. Yeah.
Yeah.
In full. Yes.
So my dad loves. He loves Arnold. He loves Bruce Willis. He loves Sly. Has all their movies, and we got, I think 2 was, I think he had seen it in the theater, but Showtime was starting to show it, and so he taped it on VHS, and that was how I first saw it, because we had it on VHS at that point, and it was 1990. It was like the heyday. It was, I'm like, what, 8 or 9 years old, and I'm starting to now watch movies. And we just had a shitload of VHSs. They're all still in his basement to this day. And yeah, I just saw that one first because he had it on. Yeah. And also the marketing, right? You see Arnold and Robert Patrick doing interviews, and Edward Furlong and Hamilton and all that stuff. So yeah, that was that's why I saw that one first. And I've seen it both times too.
What was good about Terminator 2 is, like, I mean, you could watch that one first because they did such a good job of recapping.
They really did.
They really did. If you watch that movie, the storytelling is good where you don't need to watch. You understand what is happening, and I mean, James Cameron did such a good job of, like, okay, the first one we had like this, and it was like this standard thing, and then he created that paradox, which was the chip and the arm. It's like, okay, so now Cyberdyne is like working off of this shit, and then it essentially creates Skynet. And so it was just kind of beautiful storytelling of, like, that's why people love that movie so much. It's just because that storytelling, and like, you really, I mean, and then you could just go, oh, let me go back and watch the first one now and see what that was about. Oh yeah, it's just a horror movie of come back in time, and this robot's trying to kill this person. There's a dude here that's also from the future, that's also, and then there's also a paradox in there, because if he doesn't go back in time, John Connor's not born. It was just a bunch of paradoxes. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, both of those movies have just that paradox when it comes to time travel, which is just so
that they literally break in Terminator 2, like I said, because I saw that at Comic-Con. I remember in 1991. In 1991, we saw it in San Diego, Terminator 2. And me and my buddies are like, because we're Star Trek nerds. So it's Star Trek. I always go by the rules of whatever movie I'm watching. If they set the rules, that's fine. Those are the rules we're going by. But like I'm saying, Dyson's dead. The chip is melted. The fuck you guys still doing here?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember us, getting on the red line, going to where we were staying, and we're like, no, they're all disappeared. There's no way. And then Terminator 3 comes along and explains why. But
also though, like, technically, like, I hear what you're saying as far as so your contention is that as soon as they destroyed the arm and the chip, that everything should
just.
If the premise was that was what was going to fight Cyberdyne and Skynet, if destroying that, which was their mission to prevent that from happening, had happened, then there's no reason for Kyle Reese to be sent back, because there's nothing to send him back for. So John Connor is not born. The only person that should be existing, sitting there wondering how the fuck did I get here, if at that is Sarah Connor, because she's the only one that would have existed no matter what.
I got you. Well,
oh man, that would have been terrible. If all of a sudden,
remember, there's a movie called Pulse. There's a movie called Pulse that kind of follows that same premise.
Yeah. John just fades away, and then Sarah's just by herself in the fucking.
Well, just like a flash happens, and she's at the restaurant with the kid putting the ice cream cone in her apron. That's literally what should have happened.
She still works at
because nothing ever happened. Terminator never came back because there's no reason for him to come back. Yeah. So you broke that paradox, but you didn't break the paradox because John Connor's still there, and they're talking about they're all riding the motorcycle often, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Then
from a business standpoint, I think we can all understand why the studios would.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. But I'm like, 16-year-old geek me, or he's like, what the hell is happening here? I'm looking at yesterday's Enterprise. I'm thinking yesterday's Enterprise.
Oh, right. Yes, I totally understand. I'm picking up what you're laying down on that one. But are you talking about Dave? You talking about the original ending of 2?
Yeah, where she was her as an old.
She's in the park, and John has got his his kid,
his daughter or whatever,
daughter or something.
On the swing, and it's the same dude, of course, we'll be seeing in the beginning.
Yes,
and then she's like, it didn't happen. Judgment. But see, what I appreciate about, because I think I remember seeing an interview with James Cameron. He goes, the reason why he didn't want to go with that ending, because you don't know what the future has. I mean, and shit could still go down. So he wanted to show the dark road. He wanted to show, I wanted to have the dark road again and just have the monologue of I didn't want the happy ending because you just don't know with this shit. You don't know what's going to happen.
I don't think Terminator, you should have a happy ending necessarily.
Yeah, because you're headed towards the shit. Yeah.
Dude, that was even in the Game Boy game. I don't know if you guys played the Game Boy game.
Oh yeah,
the Game Boy game even had the happy ending of Judgment Day didn't happen. It was like, what? Okay, man, the Game Boy game was fun. That was a fun game. The Nintendo game was different.
I didn't have I had the Game Gear version.
So this is okay. You want to find? This is something. I always want to read the
comics.
What's so interesting about
the new volume, the new anthology is really good.
What's so interesting about the Game Boy game and the Nintendo game? It was almost like, because they're both Nintendo, because Game Boy was Nintendo. It was almost like they went, all right, the Game Boy is going to have this, and the Nintendo game is going to have this, because the Game Boy game, you started off as John Connor in the future, fighting and shooting things. You didn't have that in the Nintendo game. The Nintendo game started off with the Terminator going into the bar and beating people up, but you didn't have that in the Game Boy game. It was very strange. It was almost like they just chose, you have this scene, you have this scene. It was almost like you had to play both to get the full effect. It was very strange.
So you want to know a stranger pairing of that? Ever play the Super Nintendo or the Sega Genesis version of Batman Returns?
Or Batman Forever?
I didn't not Batman Forever I haven't played, but I was
Batman Forever is almost unplayable.
I was the spoiled brat who had both a Super Nintendo and a Sega Genesis. And I ended up, first I got the Genesis version of Batman Returns, which does not follow the movie at all. You're fighting gargoyles and goblins, and you're randomly running into Catwoman on rooftops.
That's actually the Tim Burton cut. That's the director's cut. That's what they got. Just kidding.
It might have been, but the Super Nintendo version is so different because it's a beat 'em up game that perfectly follows the plot of the movie. It starts with the Red Triangle Circus Gang at the Christmas thing.
Okay, I did
play and you go through and they push the Ice Princess off the roof. There's the Batmobile chase. There's the stuff at the zoo later. It follows the movie, and even the MIDI music is from Danny Elfman's score. Yeah. So the Super Nintendo version follows the movie perfectly. The Sega Genesis version doesn't follow the movie at all.
See, that's what's so weird because going back to Nintendo, because I remember the Nintendo version had a level where you had to go into the hospital to rescue Sarah Connor. You didn't have that in the Game Boy version, but you had a really cool you had you were the Terminator and you had John Connor on the bike, and you had to keep firing back at the truck. You didn't have that in the Nintendo version. You had a different kind of version of like that. It was weird. It was like you had a Dodge Street fucking, just trash and shit. You had to it was so stupid, the Nintendo version when it came to the motorbike sequence. I don't know. It was very strange because my brother played the Nintendo version and I played the Game Boy version. And we were like, why is this so different? there's like every aspect is like different. There's like different levels of things that were happening here. It was very
The
strange.
reason why is because back then,
Yeah.
when they would do when they would do movie to game, ports, when they would have, video games made off of movies, they would license all of them out to different developers, and different developers were assigned to whatever system. So that's why it was always random. It's not as streamlined as it was today, where you can get whatever game on every fucking console if you wanted to, or even your PC. Like it was way, way different back even before, the early 2000s. Like it was drastically different.
Yeah. You know what's cool too is like the Game Boy had a level where you had to reprogram the T800.
Oh God, I hated that so much.
Remember that?
It was awful.
You had a time limit, and you had to it was like a puzzle to try to connect the wires
was
to make
it worse?
the little surges go up to, and there was like one that was like almost impossible to do.
Was it worse than the underwater bombs level in Ninja Turtles?
No, nothing compares to that. But I
remember that too.
It's like what Dave said. It's just like, why are we making this so ridiculously hard? That's why I don't. People like with roguelikes or Dark Souls, I don't play video games to basically get beaten into. I played for fun. I enjoy it. I'll put it on easy mode. Why? Because I just want to enjoy the game. I don't have time to mess around.
Especially with
games, real quick, Ray. I just want to give you an update for Alex, if he even gives a shit. I'm 156 hours into Final Fantasy X. I am just grinding for the last luck stat to get everyone to 255. I have done pretty much everything else.
Damn. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that progress report, because he has been following that with your updates for sure.
It's too funny. Oh man, but no, I think Chris has a point. I'm the same way. I can't sit there and play like, the Dark Souls, the not Elder Scrolls fine, but like, Elden Ring, that's what I meant to say. Like those kind of like just make you mad, want to throw your controller games. Fuck that. I'm over that.
I had an old buddy of mine who was like a massive Dark Souls fan. And I mean on a consistent basis, whenever he played this game, I would just hear all manner of like loud frustration, like fuck, like just, and I'm like, how could that possibly be fun? How could any of that possibly be enjoyable? That level of stress, that level of high blood pressure.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Absolutely not.
Man, we just took a stroll down Terminator, right there. But I just remember those games. They were just pretty fun. But time travel has always been a weird thing, Yeah. There's so many different. I mean, I was thinking about Looper and how that time travel was like.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty interesting how they,
that was unique.
Yeah, it was unique, and I dug it. I thought it was great. I thought it was cool, the way that they did all that. But there was always like that thing too, where it's like if you're the older version, you just like, you or no, the younger version, and you cut yourself, and then the older version, of course, it just forms. But then of course you have like something like Time Cop. Time Cop was unique because they had the whole concept is the same matter can't consume the same space.
Right.
So if you touched your younger version, you would just, the molecules would just fall apart, and you just whatever. Yeah, that was like an interesting concept when it came to Time Cop. All right.
Sure. I know for Ray and William, us being kind of Trekkies in a sense, like I would love to see the temporal wars portrayed in any sort of medium outside of the books and comics.
Well, you need to finish it because they started it with Enterprise. See, here's the thing. I'm an old Trek fan, but the biggest threat to the existence of Star Trek is old Trek fan.
Yeah.
Because back when Enterprise first started, it was supposed to start that temporal war. But because old Trek fans said, well, that can't happen. That's not the way the Bible of Gene Roddenberry in verse whatever says it's supposed to happen. So UPN wasn't a strong network. So they couldn't stand up to old Trek fan like they'd be able to other companies would 5-6 years later. So the old Trek fans choked the life out of Enterprise, and I got the Xindi and all this other fucking nonsense that was never supposed to be part of that. You watch the first episode, the temporal war starts with the Sylvan and that future guy singing them after the Klingon. What I think would have rolled out if they would have allowed it to finish is that was a Romulan way into the future who was trying to disrupt the Klingon Federation alliance by messing around. And that whole flathead thing, that was part of the Temple War because they were supposed to be people that were experimented on by Romulans and made a superior race of Klingons that would take over. That's why when you saw them in the original series, they had flat heads and you didn't see the rest of the Klingons. They came up with another goofy explanation. Go ahead.
So Enterprise to this day is still the only Trek series I have not watched in its entirety.
Oh, man, Scott
They did a good thing because they didn't make it in its entirety. That last 2 years, that last episode, somebody needs to be locked up for that last episode.
I've heard about it and I've seen bits and pieces of it, and I get the complaint. I do. I absolutely.
It is vomit worthy. But yeah, temporal Cold War.
Yeah. So you remember the two-parter with Georgiou in season 3 of Discovery?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like they touch on it a little bit, like not necessarily the temporal Cold War, but the aftermath of the temporal Cold War, because that would now for all of the because old Trek fan they coined the phrase "new Trek," and I fucking hate that phrase. It is it's
Star Trek. That's what it is. It's Star Trek.
Exactly, 1000%. But the callbacks, like I love the callbacks that Discovery had, and that Carl is arguably my favorite because when I realized what he was and the way that they portrayed him at the end, it was just like, oh my god, this is amazing. The Guardian.
You're talking about David Cronenberg's character, right?
No, that's Daniels. He was Agent.
Okay,
Daniels.
remember, yeah, because they didn't let you know who he was until
right. No, I'm talking about the Guardian of Forever.
Oh, okay, yeah. I like the way I kind of got who he was, but when he actually pronounced it, it was kind of cool. But even then,
because they took Bart LaRue's original voice from the original.
Yeah, and they had the echoing going on.
Yeah,
the Temporal Cold War is still technically going on because if you look at what they've done with Strange New Worlds, they could tie all of that back together. That includes yesterday's Enterprise, and that includes Worf's parents. All that stuff was stuff that got fucked up had to do with Klingons, but I think it was all supposed to tie together, and it was a Klingon from the future, that future guy that you never got to see. That was going to be a Romulan from beyond the point where their empire has been ruined because of the Klingon Federation, and it all ties together.
You know what else is interesting? Well, it's funny you bring up yesterday's Enterprise because they did put Rachel Garrett in the Section 31 movie.
Yeah, she played that next.
Right, so that's like a direct tie straight to the events.
They can still save Enterprise. Scott Bakula is still breathing. Knock on wood. Scott Bakula is still around. All those people are still around. De-age them and tell that, because remember, there was a cloaking device, and this was an old Trek fan just went on. The wanting to burn everything down. How can they have cloaking devices in this era of Star Trek? And I'm like, don't you get it? This is a time travel story. That future Romulan is giving them the advantage before the Romulan War starts,
right?
So that they have technology. That's the whole point of it. But you can't do that because the Pope of Star Trek said no. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? It's time travel. So
almost 60 years of Star Trek, and they've literally come up with about 50 different time travel rules. Get the hell out of here! Yeah. I'm not joking. Like the rules of time travel in Star Trek for the Voyage Home are loosely based off of what happened in The Naked Time, right? Which apparently they just randomly decided to use for themselves in Assignment Earth, which was actually a backdoor pilot for another Gene Roddenberry show, right? But like the whole idea of slingshot around the sun and pick up enough speed, you're in time warp. There's that. There's any manner of spatial anomalies, which is what yesterday's Enterprise is, right? And then, dude, come on, how about cause and effect? The Bozeman, exactly. That's arguably one of my favorite episodes of the entire series, of the entire franchise.
It's definitely up there.
I mean, the imagine how, and they were in that causality loop for 17 days.
Yeah, and it kept going around. Now remember Worf's parents. Worf's father was dishonored for betraying the Klingon, and all to the Romulans. So all that to me would have tied together. And like I said, you should have Strange New World. They were fighting the Romulans. They've already fought the Romulans. They could save that show and tie literally every single generation of Star Trek together with one storyline if they really want to. So, and the fact that Daniels, they didn't have to pull him out of nowhere. He's critical in the time. The fact that he exists at that point means it was one at least. So
to bring everybody else back into this, Dave, buy your dad that, and watch it with him, and get into this. You're muted. You're totally muted.
Is he muting or is he just in
I
shock?
did mute it because I was pulling up something. What is that again? Because I remember you showed it.
The Picard Legacy. The Picard Legacy. Yes, that is a good Christmas gift. Yes, I should get that to him because he really enjoyed Picard, the series. He was all
first
about
season 3 is some of the best shit they ever did.
Oh yeah,
my God, season 3 is such
a nerdgasm. He loved it so much. So yeah, I'm gonna have to probably get that for him because he would absolutely love that.
But watch it with him so you can get in. So you can get in on this shit.
Yes. My old man brought me into Trek, so
I know it's so funny because the only episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation that I remember thoroughly is the one where he gets trapped in that fucking whatever the hell for 20 something years where he lives a whole other life.
Oh, the inner light, yes. Where the probe shot the beam at him and he lived the other dude's life on the planet that Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then he wakes up. He's all. How long was I out? And he was about 22 minutes.
25 minutes. Yeah.
25 minutes. That's what it was.
Yeah. But
he lived a whole fucking life on that planet.
That is a top tier.
That's what people say. Yeah.
That is one of the most beloved episodes of that series and really of the whole franchise. Yeah. Oh, it's so
best of both worlds to me. That's when the series went from kind of low, I won't say low budget because it was high budget for the first 2 or so seasons, but the story, everything changed with Best of Both Worlds Part 1 and then Part 2 because it got canceled when I was in LA. People don't realize that technically the word was not canceled because you had syndication and you had first run. Star Trek: The Next Generation actually started on first run. It was actually moved off of first run, but there was syndication immediately available. So if you were living in LA, it started out on Channel 5 and then it ended up on Fox. It wrapped up its thing on Channel 13, KTLA, one of those two. But its ratings weren't there for the first 2 years. But because you had Fox and you had first run syndication, that was when Fox was first starting to become a network. And it had that, Simpsons, all those things. And that's what happened, if I can remember correctly. But those Best of Both Worlds, Part 1 and 2, really, when you see Picard coming out at the end of that episode as a Borg, and then you had to wait 3 months to see what happened next.
Not only did that change the whole scope of that show and the franchise, they mined the shit out of that 1-2-parter for decades.
Yeah, the whole movie.
They got a whole the best TNG movie is because of that 2-parter. Completely because of the 2-parter.
And Picard is season 3. Season 3. Actually,
oh my God!
It's tied to Voyager too, but it's season 3 of.
I'd honestly, I would even say William, season 1 too, because season 1 with the XB stuff.
Oh yeah,
and I love the scene. The scene between him and Seven, where she's like, "Did you ever get when they brought you back from the collective? Did you ever get your humanity back?" And he says, "Yes." And she goes, "All of it?" And he goes, "No." But we're working every day to get more of it to get it all back. And she's like, "You're damn right." And it was just that little moment we'd never seen them on screen together, but they're both former drones. They're both former members of the collective, and it was just that meeting's I never asked for that meeting. I never asked for that interaction between the two of them, but I'm
so happy we finally got it.
That story. What was the captain's name? Liam, the captain of the Titan. When he's sitting there telling,
I know what he looks like too.
They're sitting at the bar, and he's telling his story of how he escaped. And you're an old man, and then it was so intense because
Shaw.
Yeah.
I hated Shaw from the first start of the show. I really just wanted to like him. As the episodes went on, and I started to understand when he gave that story, I'm like, oh wow. And then when Picard just said that's okay, because everybody was looking at Captain Shaw like piece of shit.
That was a character progression for him, because remember the pilot of DS9.
Yep.
With Cisco, because he's Lakota.
And that whole thing where he's like, "Have we met before?" "Yes, sir. We met in battle. I was on the Saratoga at Wolf 359." And this is after you've seen what happened in the scene, and you just see all the blood.
They open it up with that. It's beautiful.
You just see all the blood drain out of Picard's face, like, "Oh my god, another one." Because how many times after Wolf 359 did he run into somebody that lost someone in that battle and had the same interaction? Like, there's countless times, and which is why he lost his fucking mind.
11,000 people. 11,000 people died.
Right.
And DS9 brings what I consider one of the best Star Trek episodes in the Pale Moonlight.
Oh, where Cisco does some dirty shit, get the Romulans in the war.
Computer
morality is right there. In order to preserve the utopia, what are you willing to do? And
I love the way it ends. Like he's like, "Yeah, is it?"
I know Ray has that speech memorized.
I did. That was one of my pandemic videos. Yes, I did do that. I did.
Or what about the one from the one? My favorite one was Picard when him and Alfie were ready to talk, and she's like, "Blow up the damn ship, John Luke," and he tosses it and then breaks all the okay, and he's like, gives his whole Ahab, I
will not sacrifice the Enterprise. We've made too many compromises.
The line must be drawn here.
They invade our space, and we fall back. They assimilate entire worlds, and we fall back. Not again. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
I'm gonna make them pay for what they've done. Oh man, I remember sitting there watching. We went to see that on opening night, and just that whole thing, just the whole Moby Dick thing. Yes. And like I said, it was just after Generations, which is like one of my least favorite Star Trek movies, but it was all right to go from Generations to that, and then they never recaptured that because Nemesis wasn't that good.
What, Insurrections didn't do it for you?
No.
Insurrection is a 2-hour-long episode.
It's an episode.
Show.
It's a mid-season episode too. Not at that.
I don't remember what was the one that was after that.
Nemesis.
Tom Hardy was.
That's the Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy's the best thing about that movie.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one either. I don't remember Insurrection. I don't think I even saw it.
Neither do I, and I saw it. But no, it had Murray Abraham in it. I mean, it had the makings of a good movie. They just didn't make one, in my opinion. So.
I love the story that what is it? Jonathan Frakes said they wanted them to shave the beard. He said, "Fine, I'll shave the beard if you give me a scene with Deanna in a tub." And that's how that happened.
Wow, nice. I love that.
That's it. Yeah, that's
a good way to negotiate.
I'll shave my beard if you give me this. All right.
Jeez.
Yeah, he did not look. He did not look good without that beard.
He had it since what? When did he grow the beard? Season 2.
Season 2, he grew the beard, and he should never shave it ever again.
Yeah, even when he was on Ripley's, it's like he had the beard. Like,
oh yeah,
yeah. So, but Chris, I know you gotta take off. Dad
duties are calling it at 8 a.m. for soccer. So,
time. So,
lots of coffee.
Have fun.
I will.
The hash brown.
I enjoy it. Hey, it's actually gonna be cool in the morning. So I'm, it's a.
I know we're finally getting the
fall. We're in double digits here in Vegas.
I'm still waiting for the cool weather over here. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. So, but good to be back, everyone.
Yeah, we missed you last week,
right,
man.
Yep.
So good to see you again. Promote what you got to promote.
Yep. You can catch me every Thursday night on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance. Like I said, we were both, Dave and I caught our own respective bugs, but we'll be back next week and definitely breaking down that Marvel Zombies trailer. And maybe it'll be Marvel's week to drop a few news items. They let DC have their week. Hopefully Marvel will have their week next week. So
nice.
But we will see. And good night, gentlemen. You all have a great weekend.
Yep.
See you later.
All right,
Chris.
All right, we got a couple. We got Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Plumkin fan. He's posted a couple a little
trying to send your kids
here. So we got, how much would you guys kill to see Shane Black director's cut to the Predator in the original third act before the studio ordered a reshoot?
Is this the one with Sterling K. Brown?
This is the one with the whole Guyver thing, and
I have never seen that. I have not seen that one.
So I remember hearing that at one point, like, because they had like somebody in this like cryo chamber thing. They had something in there, and the whole thing was like, oh, it's Dutch. It's Dutch. He's actually.
Oh yeah, that's in Killer of Killers.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the concept was actually going to be in this movie where Dutch was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that would have been horrific.
Yeah, so it was so weird, but I don't know, like that movie. The reason why, and I even said that, I think like when because at the beginning of the stream he actually brought he said he rewatched it. The whole concept of the fact that it's just like it's a small town and the kid finds the helmet, and it was just kind of like I don't know. Just from the get-go, it's like, okay, we're gonna do it like this. I don't know. I don't know if it would have improved. Like if maybe it probably would have been. Like, I mean, I don't even really remember the third act because I only saw it once. And I remember just walking out going, well, that was a shit sandwich. That just didn't work. So I haven't watched it again. So I can't really remember the third act. So I'd have to like rewatch it to actually answer that question.
I can answer that one easily because he asked us on our show. The only way any cut of that movie would have improved it is you cut the whole movie and just keep cutting. There's no redemption for that movie. That movie is horrible.
Yeah, that movie. It was just
that's why Prey didn't get released in theaters.
Yeah. That movie is
killed the franchise. A little
the
bit.
movie was dog water. The movie
didn't
was
kill the
dog
franchise.
water.
It wounded the franchise.
Yeah, because obviously here we are with.
Yeah, because
by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
Well, this next one, Badlands, we saw the first 22 minutes of that at Comic-Con. I cannot wait to see it.
Cannot wait.
Cool.
That's
yeah,
gonna be
no.
grand.
No, this
then he asked, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like the Predator is like I already really don't like Shane Black that much as a filmmaker, and that one was
nice guy is one of the
and Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is amazing.
Lethal Weapon, he's a good writer,
His later stuff is questionable. And this was later on in his career, and I'm just like, man, this was. I remember sitting down and just watch this, and I was just like, oh my god, like just kind of going, what the fuck to myself every 20 minutes or so. This movie was just baffling.
We promoted that one, and we gave away posters. The posters for that were really cool. We promoted that, and I remember apologizing to people out in the lobby.
It was promoted well. It was cool.
It was a cool sell. They could have it was like a cool selling point because like one of the actors in the original Predator wrote and directed this Predator. What? And then it ended up being that. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah, that was so bad. It was laughable bad. It's like that tells me in the modern era, just because somebody was involved in something before, their very next one, there's no guarantee, i.e. Halloween Kills and Halloween's Ends. I still want my money back for those. And I saw those for free.
Who was Shane Black in the original Predator again?
He was the guy with the glasses. I forgot his name.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, gotcha. Because I've really
the one that talks all the jokes and shit. Yeah.
Okay, because the first, I mean,
she has a big pussy. You have a big pussy.
It's like you get it because he's on the helicopter.
Yeah. No, the first time I remember seeing Shane Black's name at all was attached to Lethal Weapon.
Yeah.
Because he's
good. He's good at writing buddy comedies, buddy cop movies. That's
he
why
just tried to turn Predator into one. That's
okay. Yeah. You know what though? Now you want to talk about polarizing MCU movies? He directed one of the most polarizing MCU movies that I really like.
I actually
like Iron Man 3. That scene where he saves all the people from the water before they hit. It's kind of cool.
No, I like the back and forth. I like the back and forth between the kid and Tony. I actually like that stuff. So
you guys do not want to hear me clown that movie.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't need to.
Nope.
We got another question.
Dude, he's trying to send your future kids to college.
Tony. We said also, why doesn't Zack Snyder pitch his Sucker Punch director's cut to somewhere on Arrow Blue? He's talked about that on here before. There's a whole rights issue when it comes to Sucker Punch. He even said that TV rights were the biggest thing. So I don't know what's going on with that, because that was obviously when he was coming on here. That was from like 2021 to like 2023. There was like a 2-year span where he was coming on here. Well, he came on here in 2024. Yeah. He also, so anytime we asked him about that, it was just always like it had to do with just rights when it came to TV and all that stuff. So I think he wants to get his director's cut to come out, but yeah, I think eventually it will. It just all depends on the rights. I mean, it's all a rights issue.
A lot of legalities involved.
Yep.
Yeah. So much stuff. And thank you for the extra 99 cents.
99 cents. No question. No crazy.
No question. He just sent another.
No, and I know especially with like physical media releases, the rights thing can be like the biggest hang up. I literally prayed for years for them to make a 4K steelbook of Krull, and they finally are. That's finally happening in like another week or so. But the problem was that I think Mill Creek Entertainment like had the rights to the movie because they put out the regular Blu-ray version of it, and like, but they were doing steelbooks for like Battle Beyond the Stars and like other things, and it's always like not that easy to get. It depends on what the studio does. It depends on who and they're all separated, right? Like there's broadcast rights, there's theatrical rights, there's home media rights, there's streaming rights, right? They're all like separate silos, and so just because they do it like in one area where like I can buy it digitally or I can see it on this app, why can't I get it physically? Totally different mess, completely different setup in that regard. So I'm glad they finally figured it out with that movie. I can't wait to own that movie.
Apparently Shane Black has a movie with Mark Wahlberg. Oh yeah, it's that one with him and what's his name? They just had a trailer that came out. What's his name?
Oh, it's a new movie, isn't it? Yeah.
I can't remember his name. He's a good actor.
I remember hearing Shane Black's name.
Yeah, it's time for Rob the Robbers. Play Dirty, directed by Shane Black.
Lakeith Stanfield. Stanfield.
Yeah, yes. It's going to be on Prime Video on my birthday. Nice, October 1st.
So you know what else is coming to Prime in October? I Like Me, the John Candy doc from Ryan Reynolds.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Definitely want to watch that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. I feel you know this, but did I mention to you guys I watched Uncle Buck for the first time this year?
Oh, Uncle Buck is fucking amazing.
I had all the John Candy movies I've seen over the years, and I had never seen Uncle Buck until earlier this year. I said, "Fuck it, I gotta find it. I gotta finally watch this movie, see what's all correct." And it was. I thought I was going to enjoy it, but it was actually like it even like as much as I love John Hughes movies, even that one threw me for a loop because I wasn't expecting if you grew up with Macaulay Culkin as Kevin McAllister in Home Alone, you're still not ready for him cursing 5 minutes into the movie.
Yep.
You're still not ready for that. And him and Gabby Hoffman as the kids like cursing back and forth. Like we're okay, here we go. Let's roll. And it was great from that point out. I think my best scene there's a couple of good scenes, but I love the one with him and the teacher where he's like, take this quarter and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face.
I like my favorite part in Uncle Buck is when he breaks down the fucking door with the drill and he's just smiling there. And it's not even his niece. It's just some random fucking couple. And he's just sitting there smiling and he's just like, oh shit.
Yeah. No, he
got in years. I got to revisit it.
He got into protective uncle mode real quick in that movie and did a really good job with it because he was really good at playing like genuine, like working class, like heartfelt characters. He was really good at that.
Really love the way that movie shot, especially with the way that like they would emphasize just how like rickety Buck's car was, and it was just boom, boom, boom. Just the way that this film is shot, specifically with Uncle Buck's character, his car, just the way that movie is shot to me is just one of the most beautiful movies I've ever watched.
And it totally fits the aesthetic of the Hughes verse because it's Chicago for the umpteenth time, like Planes, Trains, and Home Alone, and Dutch. But like,
God, people need to watch Dutch for fuck's sake.
Dutch is. So
I love that movie.
Dutch is so good.
Ed O'Neill and a young Ethan. What's his last name?
It's Embry now. At the time, it was Ethan Randall. But
Ethan.
It was Ethan Randall when he made that movie, and I think it was also Ethan Randall when he did Empire Records.
Okay.
But by the time he did Vegas Vacation, it was Ethan Embry.
Okay.
Also because you remember he and Ed O'Neill, they did one season of a Dragnet reboot on ABC where where Ed O'Neill was Joe Friday. and
I
he
remember that.
was like his partner. So
Yeah, but everybody should watch Dutch. It's just one of those like road trip movies that it's just a fun road trip movie.
and it's a Thanksgiving movie. There's like a smattering of things. There's so many Christmas movies, so many Halloween movies, so many 4th of July movies. Even there's like 2 Thanksgiving movies: Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and Dutch, and that's it.
And that's it. Well, there's also Thanksgiving that Eli.
Well, okay, yes, fair enough.
Yeah,
but do you watch that on Thanksgiving or do you watch it in October?
Yeah, that's a before Thanksgiving movie because and they're supposed to be doing a sequel.
What movie is this?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, dude, the oven scene. By the way, I do not condone anyone being put into an oven. I do not condone any. I don't want people come back to me in comments. But if you're going to do it in a fictional environment, if you're going to go through the care of glazing her up, putting her in the oven, and then posing her like a turkey, and then feeding her to the rest of the people, so
I just had
that's
flashbacks to
attention to
Wolfman.
detail.
Yeah, you're locking up again, William. Your internet connection's given away. Your internet connection's given away again. All good. I know there's not too many Thanksgiving. Yeah, you're dying. Your internet connection's dying.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Hold on, let me be right back.
What would you say, Phil?
I said ruh-roh, Raggy.
Oh.
Scooby-Doo.
But yeah, what's another Thanksgiving movie? I know there's another one I can't remember that it's kind of a Thanksgiving movie that I'm like drawing a blank on, and then I'm like trying to remember, but
The obvious go-to is the Peanuts stuff because they've got one for everything.
But I mean, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is like the ultimate, I guess you could say.
Right.
Oh yeah,
which is also a good road trip movie. Which John Candy is. I mean, I think I remember, and it's probably going to be in his doc. But I mean, that speech that he gives Steve Martin, like towards the end,
Well,
the first Knives Out, isn't that one like Thanksgiving-ish? I know it came out around Thanksgiving when it debuted initially, but like
I don't remember if that's a holiday one or not. That's a good question.
I can't recall either.
But Dave, he doesn't actually. I mean, I guess the story is that they did film it.
Yeah,
but it's not in the movie. In the movie, he just says, "I don't have a home. Marie's been dead for 8 years."
Yeah,
and that's
but there was a speech that was.
There was a speech. I don't think it's like around. Like I don't think you can see it. But I've read this. I've read the script.
Yeah,
like I've read the scene. And it's like, oh my god, like it was just,
and he just like memorized the entire thing within like just like obviously just the crap that he did. But I remember, there's like because obviously, he does give him like a little thing, but it's shortened. It's just a quick thing, but there was a whole thing that he just full on did, and that sucks that it didn't get incorporated with the.
He basically confessed to Neil like why he basically gave an explanation for why he'd even interrupted his life.
Yeah, because
he felt lonely since his wife had died, and and the holidays is always messed with it. I'm paraphrasing what it said, but it was basically him pouring his heart out at the end, like I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you, but it's really tough for me since my wife died, and I can't, it's difficult being alone, and it's and he was like really contrite about it, and they basically, and I don't dislike how they ended it, because it gives Steve Martin the opportunity, after having been a dick to Dell for like the majority of the movie, to stand there and be like, well, Jesus, what did I just do to this guy? Like, okay. And then it's almost an even stronger. You just see it on his face where he's crushed. Like he feels heartbroken for this guy, knowing what the truth is. And like, okay, no, you gotta come to our house. You gotta, the movie has to have the happy ending.
Yeah. Who directed that one? Was that
Ron
Howard?
He was directed. He was directed that one.
Ron Howard. I don't know why I thought it was Ron Howard.
He wrote and directed that one.
Yeah.
He didn't direct. Like
right,
he didn't.
They were trying to get back to Chicago, of course. Yeah.
Yes. Like he didn't.
Oh, Chicago.
He didn't direct the Home Alone movies, and he didn't direct Dutch.
No. That's great. But he wrote them.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Yep.
Columbus did 1 and 2.
He also wrote Christmas Vacation, which is my favorite one. Is my favorite Christmas movie, but he didn't direct it, right? He didn't direct.
No, he did not direct it. Jeremiah Chechik directed.
That's right.
Christmas
And it was the
Vacation.
National Lampoon, which
I'm right there with you. It is the best Christmas movie.
Oh, dude, I can't.
You know what?
I wait till Christmas Eve to watch that, and then I'll watch it on Christmas Day too. You know, it's just that. It's that kind of movie for me.
Maybe I'm just.
I'll watch it even before that. I'll watch it numerous times during Christmas. I just love that movie.
I think the best Christmas movie is Bad Santa, obviously.
Bad Santa is good. I like Bad Santa. I mean,
you know what, Phil? I'm not surprised that Bad Santa is your favorite Christmas movie. I could see that with and you know, like, and that's like
I mean, I've got a holiday list. It's on there.
Yeah.
I'm probably people are probably going to be like, Ray, what the hell's wrong with you? I would probably watch Bad Santa over Elf.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Personally,
Elf is it's fun. I like Elf, and I know some people are just like, "Oh my god, it's great."
Elf has like this crazy cult following, man. There are like a ton of people that love that movie.
But I'm like, yeah, Elf is fine. I don't think it's the ultimate. Like, it's not on the top of my list. I love Will Ferrell, but it's not on the top of my list where I go, yeah, I'm gonna watch. I can't wait to watch Elf this time. I'll watch it, but it's not like the ultimate thing. I'm all about, you know, like Christmas Vacation, Die Hard. I'm all about Bad Santa and
Die Hard is not a Christmas movie.
I like Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Jingle All the Way is fun too. Yeah, you know. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, you know. So
right.
You know, just in Santa Claus, the first one is just ultimate right there too.
I rewatched because I did a whole thing on Patreon, 12 Days of Flight review, which I only got through 7 because I got sick. But I rewatched the Santa Claus because it had been years since I'd watched the first one, and I'm like, okay, no, this holds up. This is actually pretty solid as far as, because not every Christmas movie ages well. In fact, a number of them don't age well. But I was surprised that like that one ages well. Ernest Saves Christmas actually ages really well, way better than I thought it would.
I haven't watched anybody watched
that. But it's set around Christmas, but it's 8 Crazy Nights, Adam Sandler, that animated movie he did a long time ago.
Hanukkah, yeah. That's not bad. I remember I haven't watched that in a bit, but
that's an underrated fun one.
Yeah,
that is interesting because you're right. It's Hanukkah, not Christmas, but it's in the same.
Yeah,
it's
still around the same time. Yeah,
right. Yeah. And I'm also on the island. I think I'm on an island with this. I'm on the island of Home Alone 2 is better than the first one.
Well, you know what's
that
funny?
Island.
It's funny because Macaulay Culkin, I think he was on Hot Ones. He said it. I don't know. He was earlier this year. He was on either Hot Ones or another podcast, and he said he likes Home Alone 2. And then, of course, he joked because he got a better payday, and then he took a percentage of like the box office and merch. So obviously, he got a good payout from that. Yeah. But I mentioned I was like, well, I said Home Alone, the first Home Alone is just in and of itself is just a great movie, and it works. Home Alone 2 it's bigger, it's grander, and the traps and everything are funnier. Like I love the you know, when they're going up the stairs and he does the paint can thing again. He goes, "That's 1, that's 2," and then he lifts the big bar and then
pipe.
Oops, bing, and then they fall down through the hole into the basement, and then he goes, "That's 3," and then he cuts, and then he cuts it, and he goes, "Ding, ding, ding, ding." No, bing.
That's the best one.
That's the best one.
When he cuts the rope and you don't even see it hit them. You just hear that's the best one.
It's edited so perfectly because you see it go down the stairs, you see it go into the hole, you see their faces, and you see Joe Pesci go, no. And then you see the hole and you hear boom, and you see the dust kind of come up, and then Daniel Stern goes, "That's 4."
Yes.
Like,
yes.
So fucking, it's hilarious. Yeah. So I don't disagree, but I still think the first one is just because it's just the first one. But yeah,
I think for me it's because well, for starters, I really appreciated like if you're gonna do a sequel, can you at least find some other clever way for him to get separated from his family? Don't have him be left home alone again. And I like the fact I like the fact that they went to the trouble to make certain that he wasn't left home alone.
Yeah.
And it turns out separated at the airport because he chased the wrong guy under the wrong plane.
And it was pretty crafty how they did it too.
Yeah.
And how he was able to spend money because he had his dad's bag. So they did a good job.
Well, and then Tim Curry.
Oh yeah.
Come on. Yeah. I mean, like, just throwing
credit card.
Throwing him into the mix and like along with Pesci and also because John Hughes his movies were always good for like having a great deal of heart.
Yeah.
And there's that one point in the movie where after he's talked to Brenda Fricker, the pigeon lady, after he hung out with her at the concert hall, and he's walking back, like he's walking down the street and he walks past that children's hospital.
Yeah,
and he waves to that kid, and he remembers what Mr. Duncan told him about where all the money's going to go, and then he remembers the Wet Bandits telling him that they're going to rip off the toy store, and that's why.
Yeah,
it wasn't about trying to like keep them out of his house. It was like, okay, I have to stop them from screwing with this kid's with this kid's Christmas.
Yeah,
because they're literally robbing like kids in the hospital. And he even says like you can mess with a lot of things. You can't mess with a kid at Christmas.
And I also love that too, where when the mom's looking for him, and then she like talks to the cop, and then the cop goes, "Oh, put yourself in your kid's shoes," and then she like it hits her like, "Oh God, I know where he is," and then that's where he is, and then you get that moment, and it's like, oh.
So here's a fun connection for you guys. Daniel Stern plays the taller Wet Bandit in that, does he not?
Marv, yep.
Yes.
Yep. So I have been rewatching in the last 2 weeks the Wonder Years.
I was about to say, you're watching the Wonder Years, aren't you?
Yep. And Daniel Stern voices Kevin Arnold.
Narrator, yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. And it's just so funny to me to just watch.
Well, you want to even go crazier with that?
Sure.
Watch Little Monsters. Watch the movie Little Monsters that starred Fred Savage, and who's his dad? Daniel Stern.
Yep. Yep.
That's even crazier.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that's not even the craziest thing in that movie. The craziest thing in that movie is Howie Mandel in that makeup.
Yes,
because it's the most unrecognizable Howie Mandel.
Howie Mandel is what's Maurice?
Yeah.
Maurice. Yes.
That was one of those
movies so much when I was a kid. Oh my God,
that was one of those crazy random movies that just came on cable,
dude.
And
that movie was the ultimate. Like when you were a kid, you wanted that world to exist.
You did.
They knew exactly what they were doing. Of course, It gets really dark. You know, it gets dark. You know, where he has to like. But when he fucking goes in there and it's just unlimited fun and junk food and all this shit, it's like,
oh yeah,
Christ, man. But then all of a sudden he starts turning into a monster, and then his little brother gets kidnapped by a monster. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, they add the drama.
Well, right, and like you said, it gets dark because back in those days, well, you have to, but also they didn't give a shit about how dark the stuff we watched was.
Jesus Christ! You know? And I love the fact that they used his actual little brother Ben Savage to be his little brother.
And little did we know how much we'd be watching his stuff.
Yeah,
later
Boy Meets World.
Boy Meets World.
Years of Boy Meets World right after that.
Right.
We lost William again. His internet connection.
I got to be brutally honest. Watching the Wonder Years now, I am scratching my head at some of the choices.
Yes.
Some of the performances, like Danica. Is it Danica McCallum? Oh,
yes, Danica McKellar. Yes. Yep.
Oh man, she is Winnie Cooper.
She was the ultimate crush, and when you look at her now, she is. I still have a crush on her. She's
yep.
She's very smart, very everything. Yes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like every archetypal, like was just almost, teenage girl in high school. They look at Winnie Cooper and that's the blueprint, and I'm just like, oh man, I see every girl.
And they really didn't deviate from that until Topanga.
Exactly.
Oh my
to
God.
be honest with you.
Right, yeah, Topanga.
So no, I hear
first
you.
crush on Winnie Cooper, and then it was Topanga.
overall, like my point is like having watched both like Boy Meets World and this now, I'm just like I'm very confident. Like I love Boy Meets World way much more. This
Yeah.
is so.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
No, I
it was
agree.
funny too because they one was like one was just a single cam drama essentially.
Right.
It took place in the past. It wasn't present day.
Right.
And then one was a multicam sitcom,
that
was
we
on
grew up
TGIF.
with because it was in our
TGIF.
era.
Yeah.
Right. It was exactly. It was part of TGIF. So it was right after. It was like Family Matters, Step by
Yep.
Step, Perfect Strangers. Like that was.
Oh yeah.
So
Hanging with Mr. Cooper, fucking A, man. Love that movie. Love that show. I mean, yeah.
That was
Also,
back before Friday became a graveyard of TV shows.
I know, right? It used to be appointment viewing, man. I mean,
Friday and Saturdays used to be appointment viewing. We did a segment on that about a year or so ago. Whatever happened to Saturday morning cartoons?
Fuck.
Must be Friday. And then remember like 227 and all those shows, Different Strokes back in the 80s and going in the 90s.
Someone brought this up earlier on TikTok because that Saturday night NBC lineup was Amen, 227, and
Golden
the Golden
Girls.
Girls.
Golden Girls.
That's an insane lineup, man, for a Saturday.
It's so crazy that they put like those shows on Saturdays.
Because you guys are looking at it from like you're what 41, 42?
Yeah,
I'm 42.
So when I was a kid, that was where you fought to get Monday and Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Those were the block of days. All the advertisers were putting their money in. What ended up happening, especially with cartoons, football happened to cartoons. Saturday morning college football, the expansion of college football into more networks, that kind of killed that. And then you had more networks. What happened to Friday and Saturday was as you went from just 3 channels, DVR changed everything because it was no longer appointment viewing because you could watch it at any time. Because Friday night used to be a big night. You had Dallas, you had the Dukes of Hazzard, you had the Incredible Hulk. Thursday, you had Dynasty, Cosby Show. You used to have all your shows were loaded, and if you missed a show, your ass had to wait until the summertime where maybe you'll get a repeat. Now it's to the point where people have things in their queue. You have more than 3 channels now. Most people, if you have digital cable, you have like 300 channels. You have a lot of things that are spread across the day, unless you're watching Monday Night Football, is no longer even important, or an HBO show. Outside of that, it's not uniform anymore.
And it's funny you say that, William, about like if you missed it, then you had to wait till the summer, because the reason that I know the Thursday night NBC lineup, which was Cosby Show at 8, Different World at 8:30, Cheers at 9, Night Court at 9:30, and then LA Law at 10. The reason
or St. Elsewhere, depending on what your run was, St. Elsewhere or
this was in the 90s. But the reason I know that lineup is because that's my dad recorded those on VHS, and literally in that order, where like you put in a tape, and Cosby Show, Different World, Cheers, Night Court, and then LA Law. He just has those on tape because he recorded them, and probably for exactly the reason you're talking about, so that he could watch later instead of having to wait until like that was VHS was DVR, like your own personal DVR that you had to monitor yourself before DVR existed.
If you were rich, you could set your VCR.
You know what's funny is like you brought up the Cosby Show. I saw a tweet, and it was like one of those tweets when you kind of just like sat back and went, "Oh wow." Somebody was like, "Why? Okay, so why did we call them the Cosbys? They were the Huxtables."
The Huxtables.
And it was like, so why did we call them the Cosbys? And it was like,
same reason why the cartoon called them the Cosby Kids, the Fat Albert cartoon. They were not all Cosby Kids, but because he was a brand back when we were kids. He was a brand.
He was a brand.
And not only was he a brand, but also the structure of the Huxtables mirrored the structure of his own family.
Yeah.
He has 4 daughters and 1 son that's in the middle. Like literally, Theo is his son Ennis, who died tragically many years ago. But like, I remember that story. Jesus Christ, he got stabbed, right, or something. He shot.
Yeah, shot, and somebody tried to blackmail him afterwards.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a horrible story.
But he modeled the Huxtables off of his own family. So he was a brand, but there was also his own like personal family structure in that.
All right.
Saturday night, Remington Steele used to be on there. Saturday night used to be a massive night, and Remington Steele was so powerful in the ratings that he couldn't get out of that contract to do James Bond. So he ended up using like Timothy Dalton, I think,
which is hilarious because I feel like the vast majority of us, like millennials and elder millennials, he's just James Bond. Truthfully,
Yes, I'm a Gen Xer, so I got to see him as Remington Steele because that was his big
Right.
break. But like I said, Saturday night, and you've also broken up the watching habits of people have changed from the 80s and 90s till now. It used to be because you only had such limited, it was either the video store back when that came about or those particular nights. Remember NBC used to have the Monday night movie. And then what ended up happening is football crept in and killed a lot of things because now with NBC in the last 15 or 20 years, they've had a game that crept in, and then you had Monday Night Football on ABC. You had all these things, but the Saturday morning cartoon is where football really, really dealt a blow because the money was just big.
NBC does Sunday Night Football, which they now simulcast on Peacock, and then you're at college football because I don't remember exactly like what the start times were back then, but I know now with all the proliferation, I mean, basically the windows are noon, 3:30, and 7:30 on any one of a variety of networks, whether it's Fox.
So, on the West Coast, it's like 9. And remember, used to I always wake up, and each channel had their cartoon starting at like 8, 7, or 8 o'clock in the morning, and they would go to about noon, and then you would have some college. You would have Notre Dame. Like Notre Dame was on NBC every Saturday.
That's how it was here. When you woke up, like you have those days as a kid where if you woke up at 11 o'clock on a Saturday, your day was ruined because you'd missed all the good cartoons.
Oh, you missed all the cartoons. Oh, I used to wake up at like 7 o'clock at least. Like
my parents would get me up. Remember they would have the special. They would have that special that lets you know.
Tony was also saying this right here too, where it's like I miss the days where you could get away with a lot of stuff with PG before they like you watch
PG-13 is a sham. It's a scam rating. You know that, right?
It's called parent guidance. Right?
Well, first of all, the MPAA is a scam.
That's very true.
But no, it's the whole Temple of Doom thing, right? Like that's
that and Red Dawn. Because Red Dawn, I'm sorry, that was the first one because Flamingo Kid was the other one, but I think Red Dawn actually came out before Flamingo Kid. So I'm watching Red Dawn, 1984, in the theater, right? PG-13, and they're touting this shit at this. This is one that you could take your 13-year-old to. There is nothing PG-13 about Red Dawn. Red Dawn is an R-rated movie. PG-13 is a joke. They open up the movie with people getting shot point blank with AKs. The teacher's like, going out there to shake hands and he doesn't know what's going on. He gets blasted in the head. There's a scene where a kid is hanging from a window with a bullet to the head. Yeah, we're PG-13. My ass, dude. What? It was a sham rating because those stars, the Charlie Sheens, the Huttons, all those, they did not want those parents keeping those kids away from that theater. So they came up with a scam rating, and there you are. So I was like, what the hell?
I mean,
Dark Knight?
I mean, the fact that Jaws was PG,
with a chick skinny dipping and getting bitten in half in the first time.
I know, and it got, at the end, it was freaky and it got bloody. I mean, Jesus.
But we were different kids, though.
And again, I can't recommend it enough. The Hulu doc with the 50th anniversary about Jaws.
I saw that.
Watch it. It's great. It's fantastic. Yeah. It's so surprising that movie even got made. Steven Spielberg almost lost his mind and stressed out to the max. And the fact that movie was even a success was just a miracle. He made a miracle with that movie.
William, the excuse for The Dark Knight being PG-13 is that there's no blood.
Yeah,
that's literally the excuse because I hear you, but that's one drop of blood and they would have rated it R. They just took all the blood out.
Like that scene, the first time where he comes in, where he does the pencil trick. I'm like, okay, there went the PG-13.
Yeah, but it was shot so well where it was so quick you didn't see like the pencil going into it.
Yeah, it didn't show. Right. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, but that's Nolan and being crafty and all this kind of shit where it's just
disappeared. It's all gone.
Yeah. So I mean, the way that it was shot, it was just perfectly done. And then Heath Ledger just selling it, and and then I'm assuming that guy was probably a stunt guy, and it was just so perfectly crafted where it's like, you didn't see any insertion, you didn't see any blood or anything. It was just ta-da.
Yeah, it wasn't a gory scene, but it got the reaction. It got the
desired
reaction. What happened? Yeah, the whole theater was just like, ooh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
With the grenades, like, here's my card.
Yeah, I know.
I have a cut of that movie that's only the 43 minutes that he's in it.
Really?
Let's not blow this out of proportion.
Yeah, and then I love the fact that when he's like, "Do you think you just come in here?" and he goes, "Yeah,
yeah."
Right. And then he says that he's just, "Yeah."
That Campbell wouldn't have a quarter for his mama. Like,
yeah, for the fact that was, I mean, technically the opening scene is like our introduction to the Joker. Which, man, anytime I watch that opening scene, it's so fucking beautifully done. Even though
that clown mask.
Yeah, but like when he takes it off, you could tell like in the post-production, they made his voice just kind of like there's like a bass to his voice where he goes, "Stranger," and you just hear it. Like they emphasized it with the score to make it just be like, here's a reveal, and he says it, and it's just, it hits different because it's just, they were like, this is like his first reveal of the face, and that you see him. So like you could tell like in post-production they wanted to like emphasize that audio, his voice, to just be where like just they added some bass to that where it's just stranger, and it's just bam, hit so hard. I love that. So good.
Well, and that was also the 6-minute when they were doing the 6-minute IMAX previews.
Oh, I remember that.
That was the one that was attached to I Am Legend, I believe. Yes.
Man, is that sequel still happening with Michael B. and Will Smith? That's supposed to still happen, right? I think Will Smith said it's still happening, but
is it Michael Bay? Michael Bay's
Michael B. Jordan.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
that's right. I like Michael B. I didn't say his last name, but yeah, Michael B. Jordan is supposed to be, and I'm like, I want to see that. I want to see it. Do it. Michael B. Jordan.
I'd rather see Will Smith do a proper Independence Day sequel, so I can continue to ignore resurgence.
So you know what? Okay, funny enough, this year, it was July 5th. It was the day, because the 4th was on a Friday this year.
Yeah,
and I'm like, damn it, I need to watch. Let me watch Independence Day. It's been a while since I've seen it, so I threw it on because it's on. I forget what it's on, but it's not
probably
either way.
Hulu through Disney Plus or vice versa.
It's Hulu.
Yeah,
it's Fox.
But
that's where I watched it.
And so after I watched it, I was like, well, I'm not doing anything. I've never seen Resurgence. Let me just go ahead and check it out. And here's the thing, because I am more forgiving.
Yes, you are
with these movies.
Totally.
And I will tell you that I don't hate it. I think there were some. They you know what it is? It's like they tried to franchise it.
Yeah,
that was basically their intent. They're like, let's franchise. Someone got a hold of the idea. 30 years later, it's like, let's franchise.
Emmerich.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I mean,
Melvin, whatever the hell his name is, yeah.
But you the problem is that they cut corners. It almost had like we were talking about editing earlier, and like the Sony movies, the Sony comic book movies. Like, I feel like that's the biggest issue that like Morbius and like Madam Web and all these movies have, is they just get hacked up all to hell, and the seams show really badly whenever you watch movies like that. And Independence Day Resurgence is the same thing. There's a ton of seams, and it's also not a great script.
It's not a great script. I mean, the only thing that the thing that I really liked about it was when they got onto like the mothership or one of the ships, and they showed that there's like obviously there's an atmosphere in there, but they showed like vegetation, and they were like within that, and they found some of the aliens' guns, and they were like having like a gunfight within the vegetation. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's a cool concept. Why couldn't we have something more with this kind of shit instead of this like hive mind and they're back, and all of a sudden we're seeing cities getting destroyed again? It's like
that big old clamp, that impossible whatever that was. The whole thing was bad. I waited 20 years. I saw the original.
The big alien that was
kaiju, whatever thing is. I waited 20 years.
Well,
like
well,
we're doing a hive mind thing again. It's like
well,
it's not doing a hive mind.
well,
I
and
mean,
then also like and look, I love Brent Spiner, but okay, he was in a coma the whole time. He wasn't dead. He was in a coma the entire time, and he barely has like grown hair.
even
or
though they
anything like
touched his, like they touch his neck and be like, oh, he's dead, you know?
Right. Yeah. And also, I think that the thing that's probably the most unbelievable for me was just okay. Look,
The
you
ball
go-
that talked.
I understand that you have no that again. That's part of the franchise because
Yeah.
like, we have to expand upon this.
Yeah, and then
find another-
we're gonna take the battle to them.
Right. Exactly. The whole end of the movie is like, oh, you're setting up for a sequel that's never going to happen. This isn't going to go that far. But no, just the way that their tech evolved, right? Because it's like, okay, the first Independence Day movie happened like in modern time, like our time. And I understand that you had all the alien ships there, but you're telling me that you advanced all of our to the point where like we have a moon stations and like you went too fast.
Yes.
You advanced all that too fast as far as spaceships and
I forgot
like,
about the moon station.
lunar tech.
It's. I tried to forget about that movie. That's
Dude,
one of those movies that I really.
I totally forgot that there was a moon station and it gets destroyed. Oh,
Yeah.
Once Will Smith couldn't be in it, I'm like, all right, man. Let's probably you want to do it 20th? Let's wait for it because he was doing Suicide Squad.
That was another problem too. Was like you didn't get it. Like if you're gonna do it, I mean, okay,
you have to have the three. You would have.
They had everyone else in that. Judd Hirsch is like 7,000 years old.
Thank you.
They got him in
that's exactly what I was about to say. You bring back Julius, but you can't bring back Stephen Hiller.
Yes.
Like,
You bring back, you bring back the president. What was his name? President
Whitmore. Thomas Whitmore.
You bring back.
You brought back David. Jeff Goldblum's
David.
character.
Everyone.
Right.
Everyone who didn't die.
Well, not everyone. There was like the controversy was Whitmore's daughter. They could have brought because that actress was still a working actress, but she didn't come back.
Yes.
And they cast Mika Monroe.
Yeah,
as the daughter, which I was like, wait a minute. Everybody was like,
she dodged a bullet.
But I know, true. I guess it's good for.
I think at the time was she doing Good Girls? I don't know.
Probably it was probably a scheduling thing. Who knows? But it was. Yeah. It was just kind of weird because it was like, wait a minute, like the little his daughter is a working actress. She was in Scott Pilgrim and doing all this kind of. Working actress, you know.
Well, and then they went for the son, like they went with Jesse T. Usher.
Yeah, and they could
have used Ross Bagley because he'd aged enough in that period of time, and then they killed off Jasmine.
Yeah,
they killed off Jasmine in like a silly way, like off of like where the roof collapses.
That was dumb. The groans in the crowd when that happened. It's like this is such a waste, and then it scared me because here's the movie, saw the movie, waited 20 years, horribly disappointed, and I'm wondering about here comes Blade Runner 2049. Are they going to let me down? And thank God they did not. They did not.
I'm gonna tell you what though. See, here's the thing though. Like if you like just from a marketing standpoint, if you compare both trailers, it's not even close.
Yeah,
I could see the trailer for 2049. I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be good. I don't know how good it's gonna be, but it's gonna be good.
And I still thought it was good.
It was a religious experience for me.
2049 is better than the original.
Oh
yeah, I say that. Like I said, the rest of my Blade Runner cult wants to break off a bottle and come after me. But I explain myself. It is a larger movie. Yes. It goes places that Blade Runner could not go, not because it's a bad movie, because they didn't have the apparatus, they didn't have the means, and the soundtrack. Hans Zimmer's score builds off of Vangelis and explodes. Seawall. Absolutely. Everyone in their life should go Google Seawall or YouTube Seawall and listen to Seawall. I bought that. I have that soundtrack sitting here. I have a physical media. That was one of the first movies I promoted with a guy named Patrick, and I begged him to promote that movie because I knew all the shit that we were going to get for it and all the umbrellas. We got the light up umbrellas. I still got the 6 to 10 foot poster that they put in the bus shelves. I got those. That movie to me, and I am a card carrying cult member of the Blade Runner community. I saw it the same weekend I saw The Thing, and I was 8. I was 8 years old. I saw The Thing on Friday. I saw Blade Runner. 8 years old. Yeah, damn. And I that movie. I have grown with that movie, and I was terrified. I'm like, I just thought this wretched Independence Day movie, and I'm wondering, but I'm like Hampton Fincher, they're all on board. It's Ridley Scott, and like I said, Blade Runner 2049 is like I said, it was a religious. I stayed there until that sound was over with, and people were like, no, it's not better than the original. If you sit and you objectively and you see all the things that they can do in Blade Runner 2049 that they could not do in 1982, they almost killed each other making that movie.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling about Blade Runner 2099?
Very good.
Yeah,
very good. And I'm glad Amazon is doing it because who's going to do it needs to have no budget as far as that.
Have a budget.
They're going to pump. Yeah, it's going to look.
The only other studio that really you would have wanted to have it exactly because they operate like Bezos and Cook operate with no limits with anything they do.
If you have not watched, anybody who has not watched Blade Runner Black Lotus, I'm not a big animation guy. That is great. That is a great series.
Scott's talked about Black Lotus. He really liked Black Lotus. Yeah,
and I got the comics. I got the comics for Black Lotus. And Titan Comics puts out really good Blade Runner comics. I got them all here. But yeah, the Blade Runner franchise, I mean, I never thought I was going to get a sequel for that. I waited 36 years of my life to get a sequel. I thought they were always talking about it. They were always saying about it. And I'm like, okay. And then when I finally heard that it's happening, and then 5 years later, it actually happened. And that movie had all the room in the world to be a complete fuck up of a movie, just judging on what I've seen, because it's really hard to recapture that. They augment it. They actually enhance Blade Runner in 1982. If you go back and watch Blade Runner after you watch 2049, it's actually a better movie. It's actually two halves of a whole now. So
and that's why it like 2049, because I remember I saw that, and then I think I saw Arrival after that movie.
Oh, you had a job.
Director.
Yep, saw Arrival before.
And to me, like both of those movies were why I was not even remotely worried about Dune. I said this dude knows exactly how to handle science fiction.
I think
we will be fine.
I think when it came to what came first, Arrival or Blade?
Arrival.
Blade Runner came out in October of 17. Okay. So I remember it was after the shootings. And they almost canceled our screening.
Arrival came out in 2016.
Yeah, because he got nominated. He got nominated for that. He got nominated for an Oscar for that. Yeah, they almost canceled our screening because of the shootings that happened out here.
Yeah,
it happened on your birthday, by the way.
That's when that happened.
Yeah, they actually happened. And the screening for Blade Runner was a few days later. The pre-screening that we were holding, and they were Warner Brothers and the intermediaries were calling me saying we're thinking about canceling the screening because we don't. Everything. The whole city was like being shut down. They ended up doing it.
After that,
yeah, they ended up doing it.
I think, it sucks too because when Dunny, whatever, I always
Denis Villeneuve. Yep.
Yeah, but he always says that was his big disappointment because it didn't do well at the box office, and it said that crushed him because he loved Blade Runner so much. But it's like, dude, it's like it
won 2 Oscars. It did something the previous one didn't do.
It just sucks because that was like his least successful movie, I guess you could say, with the scope that he put it in and the fact that it was a sequel, that he just was, he just felt like, oh yeah, I didn't, and I'm like, but anybody who's watched that movie just goes, no, dude, you fucking killed it. Like you couldn't do any better.
and not only that, but Blade Runner is not that's not a general audience 4-quadrant film.
It's not a Star Wars.
No, the first one bombed.
No, but that's the audience it's catering to, Star Wars.
Yeah, they try to be
and Warner Brothers, you know how fickle that management was back then? Because we're talking 2017, so we're talking about shitheads, right?
Yeah.
Even though that movie lost them money in the box office, that didn't bother them as much as you think it would. They were very proud, especially when Oscar nods came around. They were very proud. I remember getting the email, the for your consideration email that they sent all the partners, even though we don't have a vote, they still sent it to us. And they were happy about that because they put it on physical media back at the time when physical media was just starting to die. It made $22 million in its opening month, and it still gets sold and shopped around. Like right now, Blade Runner 2049.
And all I gotta say is thank you, Denny, for giving us a big, huge hologram of a naked Ana de Armas. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, and they still sell that movie because every now and then I'm watching HBO Max or whatever it was at that time, and I'm like, where the fuck is 2049? Because they didn't hoard it out to some other channel that paid Warner Brothers in Columbia for it. Still making money.
It doesn't surprise me one bit that they were more enamored about the accolades than the money, because again, these are the same people that openly ignored the $3 billion they made in the first 4 movies of the DCEU and changed everything because of Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
So,
That's the bad part. Hopefully, but again,
and Roger Deakins got his Academy Award 14 times. It took him to get Academy Award, and he won it for that one. But
at least with this Blade Runner 2099, I'm like, okay, so 2026 is also going to have
a TV show, isn't it?
No, it's a movie.
It's a movie?
No,
I thought it was a TV show.
Is it a TV show? I thought it was a movie.
2099, which it thrills the shit out of me.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm quite certain.
With Michelle Yeoh and
that's a miniseries.
Yeah, it's a miniseries.
Oh, it is a miniseries.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting.
There you go.
I'm waiting.
Okay,
I'm waiting for that date.
I don't know why I thought it was a movie. Oh, okay. Well, I'm. Okay.
It's got the budget. Each episode has the budget of one of the appearances.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, so
I'm all over it.
But this is me now discovering that Michelle Yeoh is in it.
Yes.
So now I get to say, damn, Michelle Yeoh is in every fucking thing now. And
you didn't know that till now?
No, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, that was a big deal. That was after she won the Oscar.
And it's funny because I was just thinking about, because I had Shang-Chi on the other day actually, and I was just thinking about, man, she's in the MCU. She's been a Bond girl. She's in Star Trek. Like she's in every notable franchise.
DC universe now. James Gunn is a caster in something. Yeah, no, and she's all over the place. I mean, that's the thing. It's like Michelle. I mean, the first time I saw her was in Super Cop. Jackie Chan, Super
I'm
Cop.
perfectly okay with what you just said, by the way. Go ahead and cast her in the DCU.
Yeah,
Yes,
she could be something.
absolutely. She could most certainly be something.
But I'm just saying, like, the first time I saw her was in Super Cop, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, she was like, and she keeping up with Jackie Chan, doing all her own stunts. And then you see other movies she was in where she's doing her own stunts. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And she's aged gracefully. I'm like, Jesus, she's still a stunner. Jesus.
First thing I saw her in was Tomorrow Never Dies.
Mm-hmm.
Was absolutely Tomorrow
Never Dies.
Yes. Definitely.
Remember when she God damn, that was the last good Pierce Brosnan Bond.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, wait a minute. Die Another Day is the best of his series for me.
What?
Really?
The one with what's her name? Denise Richards. Halle Berry.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I like Halle Berry.
Surfs?
I like Halle Berry, but the film.
Dude, when he's on the ice with the missiles, man. I mean,
God damn.
No, if we're talking the best of the Brosnans, it's GoldenEye.
It's GoldenEye, 100%.
They're all great for me. I waited a long time to see him as James Bond, so maybe I'm biased with that, but I love Die Another Day. Love the opening song, the Madonna song. Remember that?
Yeah, I mean, they were bad.
See, and
None
I'm
of
with
them are
see,
bad.
I get you about Madonna, but Tina Turner beats Madonna, in my opinion.
Which one did you do?
GoldenEye. Tina Turner did GoldenEye.
Right. Oh, wow.
Right. My least favorite one was Billie Eilish.
Oh, which one?
She
Was
one
that?
that
Was Skyfall?
Did,
Skyfall's Adele.
No, it was No Time to Die.
It was No Time to Die. She did
okay.
The last one.
Okay, so full disclosure, I still haven't seen that.
Oh, you should.
Right.
I still have not seen No Time to Die.
It's good.
It ends up being the best of his series. I thought Quantum of Solace until I saw that, because I like all of it.
Okay, you're like,
what the fuck, dude?
Dude, that's
you just said Quantum of Solace is like the best one.
It was my favorite one until No Time to Die. Listen, it's the first Bond movie that has a direct sequel. It's the first Bond movie that Casino Royale rolls right into that car chase in Quantum of Solace.
Well, of course it does. I get that. I'm not saying Quantum
That's the first Bond movie that do that.
People shit on that a lot. I don't think it's bad. I don't think any of them are bad, but I'm like, that's the best one. I mean,
the best one is No Time to Die for me, and then
without having seen No Time to Die, I would still say, for me personally, Casino Royale.
Yeah,
and I love Skyfall. I do love Skyfall, but Casino Royale for me is where it's
Casino Royale is my favorite, then Skyfall, and then I would say No Time to Die, and then Spectre, and then I mean, Quantum of Solace.
I liked Spectre. I did like
Spectre is pretty good because they were trying to inject more of the Bond kind of stuff with Blofeld, you know.
Right, and that's a great casting choice for a modern Blofeld.
Yeah,
that worked perfect for me. I thought that worked perfectly.
Waltz,
Yeah.
I mean, that trailer was so cool when he just like when he's in, you know, that whole crowd, that whole cult like thing, and like Bond's up there, and he goes, you know, isn't that right, Mr. Bond? And he looks up at him. It's like, oh shit,
right. and so that's one where like because there's also the history of like rejected Bond songs.
Yeah,
and so Sam Smith did the song "The Writing Is on the Wall," which is the Spectre theme. But there's the Tom York and Radiohead did their own version of a Spectre theme that got rejected. That I actually really like and thought it was really good, and I could like it would have fit perfectly for a Bond film, but
most of them don't, by the way, because there's one song from the '80s that is attached to a wretched Bond movie, one of the worst, View to a Kill, Duran Duran.
I knew you were going to say that.
Fucking movie is horrible. That movie is horrible.
William, you were
old man drug us to see that shit.
You were all over
man.
the place.
I wish Scott was here. We need to have Scott here for this.
That's
it has no business being that bad. There's Christopher Walken's in it, man. Grace Jones is in it.
That's why it's not that bad. Because
oh my goodness! And they drugged Roger Moore. Rest in peace. All due respect. They drugged the corpse that was Roger Moore, who was like, what, 90 at that time? Him and Sean Connery's last couple of movies, I'm sorry, weren't. You could tell that they couldn't find anybody else to get through these roles. Roger Moore from Octopussy.
Okay, I'm not putting A View to a Kill on the same level as Live and Let Die or The Man with a Golden Gun. Okay, those are his two best. All right, as far as I'm concerned, like subjectively speaking. But I still like A View to a Kill. I for what it is.
I forgot that Christopher Walken was in that
with blonde hair, and I mean like bleach blonde.
On a brick.
Christopher Walken.
Oh. In a Bond movie, what's up with the 00? I don't know.
He's literally that guy. He's like Denzel. He's never given up that accent. Whatever he's in, he's from Brooklyn.
And he's supposed to be. He's a KGB agent. He's like a former KGB agent in the movie. But
he's a badass.
KGB from Brooklyn, Moscow. Yeah. But no, I that movie. But I grew up on Bond. I love Bond movies. The old man loved Bond, so we watched them. Octopussy.
I also
Never Say Never Again is what. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I also like Duran Duran, so I like that song.
I love the song. So, that video was cheese, man. That was 1986 cheese.
It's 80s. I mean, yeah. So
you look at that video now, and I feel like I'm 75 watching that.
Cheese, man.
Remember the camera, because the camera was one of the guns in the movies, and Nick LeBon, and they're all into it, and that's back in the 80s when they did the sound, back when soundtracks actually meant something. But they would make the videos and they would intertwine them. And so they're all on the lamp. They're all on the statue of the Eiffel Tower with Grace Jones, who she was there. I don't know about her acting skills, but she played her role. She did her job in that movie. I mean, but that first scene where they're doing the whole fish hook, and I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, oh well, another winner that I didn't choose the movie for this week.
Okay, so you brought up Never Say Never Again. Isn't that's just a Thunderball remake?
That's all it is.
So just give me Thunderball. I'll watch Thunderball. Yeah. Right? That's, and at least I get Tom Jones, because Tom Jones did the Thunderball song.
Did he? Oh wow!
Because I think because like I said, their last two movies for each Sean Connery and them, it was just the point they were no longer. That's a young man's game at that point.
You know what's kind of crazy? I was just thinking about this right now because it seems like they're trying to get back to that era of musicians doing soundtracks for movies now, because we have Tron Eras coming out and all the soundtrack is Nine Inch Nails.
Mm-hmm. That means it's going to be amazing.
And then we got the Wuthering Heights movie that's coming out on Valentine's Day, and that's all Charlie XCX whatever the hell. I don't know. I'm not familiar with her, but I saw that trailer. Yeah, and so I'm wondering, are we getting back to the era where, like you said, when soundtracks were like a thing? Are we trying to get back to that era? With some of these movies, I love the fact. I mean, Nine Inch Nails, perfect for Tron.
Tron. I think it depends on the depends on the artist. Because I mean, for me, pound for pound,
you got legendary Nine Inch Nails. That's
I'm biased, obviously, for a number of reasons, culturally speaking. But the best one of those for me is Prince doing Batman '89.
I was just thinking about that too. I mean,
like
the Bat Dance was my.
There is no movie soundtrack better than that, in my opinion.
Well, you had Queen do it too. You had Queen do it twice. You had Queen do it with Flash Gordon, and you had Queen do it with Highlander. But you also had MTV involved. And one of the major selling points of these movies in that era was MTV and commercials and soundtracks from the motion picture soundtrack. They would usually be thinking about these videos as they were making them. In fact, they would admit. Good.
No, I was just going to say, to your point, I lost count how many times I saw Kiss from a Rose and Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, Kill Me, the videos on MTV.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That soundtrack to Batman and Forever and Batman Robin. The movie Batman Robin wasn't good, but Batman Forever
had Smashing Pumpkins.
It had Smashing Pumpkins into the beginning. You had a whole bunch of ones. You had U2. You had the Offspring. They had the Offspring, and that was one of their big hits in that song. Yeah. The biggest ones to do it. Yeah, the biggest ones to do it. It wasn't even a movie, right? It wasn't even a movie. Miami Vice was what made putting music to motion picture, whether it be on small screen or big screen, because it was in 1984 was when they did it. The very first episode of Miami Vice has In the Air Tonight. It's an iconic scene with the black car and everything else. And from that point on, you saw Beverly Hills Cop, Beverly Hills Cop 2, every major movie that was aimed toward that demographic, all the way through Terminator 2, You Could Be Mine, which wasn't even on that album, it was on Use Your Illusion. That sold that movie to a lot of people who had never seen it. So
that's the thing. Yeah, and I think like that era is kind of, I mean, it's always kind of been there, but I don't know if it's making a comeback. It's just like when I see the Tron Ares, trailer, and they've been playing NFL like the Thursday night game, and then tonight's game that was in Brazil.
CD Lamb can't catch a ball. Yeah.
All over the place.
Oh,
but then every time you see a trailer, it's all original music by Nine Inch Nails. So I'm like, okay,
because we've gone to scores now. We've gone to musical scores, like the Zimmer.
When I'm seeing the Wuthering Heights, like trailer, it's like original songs by Charlie X.
I hadn't heard about Wuthering Heights, but I feel like with Tron Ares, to me it felt like they're just continuing.
Yeah, because Tron Legacy had
DOS Effects, or was it DOS? What is it?
It was Daft Punk and
Daft Punk. I'm sorry, DOS Effects.
And it was also, wasn't it also Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor? Or was it just Daft Punk?
Yeah,
was it just Daft Punk?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be hard without the videos, though, because the videos gave you snippets of the movie.
You're thinking about the Social Network. The Social Network was Trent Reznor and Atticus.
Well, they also did. I thought they also did Gone Girl too. I think.
Yeah, because David Fincher, he's wanting to work. That's what's so funny though. It's like, those soundtracks don't get praised enough.
No, they don't.
Well, because there's no video to back them up. You had the video industry backing them up. Because guess what you got in the video? You got parts of the movie.
Yeah.
Right.
Even go back to Transformers the movie. Go back to Transformers the movie. Stan Bush, The Touch.
All I can think about is
you literally got pieces of the movie, and I want that was a crime that was used in that porn movie. But anyway, but I as a 12-year-old, I'm watching that video, seeing what I could pick out about the movie, because that was one of the best selling tools you had for a movie.
You're right. Because they would always splice in the clips of the movie. Yeah.
You know what?
Out of order and everything, but
Yeah.
I forgot Reznor and Ross also did Watchmen, the series.
Yes,
they did the Watchmen series on HBO. Oh my god, that was that show.
Everybody needs to watch that.
Oh my!
If you haven't watched that, you're doing yourself a disservice. That's why I can't wait for Lanterns.
Especially in today's day and age.
And I sat here and watched that. We filled up the center. I made sure we had a bunch of people to watch that. You know what we were talking about an hour afterwards? Not the superheroes, not all the other shit. Most of these people did not know about Black Wall Street. I had 48 people in here. Right?
Okay, dude. Seriously, like after that first episode, Tulsa became a talking point. That's it. Yep. That's when Tom Hanks was talking about it too. He found out. because he watched that, and like that's when he shot that whole video. Like he'd never been taught about that. That was crazy. Because and then like a year later,
and it was and then the whole Lone Ranger thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because that guy who lost his character was brought right on Boss Naps, and that was based on a lot of people say they never been 100% proven that the Lone Ranger was based on him. He was a ranger in that area, and the black mask is a metaphor because they had to hide the true identity of who that author was writing about. So that show is great. That's why when I heard he was on Lanterns, I'm like,
yeah, no, I am not worried about Lanterns. I'm not.
Neither am
I
I
don't
now.
think we should be. I definitely don't think we should be. I think that's gonna be. It's gonna do something pretty special. But yeah, and I think this is a good spot to end the stream because starting to feel it. I know Phil's feeling it. Yeah.
Yep.
I was like, oh. Yeah,
we're
old.
I was just thank you. I was just about to say that this is all of our. I was trying not to use the word old, but go ahead.
No.
Just
Old.
I had a long day. Yeah, so like,
Same.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
but,
they're all long. They're all Mondays.
Yeah, I know, right?
They're all Mondays.
I mean, his perspective, that makes sense. Yes.
One long Monday.
I know, but great conversations, of course. And I always love it when we just veer off into like talking about soundtracks. The soundtracks don't get talked about enough. And I was like I said, I was with you, Ray. I was like, oh yeah, well, let's not skip the the Prince Batman soundtrack.
God.
That was something pretty magical.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think people realize how many songs he has throughout that whole thing. It's like
very little of that soundtrack is not in the movie.
Yeah, you have Danny Elfman doing the score, and then you have anything that's not his score, it's Prince.
Right. Exactly.
Party Man was the biggest one that played.
But Party Man for sure. Because Bat Dance isn't even in the movie.
No, that was just a video to sell them.
I know that video is crazy, but I still love that video.
Oh yeah, that video.
With the half, he's got the half of the Joker, and it's half.
It was perfect. Half Joker, half Batman. It was
Yeah.
great. And then all the girls that were bat, in the bat suit. Like that was perfect. And then the dudes were the Jokers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go around the horn and promote what we got to promote. Phil, what do you got?
I got nothing. My channel's on hold for the moment. Hopefully we'll be back soon with that. And I got a lot of other stuff I got to take care of before that. So not a whole lot, but thanks for letting me come on. It's been fun.
Always great talking to you, my friend.
Where can they find you, Phil? That's what I want to know.
I mean, Threads, Instagram,
Twitter,
Blue Sky. No,
no, not Twitter. Nope, not Twitter.
Arrow, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky.
This whole side, no Twitter.
No.
I know you like to taunt them, William. How dare you? But
you can taunt Ray too. He's not on Twitter either.
I am not. No,
yeah, that's why I said
the
whole side, not on Twitter, on that whole side. No. But William, what do you
got? Not much going on. Besides what?
A bad internet connection.
Yeah, that I pay a lot of money for. Yeah. I pay a lot of money for that to happen. By the way, so that's fine. No, not much going out.
Fuck up.
Yeah, but it'll be
for me to freeze.
Yeah.
Well, I can focus on threatening them. Yeah. Fuck Cox. No, I don't have too much going on. We got our movie promotions. We got Kim coming up on the 17th, and we got another screening of The Long Walk that I'm giving away passes for this weekend for September 8th, which is on this coming Monday. So anybody who's local that wants to go to that, you can swing by, and I'll hook you up.
Nice. I'm really looking forward to him because I know it's not Jordan Peele, directed, but it's Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
He produced it.
That means I'll get it ending. If it's not him directing, I'll get it ending, and when I can walk out of the theater and be like, "Wow, I got an ending."
It looks insane, and then I like an unhinged Marlon Wayans, so I'm like, all right, I'll
There's a hinged one. Huh?
I know he's always unhinged, but
True that.
Yeah. But all right, Ray, what do you got?
Theflightcast.com, my main show, which we've been talking a lot about, like readjusting our box office conversations. Because man, can we just please stop being lazy about box office?
Dude,
is that ever going to happen?
We were talking that video. We all talked about that video, right?
Yeah,
That video is the best video that you can get for that box office thing, man.
For sure.
Did you not want to bring up his name or just?
I forgot his name. That's the thing.
Dan something.
Dan Murrell. It's Dan Murrell's video.
Dan Murrell. Thank you.
Murrell. Gotcha. He's the best at that.
He's the best at the box office, so he broke it down perfectly.
But yeah, just talking about that, and then tomorrow it will be my review of Peacemaker season 2, episode 3, which I watched earlier today. And of course the feedback show, Flight Chat, over the weekend. Be taking a bit of a break next weekend because I've got it's going to be a busy weekend. I have some business to attend to, so I'll still do an episode of the main show this upcoming Tuesday, but then after that I will be out until the following Tuesday with respect to content and whatnot. So and then also on TikTok as well, posting stuff on TikTok now. And at some point I got to figure out, because I'm posting the shows like the podcast to the YouTube channel, but I have another idea that I want to do for YouTube that I think I want to unveil finally, like at some point this month.
Cool.
So stay tuned for that at the Flightcast YouTube channel as well. I was actually going to say, Dave, I don't know when you started tonight, but I think for a minute you were competing with the NFL.
Oh yeah, it was
just for a bit.
Yeah. Because the game was still on. I even put it on. It was like the last 3 minutes just to see. Oh, I got to watch the Chiefs lose. So
Chiefs
in Brazil.
In Brazil. That's so good.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
So they had all Mr. Beast and all the.
That's not a good idea.
I didn't really like the vibe of the whole YouTube. I mean,
I didn't either.
Yeah,
personally.
and then they had
Nickelodeon did a better job than that.
Agreed.
They had Cam Newton and that one woman.
Cam Newton with Kay Adams, yes, yeah.
Yeah, and
just
I'm
like Inspector Gadget.
Yeah. But I was like,
CeeDee Lamb, you motherfucker. You cost
dude,
my fantasy game. You could have caught one of those 3 balls. You could have caught one of those 3 balls.
He fucked up.
I'm gonna tell you, just
Cowboys should have won that game.
Be wary the next 2 weeks, because when you don't play in the preseason, it takes you better part of a month to get on track, especially offensively. So by the end of this month, everybody will be all right. But right now, CeeDee Lamb, garbage. At this point,
you got paid a lot. I know that last one was a hard catch, but you get paid. You ain't getting paid minimum wage. You get paid a lot of money to stretch out and get that ball, man. Cost me 17 yards, and then you did it 3 times.
Brutal. That was brutal. I was like, Cowboys might win this, and then when he dropped a couple of those passes, I was like, that was the win right there that they had. I mean,
and Jalen, what's his face? Jalen Garrett. He's getting suspended. If he doesn't get 1 game suspension,
Jalen Carter.
That's Jalen Carter. He's gonna be spitting at people.
He's probably probably a 1 gamer more than likely. I mean, they're not gonna miss him necessarily. It's not like the NFC East is a juggernaut of a division, but they'll probably be something.
Bad. That was not a good.
That was nasty.
Nope.
Anyways,
he wasn't even good. It was the first play.
Right.
All right. Anyways, hit that thumbs up, guys, and this was fun. And of course, thank you to Chris, who was on earlier, and we appreciate you. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, William. Thank you, everybody who stuck around to hear us talk nonsense for 4.5 hours. We love it. All right, guys. Talk to you later.